Good morning, Chatty
Hi.
House. Good morning, Chatty House.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello. 3 more days. 3 more shows.
Technically, 2 more.
Yeah.
2 more for us.
Yep.
Who got the belt? Well, it won't happen on February 7 because that's past the trade deadline. But whoever got the belt today, congratulations. You did.
Yeah. We don't have anything until 9:22. That's what I got.
What up, Jason?
A Man U game, 6 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Brutal.
At what time?
6 a.m.
I feel like that's harder to wake up for when there's not a football game at 10.
Yeah.
What up, Wheezy?
Well, no, it just
What's up,
makes it so
Loki?
you can wake up at like 9.
What's up, Scooter?
You wake up at 9 and watch the replay.
Oh.
You just can't get on social media. And yes, I follow people that would tell me the score. Chimezie Metu being one of those people. Chimezie is a big Man U fan. I wonder where Chimezie Metu is playing basketball right now.
Hi, everyone.
Chimezie.
I feel like he was on a team. Spurs?
No. Well, they have him as a Pistons forward, but that was a while ago, I think.
Ew.
He last played for FC Barcelona. He tore his Achilles. I'm not hearing any of that.
Heard that too.
Oh.
All right, it's showtime. Everybody relax. Places, everyone. Oh, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. That's James. I'm Kyle. And we are the Insiders. And we're hanging out with you until noon. I should probably start turning that down. That's not what I need to do. I need to turn it down. I didn't need to take it out of your ears.
There we go.
Yeah, I think we're all set. I think we're good to go. All right. This is our first day. It's my first day ever doing this show, apparently. James is there. I'm Kyle. We're here till noon. Said all that. We got some fake Kings trades. We have a Kings loss to go over. Just an annoying, frustrating game. I keep thinking, okay, that's the last loss that's gonna make me mad.
Nope.
And then they turn the switch off in the fourth quarter against the Knicks, and it gets annoying all over again. But we have to put all that aside because Giannis Antetokounmpo, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, Giannis Antetokounmpo became the final person in the world to realize that Giannis Antetokounmpo wants out of Milwaukee. Congratulations to Giannis.
It's a tough look when you're the last one to know that you are already being like sold somewhere else or sent somewhere else.
If you missed it, Shams posted on Twitter this morning, two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home at the February 5th trade deadline or in the offseason as several rival teams make aggressive offers to the Milwaukee Bucks for him, and the franchise is starting to listen. They've come to grips with the fact they're in 12th in the East or wherever they are.
Yeah.
And that adding Zach LaVine is not going to get them over the top and convince Giannis to stay. And they're realizing now, hey, the best course of action moving forward is to trade this player who we're going to get the sun, the moon, and the stars for.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Bucks for also finally getting to that point.
You know what's funny? It's always like, oh, the aprons are horrible.
Yep.
And oh my gosh, nobody wants to trade right now, and oh, no one's taking on big money contracts. Oh, Giannis is available?
Yep.
I'm in.
You said who?
Wait, who? There's 37 teams involved. Like, wait, there's not 37.
FC Barcelona called.
Yeah, everyone's called.
Not FC.
That's
It's
right.
Barcelona. Whatever.
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yeah, like, look,
Maybe
I
FC.
think
I
we've
don't
been kind of waiting for this. These always make me sad. I don't like seeing guys that have been with one franchise their whole career go on to go somewhere else. I mean, again, we talk about the Jerry Reynolds thing all the time where it's like 95%. He said 95%, in his opinion, of all NBA players need to go play for a second and the third team sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't feel that way with this certain variety of player, this player that's so good that it's like, hey, yeah, you should probably, go ahead and stay there, like make that your home, your permanent home. So, yeah, it's tough.
Do you know how many times the Bucks have gotten to the conference finals with Giannis?
Once?
Twice. They lost in the conference finals once, and then the year they won the final.
What's crazy is the Pacers have been in the conference finals twice with Tyrese Haliburton. Yeah, just
puts it in perspective.
Yeah.
Since winning the finals in the 2020-2021 season, 72-game season after the COVID-shortened season, they won the finals. Then they lost in the second round. 51 wins, lost in the second round. 58 wins, lost in the first round. 49 wins, lost in the first round. 48 wins, lost in the first round. And this year they are 18-27. Like, they're just going the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah, they're going the wrong way.
They need to, and that's the thing. I'm not, I especially, having the attachment that I do to Sacramento, I'm fully out on the idea that star player in mid to small market team just automatically asks out. Like, that sucks. I would never advocate for that. But according to Giannis,
I'm a winner.
And this isn't a team that has done the right things to continue building around a generational superstar.
No.
I get that he's been banged up. There was one of those first round exits that he missed all of or all but one game of the series. I get he's been banged up. I understand that, but we're not at the point anymore with Giannis. He's not 22. He turned 31 in December. Like, he's reaching that stage where you start to really go, okay, what are the final years of my prime going to look like?
Mm-hmm.
And he looks around, and all due respect to Ryan Rollins and to Kevin Porter Jr. and to Bobby Portis, to Miles Turner,
Kyle Kuzma,
AJ Green, Kyle Kuzma, looks around and goes, hey, this is not a team that's competing in the top of the East, but much less with Oklahoma City or with Denver or Houston. Or pick a team in the West.
It's funny, too, because we get these arguments all the time here, whether it's here or on the handoff about, well, if Domantas Sabonis was so good, he would be able to carry a team. And it's like, man, Giannis Antetokounmpo can't carry a team by himself to a legitimate NBA record. They haven't escaped the first round in how long? Sure. Like, it's tough. Like, you have to have the right ingredients around you to be successful as an NBA team and as an NBA player. And, I get it. This thing has run its course. Mm-hmm. And just unfortunately for them, like, they got old really quick. They had sort of Giannis was at the back end of their sort of their age arc as a team, and Chris Middleton and Brook Lopez. Like, these guys just got old. And Drew Holiday, they got old. There's nothing you can do about it. And, replacing some of those players with younger versions of it never happened. And so now you're just kind of like in this really rough spot.
It's kind of what's happening to the 49ers.
Yeah.
Like, you're just kind of getting old.
Yeah, it happens.
This is what happens. You gotta start replacing guys with quality players. And even Dame Lillard. They brought in the worst version of Dame Lillard.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And not that he was bad, but it's certainly not what he was when he was single-handedly carrying the Blazers to conference finals.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, if you're talking about the 49ers, I don't want to make this true comparison of Brock Purdy to Giannis Antetokounmpo, but it's kind of like Brock Purdy is the young guy, and all of their stars, all of the other guys are like starting to age out, whether it's Trent Williams, whether it's Fred Warner or Kittle or Bosa with the continued knee injuries and stuff. Like, you're seeing like some of the older players that are a few years older, they're leaving, and now you have to build around this player and then hope that he can play for 20 years and be, outlive a couple of versions of this team.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
There's just not been a quality second version of the Bucks.
No.
Like they're way better when Giannis plays this year, but he's out 4 to 6 weeks, and they're probably going to be in a hole that's too deep to dig out of, and to be actually competitive.
Yeah.
I did see this, and I'm excited for all the Giannis reports that are going to come out now. This is via True Hoop. This is my favorite Giannis thing I've ever read. Quote, one person told me that Giannis's preferred list is 3 teams: the Heat, the Wolves, and the Knicks. The report continues. Now, another person told me that is not his list, but would not tell me what his list is, so take it all with a grain of salt. Why would you do that to your own reporting? Why would you refute your own reporting mid-report?
That's wild.
I bet we're going to get a lot of that. We're going to get a lot of, oh, he wants to go to the Knicks, or he doesn't want to go to San Antonio, or he doesn't want to go to Golden State. Like he does want to go to San Antonio. We're going to get, I'm out on all that. I'm really interested to see how this shakes out. I've seen multiple people who are way smarter than me with this stuff say that it makes more sense for them to wait until the summer to do such a deal.
Yeah.
And Mo DeKeel, our buddy, your buddy, guy I've had on the radio before, was saying on a podcast that, and I hadn't even considered this in terms of adding Giannis midseason, but let's just say the Knicks do the cat and picks for Giannis swap. Let's just, I don't think it will be, but let's just say that's what it is. The Knicks, who are already kind of scuffling offensively and trying to figure out what they are offensively, is now bringing in a massive gravitational force on offense, where he's not just a plug and play. Oh yeah, no, we know we're just gonna get, this is this is Dorian Finney-Smith, and we know he's gonna be a 3-and-D guy, and he'll just fit into this role, and that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's going to be a massive undertaking to get Giannis onto your team, not just from a trade compensation perspective, but from a what does this all look like perspective. So I don't think anything's going to happen between now and February 5th.
Yeah.
Especially because Shams included that in his report. This isn't Giannis sticking his finger in the chest of the Bucks GM and saying, get me out of here now, or I'm going to be a problem. It says by the trade deadline or in the offseason.
Yeah, but I think the emergency, like once you hit this stage, it is a lot of times better to move on. Like I know that sounds weird because that's not my opinion when it came to the De'Aaron Fox situation.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
And the reason why I firmly believe the De'Aaron Fox situation could have gone differently is because, number one, like De'Aaron does have a good relationship with Doug Christie. He did have a good relationship with Doug Christie, and having Doug take over the team may have been able to bridge some of that gap. Number two, you knew you were getting around to the front office, and the front office was as big a problem as anything else when it came to De'Aaron Fox. So, like, when you bring in Scott Perry, the guy who was here and helped draft him, that may have also like had some positive momentum. And I would have let them like play it out and let's see what happens. Let's see if we can get you back in the fold. Let's see if we can change your mind, and then change the roster to make sure that it's working the right way. If you thought that highly of him. And I think that it's really weird that you make a trade where people who aren't going to be making decisions moving forward get to make the decision on whether you're going to trade somebody or not. And so that's where I would have been in that situation. In this situation, man, the quicker you can get Giannis in your building, the better. And people say, well, you know, if you get to the summer, then you're going to get that 2033 pick as well that you could possibly throw in. It's like, okay, like I think that there are going to be deals here to be made. And the aggressive team that pushes all of their chips in right now is going to land Giannis.
The reason I would wait, I think the argument for waiting is that maybe a team like Oklahoma City, which has the players and the picks to make a really intriguing deal. San Antonio, same thing.
Yep.
To a lesser extent, Houston. You might want to wait to the summer and see what happens with those teams where, let's say Oklahoma City, I don't think they're going to, but let's say Oklahoma City flames out in the first round. And they go whoa, the league caught up already. All right, we need to make a massive change. Here's all the things you could want for Giannis.
Yep.
Same thing with the Spurs. Same thing with the Rockets. Like, okay, hang on, this isn't working. Let's hit the button. Let's blow this up and try and do something different. Because those are the teams with the assets that it doesn't sound like are interested in making such a move right now, because they think they can be competitive this year.
Mm-hmm.
But what does that look like if they stumble down the stretch and really struggle in the playoffs? I think you could have more suitors during the summer. And certainly if those teams are going to be in play, suitors with more quality assets.
Yep.
So that's I think an argument to wait. But if it's untenable, if it's just doesn't like the coach, doesn't like the GM, is going to sit with this calf thing for the rest of the year.
I don't think it matters, though, either way. I mean, that's where you got to kind of live with him at this point. You're like, okay, whether he's going to play or he's not, that should not factor into anything, because you're irrelevant as a team right now. You're not going to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And you brought up Houston, man. Houston has all the assets to go get him. They have picks. But on top of that, would you turn down? Let's say they just say, "Hey, look, Şengün, and of course Durant, but Amin Thompson are off, the table. We'll give you Reed Shepherd. We'll give you Jabari Smith Jr. We'll give you just like start stacking Tyrese, just like overload them with talent. And like, why would that not be the most advantageous path for a team like this? Like, that's where I would go.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday with the Kings.
Yeah.
There's no need or reason to go, hey, we're just going to use 5 first-round picks in the next 4 years, and we're going to build a team solely that way. No, almost always you need to trade some picks and bring in like a proven talent, because you're not going to hit all those picks. You have no idea what those picks are going to be.
Yeah.
You need to bring in some proven talent to supplement the picks and the players that you bring in. That's where if you're Milwaukee, you're almost going, hey, Giannis, we hear you. We got you. Let us wait and see what happens with Houston.
Yep.
Because they might be able to just kickstart that rebuild right away. Oh, you're going to give us a bunch of guys who are 24 and younger?
Yeah.
With picks? Great. We'll start there.
Yeah. And I can tell you that Reed Shepherd's not a good defensive player. He's a really good offensive player, and he was the 3rd pick in the draft. Like, okay, it's something that you can start your rebuild around, and just go from there. And that's where I think they are as a franchise. Like, you're going to have to figure it out.
Yep.
But I think that there are going to be teams, again, San Antonio is another one, like whether to just ship De'Aaron Fox, or what if you're able to get one of their young guards and then, a Keldon Johnson, Harrison Barnes, and, or Devin Vassell to match salary. All of a sudden you're like, okay, plus they have picks. Like, that's a good way to reboot your franchise like very quickly. If I'm them, I'm not taking a lateral move and going and getting Karl Anthony Towns, who, again,
no, it doesn't help you.
It doesn't, because you're basically doing what Dallas did.
Yep.
And like, all right, like, good, you got Anthony Davis. What the heck does that do for you?
Right.
Nothing. It doesn't help you at all.
In fact, it does the opposite.
Yeah.
Makes you dramatically worse.
It does.
In the short and the long term. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. We're going to talk a lot about this Giannis trade situation, because it's finally here. Giannis has asked for a trade, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. We've talked a lot about what that means for the Bucks. What does it mean for the Kings? Because it could mean bad news. We'll tell you why next.
Yeah,
we're clear.
That's the team I'm going after right there, is Houston. Could you imagine a Giannis, Kevin Durant, Alperen Şengün, Amin Thompson squad? Like, I don't even care who's left after that. Like, jeez. Yeah, Eric Rucker, that's a good question. I think the Kings should be a team that's looking at that all those first round picks, and whether you like move Keon there, which is, again, that might work for them, it might not. That's one option. But also, you have a couple of seconds You have 1 second this year. Well, you have 2 seconds this year, and I believe 2 seconds the next year, but they're kind of tied up in a silly way. But maybe you give them 2 future seconds in order to get a late first. You don't need 2 or 3 late firsts, so you know, if you're the Kings, 1 late first, 1 early second. Man, you got me here. Kuminga to the Kings. Like, the Kings have given them their best offer multiple times. And, you know, you saw the report yesterday. The Warriors are still waiting for a quality offer for Jonathan Kuminga. And it's like, how many times have I said this? You think you have a $5 million house, someone offer you, the only offer you get is for $2 million. Sorry, bro, you have a $2 million house. Like, that's it. Russ, we're going to get into this in just a sec. I definitely know 2 teams have offered 2 seconds for Keon. And the Kings are holding out for a first. And there are enough teams that are interested in Keon that they believe that they will get a first. And a first now, not like a first in the future. I believe. You never know, Steven. 7 years from now, I might be back, and maybe the Raiders will be good by then. We'll see. Plus, I'll still be on the shows, and I can talk Raiders if they're actually relevant. How about that?
What happened?
He said, it's too bad I won't be here to talk Raiders once they're good. It's like, well, when is that? When is that going to be? I think the Raiders will be good when white jeans and a white jean jacket comes back in style. Because that's what their owner's still wearing.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Giannis wants out of Milwaukee.
Huh.
All right, so we talked about whether they'll trade him by the deadline on February 5th, whether they'll wait till the summer, et cetera, why Giannis wants out. So what the hell does this mean for the Sacramento Kings? Obviously, they're not going to get involved in trying to acquire Giannis.
Yeah.
I would print out today's rundown and eat it if they did that.
I would love it if they traded everyone except for Dylan Cardwell for Giannis. And just rebrand yourself the Sacramento Giannis's.
Yeah.
With Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah, you, me, Kenny, Damian, Jesse can all be on league minimum deals.
Yep.
Fill out a roster.
Yep.
What's Kent Bazemore doing?
Word.
Baze is definitely down to play.
Baze, Trevor.
Where's Chimezi?
Chimezi. I did read that Chimezi meant to popped his Achilles last year.
Oh no.
Yeah, playing for Barcelona or one of the teams in.
Oh damn.
In Spain. Yeah.
Well,
so
Trey Lyles.
Yeah, get Trey Lyles back.
Barca.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Spencer Dinwiddie just came back to the States. He got out of his contract.
Come on.
Overseas. Yeah.
Hit Jack Cooley.
That's right.
See what Jack Cooley's up to?
I think Costa Koufas can still ball.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Costa
can't give me 10 minutes. Costa can give me 10 minutes.
He can give you 10 minutes. If Drew Eubanks can get you 10 minutes,
hey, we do.
Costa Koufas can get you 10 minutes.
We do all this look down the bench. It's like, what is John Salmons doing here? Why is he here?
Beta Uter is back?
Ridiculous. James Ham of not only the Insiders but of Locked On Kings, subscribe wherever you get your podcast and on YouTube. What is? I can't think of this being good news for Sacramento.
Oh no, I think this is a disaster for Sacramento.
Oh,
like
way worse than it.
In all honesty, okay, there's a couple of reasons. I'm going to start out with sort of an obscure one first, right? For whatever reason, Trae Young didn't cost anything to get traded. And
an expiring deal in Corey Kispert, an expiring CJ McCollum.
Yeah, and Corey Kispert is under contract for like 3 years. I mean, it's a huge downgrade. Corey Kispert is what he is as a player, just 3-point shooter. And basically him and Luke Kennard are like doing the Spider-Man meme at each other. It's like, except for Luke Kennard's a better version. Anyway, so I'm going to start there. I think that the Kings are looking around for like depreciated items. They're like, hey, is there a way that we can go to like the flea market here and find ourselves a bargain basement deal on a potential star that we could rehab?
Mm-hmm. Great. Or a young player who needs a change of scenery.
Yeah. So I think what happened though with the Trae Young thing is it brought the stock down for all of those guys. So all of a sudden, John Morant is not worth hardly anything. And the Grizzlies are having all kinds of trouble. Mark Stein said it in his newsletter, what was it, yesterday, that they're still searching for anyone who is interested at all, a competitive offer at all. And so my concern now is that Giannis is going to reset whatever it is that had happened. And again, Giannis is a different player than Ja or some of these other players that are sort of depreciated items. But it doesn't mean that when he goes out there and gets 4 or 5 first-round picks for him, that it's not going to reset the market again. Yeah, because I think it will. Then the other thing, go ahead.
And just real quick, you have a bunch of teams now who are like, hang on, we're going to hold off on this Keon deal because either we think we might be players for Giannis or we might be involved in a 3-teamer involving Giannis, and we need to hang on to this first-round pick for a second. So hang on, we're just going to throw that on hold because there might be a 3-team deal that we're going to be a part of.
Yeah, I think Keon is a player that we can kind of put to the side and say, oh, look, there's enough teams that are interested. There's enough buzz. There's enough things that are happening.
Half the league, according to Mark Stein.
14 teams, according to Mark Stein. And I named at least 6 that I know of. We have the Indiana Pacers, we have the Minnesota Timberwolves, we have the Boston Celtics, we have the New York Knicks, we have the Los Angeles Lakers, and we have the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, the Bucks thing, I think the Bucks are now either they're all in on stripping this whole thing down right now, and you're going to see, I mean, you could still, I guess, in theory, see a Kyle Kuzma for Malik Monk and Keon Ellis trade. Boom. That changes the dynamic for the Kings because they shave a year off of Malik Monk's contract, and Keon's out the door. You're not getting anything else back from the Bucks in that deal because now they're in asset collection mode. But then on top of that, I think when you look at the potential for a Zach LaVine trade, that's gone. That's gone completely with the Bucks. That was legit. They did have plenty of conversations, multiple conversations, trying to figure out ways to whether it was a 3-team trade and involving trying to get Kuminga to the Kings, or it was like just a straight swap of like Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma and like one other player for Zach LaVine. Like that's going to die on the vine now. And to be honest with you, when we hear this, there's not a lot of buzz about any teams interested in Ja Morant. Like Zach LaVine and the Bucks are the one trade that we've heard rumor about. There is no other destination that we've heard about that I've heard about when it comes to Zach LaVine. So that's a tough one. So if that deal is going to stop any movement there, but then you're right, like the trickle down with the rest of the league, how many teams are going to be waiting? Miami going to be waiting. I mean, the Golden State Warriors, they're sitting here trying to pitch Jonathan Kuminga for Andrew Wiggins. Yep, deal done. That's over. Because now they're looking at Wiggins as a possible $30 million chip to throw in on a trade for Giannis, and that's going to be one of the places that really get hot here with Giannis. So I think this throws a whole league up in the air, and that's why number one, I personally, I don't know why teams wait until the last minute to make deals. I mean, we're sitting here, it's what, 8 days away from the trade deadline. You had months here. You had the January 10th deadline, and then you had, or 17th deadline, whatever that was, the December 15th. But you have all this time. Just go out and make the moves that you need to make.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't have to be a panic move at the deadline where all of a sudden you're getting 25 games of a player. You know what you want on your team and what you don't, like, long before this point in the season.
Yeah.
And so for me, that's going to be one of the things that, like, why did you wait? Because now I think this is going to grind everything to a halt. Unless, boom, he gets traded like tomorrow and it opens everything up and it's like, hey, free for all.
So
that's crazy time.
So that's the other thing, is that's the other side of that coin. And I think it's an important point you bring up. This might put a lot of things on hold, but I also think we've talked about this before. There's the second apron thing, the NBA's collective bargaining agreement, but then there's also like the specter of Giannis, and every team going, okay, well, hang on, let's wait and see what happens there before we go big game hunting elsewhere or go picking up another big contract or what have you. We might need this Andrew Wiggins contract in the event that Giannis wants out. Oh, he does? Great. Like you just laid out. The flip side of that is equally important, though. Like, he's the biggest domino, and once that falls, let's pretend Golden State and Miami had a deal on the table, Kuminga and stuff for Wiggins or whatever it is. Let's pretend that's on the table. Miami says, nope, hang on. And Giannis goes to New York, goes to the Knicks. Trade, signed, sealed, delivered. That's done. Okay, now all of a sudden the Kuminga trade is happening. And now all of a sudden we start to see these smaller deals start to fall into place, or smaller deals be collected into bigger deals, 3-4 team trades, whatever it is. Because now teams aren't going, oh, well, just in case with Giannis. Now he's gone. It's done now.
Yeah, there is always like a watershed moment where once a deal like this happens, like there's always a backup plan. And the backup plan might be a Domantas Sabonis. It might be a DeMar DeRozan. Again, I don't think, someone mentioned, oh, the Toronto deal with Domas is dead. No. Toronto, I don't think was going to be able to get, in on the Giannis sweepstakes as it is. So I think they're dealing in a different talent pool, and that's fine. Like I think that's, when you're trying to complete trades at the NBA level, it just takes like so many different angles, and like every team has their own motivation, and it makes it so difficult to just go out and just trade one player for another. And that's where the Kings are. They're just lost in this moment where, like, they're literally are teams that are on just completely different wavelengths than they are.
Yeah.
And I think that's the league in a nutshell right now.
I was trying to think of a time where the league had a more seismic trade request than this. I can't think of one.
Well, I mean, I know we had I don't know.
De'Aaron Fox asking for a trade. Okay, yeah, got it. But
well,
Giannis,
I think it was Dame. Dame like held the league hostage. It felt like for a little bit of time.
Because even like the Luka thing, Luka didn't ask out.
No,
that was just a shocking out of nowhere move.
Yeah.
But
that trade, you know what that trade reminded me of? The Luka trade. It reminded me of the Jose Canseco trade, where Jose Canseco was with the A's one day, and then all of a sudden he's a Texas Ranger and Ruben Sierra is with the A's, and you're like, what in the world just happened?
Yeah.
Like
he was in the on deck circle.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly where he was, but I just remember being
so
flabbergasted by that trade that it like shook everything.
I'm going to get a text from my dad here in a second that confirms who pinch hit for Jose Canseco when Canseco got traded, because they were at that game.
Man, and that was I think they got like 4 players or 6 players for Jose Canseco.
Yeah.
But the headliner was Ruben Sierra.
Yeah, because KD has always been free agency. I guess he got traded to the Suns.
Yeah.
And they gave up a bunch for him. But
yeah,
I can't. I think it's because Giannis he's still comfortably a top 5 player in the sport.
Oh, of course.
And top 3. I think it has a firm argument for that.
As an individual, he's top 3. As a player that helps you win, I think he isn't a top 3 player. I think there are players that are more like for whatever reason. Like we're talking about a guy who like literally they just keep flaming out in the first round. And sometimes it's because he got hurt. Sometimes there's reasons for sure. But when you look at players that are like just they can take you over the hump, I just don't know.
Okay, but let's go to the world where Jokic asks for a trade.
Yeah.
It's a as big or bigger deal than this. Had Luka asked out from Dallas, it would have been as big or a bigger deal. If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander asked out, I think Giannis is in that class, and I can't remember when a player of that caliber, that magnitude, was like, "Get me out of here. I want out." And I think the other thing is there's a not relief, but a like, oh, finally. Because how long have we talked about this summer was supposed to be the summer of Giannis?
Yeah, it's been 2 or 3 years where it's been building to this. Yeah.
This
I'm a winner.
is from like 2 off seasons ago.
Yeah.
3 off seasons ago now, maybe? Like, come on.
That's crazy.
Insane. I have a Kings related question here on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Why hasn't Keon been traded yet? You've confirmed 6 teams are interested.
Well, there's reports of up to 14 teams that are interested.
Mark Stein said 14. Quick math. There's 30 teams, removing the Kings, obviously, because they have Keon. That's 29. 14. Half the league? Pull the trigger on a deal.
Yeah.
What's the? I genuinely, I wonder what the holdup is if you're Scott Perry. Because I would assume a first-round pick's on the table. I assume 14 teams aren't like, yeah, we'll give you a couple seconds.
Well, but okay, so all picks aren't created equal. We know that.
Right.
That's going to be like a basic tenet here. But also, like a 2026 versus a 2031. Like, if I'm the Kings, I want a 2026 first-round pick. I want to pick this year because number one, this is a really good draft. Or number 2, like this, you're in rebuild mode. You're in asset collection mode for right now. Like you need to hit the reset button on this roster as quickly as possible. And you do that by getting young players in the building that might be able to develop into something, right? So I'm pushing for a 2026 pick. I do know that there are 2 teams out there that offer 2 second-round picks. Like, look, if that's all you're going to get for Keon, that's fine. 2 second-round picks is really good because 2 second-round picks can equate to like a Jonas Valanciunas down the road, or 2 versions of Jake LaRavia. So like it's a good thing to have those picks, but realistically you want a first round pick. And so for me, I'm sitting here going, hey, we also have 2 early second round picks. So if there's a team that's say between like 18 and 22 in the draft, and you're like, look, I know you want Keon, and you don't want to give up your first round pick. How about we sweeten the deal and say Keon and a second in this year for your first round pick? That to me makes a lot of sense because they're buffering what they're doing with Keon and have an early second round pick. I don't know why it is that he hasn't been traded yet, but I also tell you, like, the last 2 games are exactly why the Kings are in the mode to trade him. And, one night he has 14 points and he's super fun to watch. The next night he has 3 points in 22 minutes. And you're like, man, I don't know what to make of you. I like, you're getting opportunities here, but here you are not having the same impact. And look around the team, and I think the whole team is broken at this point. Just like things that are happening on the court are so frustrating and like realistic, like almost disgusting basketball to watch.
Yeah. Last night sucked.
Oh, last night was just not fun at all. Through 3 quarters, they were at least hanging, but that didn't mean the basketball was good. It meant DeMar DeRozan was good.
Yeah, DeMar was awesome.
That's it.
Yep.
Like, DeMar was good. Everybody else was not good at all. And you're sitting here just like, oh, how is this? This is not a situation that is conducive to anyone succeeding. And that's why young players are failing at this point. They're having rough games. Veteran players are having beyond rough games. You're just looking around like, what is happening? But that's kind of where this team is right now.
You mentioned second round picks. I just want to jump back to that very quickly. I think the other thing with second round picks specifically for the Kings is, as a trade asset, absolutely We bemoaned the fact that they were giving away second round picks and their inability to make moves because of it just last year, 2 years ago. I also think if you're the Kings and you're looking at second round picks, you're looking at Maxime Raynaud, you're looking at Dylan Cardwell, who I know was undrafted, but if you have a front office in place that's able to identify rotation players at a good clip in the second round or undrafted free agency class, load up on second round picks.
Yeah.
If you pick twice every second round and you're finding a role player every year, that's good business.
I really, over the course of the last 5 years, I really got frustrated with the way that the Kings handled their second round picks.
Yeah.
I just thought it was
just giving them away.
Number one, giving them away, or number two, taking players that were older that didn't have any upside and there were other players who were better. And you're like, why would you do that? I get it. The second round has become this weird marketplace where agents are literally holding teams hostage and saying, don't take him because we want a full contract or he's going to go play overseas.
Yeah.
So if you're not willing to give him a full 3-year deal, we don't want a 2-way deal, or some agents are saying, hey, don't take my guy at 42. If you take him at 42, you better have a 2-way contract ready for him at a minimum. And so I think there's a lot of leveraging happening in the second round. But don't think of this. I'm not trying to be a jerk because I covered these guys, but taking a guy like Kyle Guy with a pick, or taking a guy like Justin James with a second round pick, or Robert Woodard, they weren't good players. They weren't going to be NBA players. Jalen Slauson, they're not NBA players. So I know that you think that you're scouted and all that stuff, but you didn't do a good job scouting. Finding a guy like Keon Ellis as an undrafted free agent player, that is the one thing that the Kings can pin to the Monty McNair era as far as outside of top tier picks. Is that they were able to find one dude. They had all kinds of other options, and either they squandered 7 second round picks in the course of 10 months. Just the most dumb.
That's irresponsible.
Just so irresponsible. Two second round picks for Chris Duarte, and then you had to give up a second round pick to get rid of Chris Duarte. 2 second round picks so someone would take Sasha Vezenkov's contract, and then he walks away from his contract and goes back to Europe, and you didn't even need to give up a second round pick.
It's brutal.
Just the gaffes that this organization made, and these are valuable tools. So
they got a couple of second round picks and immediately turned them into Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas.
And lost both of them.
And then lost both of them.
Gave one away for nothing for Dario Saric, and then lost the other one in free agency.
But you see, if you can acquire that player on a good team, having second round picks is a valuable asset.
Yeah.
All right. I want to put a pin in the Kings briefly because we got some NFL news today where a 49ers offseason dream may come true. We'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Sacktown Tony. NFL news that the Jets are so bad that John Gruden declined an NFL job offer.
Sorry, what? I had headphones on.
Sacktown Tony said that NFL news that Jets are so bad that John Gruden declined an NFL job offer.
Well,
No one had made the Monty McNair joke about Kyle.
Yeah, no one ever says that when I wear a vest.
Ever.
Super original.
Will Z. Go back to your stats, Will Z.
Yeah, Will. Oh, Will sent us a fake trade.
He did.
Yeah. Well, Will wrote about a fake trade and I'm stealing it.
Aha. Mitch is asking, we're taking calls.
Sure, Mitch. Go ahead.
Wait. Kings play tomorrow, right? Not tonight? That's where my life is at this point.
Back-to-back.
It's also that phase where you want to write. I mean, you want to do a podcast about what's happening. But I could do a podcast at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then that podcast could be like, I'm saving it to release it later. Could be like completely void by the time I get to it. That would be lame. Security Carter, yeah, the Kings Beat podcast. I need to figure out when we can all get together. I'm gonna guess, just looking at the schedule, maybe tonight, but I'm gonna guess no because it's late. But also maybe Saturday. Thanks. I'm getting better at my live reads. Thank you. Crazy thing is they have like a live read calendar and there's so many different live reads. And then last night there was not a live read in the first block. It was some video and I had to work with that, which is, I make mistakes all the time, how that's working. I know I got to get a happy hour. But you have to understand I'm like in a whirlwind. And it's not just with all of the different stuff with work. I also have high school soccer players.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. A little bit of NFL news as we meander through the awkward week leading up to Super Bowl week. Just want to remind everybody, though, that when we do talk about the big game, Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune into ESPN 1320 all week long for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. I've not seen anything that makes me think otherwise that Seattle's going to win by multiple scores.
Yeah.
We're 3 days removed from the NFC title game. I'm still waiting to be talked off my initial thoughts on the game, but we'll continue digging into it. Unrelated to the Super Bowl, the 49ers might have kind of a dream scenario happening right now for their offseason. Of course, they lose Robert Saleh, their defensive coordinator, to the Titans, who hired him as their head coach. Salute to Robert Saleh. Hope he does great. They hired Brian Dable as their offensive coordinator. I think that's a great hire for them. But for the 49ers, it looked like all signs were pointing to, Gus Bradley's going to be their new DC, their new defensive coordinator. He was the original defensive coordinator for the Legion of Boom Seahawks. But since then, his defenses in particular have struggled. The other names that were out there were Raheem Morris, Kyle Shanahan's buddy from the time they were in Tampa Bay together. He is interviewing for the Cardinals head coaching job. And then Jim Schwartz was the other name that you heard. Kyle Shanahan has an immense respect for Jim Schwartz. He's always really struggled against Jim Schwartz's defense. And Schwartz, who is under contract, is the Browns' defensive coordinator, still under contract, despite the fact that they fired Kevin Stefanski, their head coach. Jim Schwartz, the DC, still under contract. There was reporting that they were considering hiring Schwartz as their head coach, in part because other head coaches were backing out because the Browns, force you to take a SAT style test or an ACT style test, one of those. You have to take an exam to interview for the head coaching job.
Oh, that's weird.
I'm out. I'd be out immediately. I love my job. I love doing this. If somebody said, hey, To interview for this, you have to take this test. It's like the SAT. Well, I'll go do something else with my life.
I have on that note, I have a friend who they had a job opening and they said, okay, we need writing samples. They had 3 people apply, 3 writing samples. 2 of them were full chat GPT creations, one of which literally the guy didn't even go back through and change the name of the company he was working for, which just kept getting misspelled throughout the essay that he was supposed to turn in. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like,
just write your letter.
Just
write your essay.
Just write your essay, man.
Takes 25 minutes.
Yeah. Wild.
Brutal, dude. So the Browns were also, according to reporting, were saying, hey, Jim Schwartz has got to be your defensive coordinator. And a lot of head coaches were not anti-Jim Schwartz, but were anti being told who they had to have on their coaching staff.
Okay.
So it looked like Schwartz was in line to get this head coaching spot in Cleveland. But then today it was announced that Todd Monken, former Buccaneers, Browns, and Ravens offensive coordinator, is going to be their head coach. And reporting, according to NFL Media's Tom Pelissero, is that Jim Schwartz is pissed.
Yeah.
Not happy about the decision.
He packed all of his stuff into a little box and walked out the door.
Just his paper box full of stuff, his file box, and this lamp. That's all I need.
All I need is paddleball and game, and that's all.
So
classic, the jerk.
Movie reference from me. Look at me go.
Look at that.
Like,
and an old one.
Yeah, man. That's like, what, 2 shows? 2 shows?
Yeah, but that's like
3?
an early 80s Steve Martin classic.
Yeah, shout out to my dad. Made sure I was familiar with the jerk. So the problem that arises now, well, the good news for the 49ers is Schwartz wants to leave Cleveland. And the 49ers have a defensive coordinator vacancy that has been kind to the people who have filled that role. Robert Saleh has been twice hired as a head coach. D'Amico Ryans got hired as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Wilkes and Nick Sorensen didn't work out, but you could see where Schwartz might want to join a team like that, join a team that won 12 games this past year and has some young players, has Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. I'm just interested to see what happens with the Browns contract situation. Do the Browns say, cool, we're going to hold him hostage, you have to trade for him? In which case, how bad do the Niners want him? Are you trading a 3rd-round pick for Jim Schwartz? I don't know if I am. How good do you feel about Gus Bradley? Like, they brought in Gus Bradley to be in the building to understand what they're doing defensively, because it's not just the Pete Carroll system. Yeah, run what you were doing 16 years ago. No, it's not going to be that.
Okay, look, you're too good of a team.
Yes.
If a top tier guy that you believe is top tier and is better than the guy that you have in the building, it does not matter. You hire the right person.
I agree.
They have to, especially like Robert Saleh. They paid a lot for Robert Saleh.
Are you giving up a 2nd-round pick to pry Jim Schwartz away from Cleveland?
There's no way it's going to cost you that for a second. You think it will?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where the line is.
Well, I think that there's a good chance that he's just done there. Like,
but he can't.
But he's under contract.
They just tear up his contract and say, "Okay, Jim, you can go."
Yeah,
we'll fire you.
Yeah, I think at some point you just mutually part ways. Like, I can't imagine like holding him hostage in this situation.
Don't sleep on Browns owner Jimmy Haslam.
Yeah,
they're being awful.
Yeah, they are awful. You're right.
But I'm with you, man. There's the cost. The cost is whatever the cost needs to be if you're the 49ers.
Yeah.
Jim Schwartz would be the best of it. Jim Schwartz is one of the 3 best defensive coordinators in the sport. You wouldn't have to change your defense very much.
No.
You wouldn't have to face him anymore.
I'm all in.
Yeah, dude.
Go get him.
I think a 3rd-round pick is as high as I'd be willing to go.
I'm not giving them a pick. Like, this is a guy who's walking out of their building.
Yeah, but he's under contract.
Yeah, they're going to tear
Sean
up that
Payton
contract.
had retired, and the Broncos had to give up picks to get him from New Orleans.
Do a like offset with his salary, a salary offset, so you're not on the hook for his money. How about that? I don't know.
Fair. Yeah, we'll pay his salary for you, or 75% of it, or whatever.
Yeah, like if he whatever we pay him, you get X amount of dollars of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would feel so much better about the 49ers if they had Jim Schwartz in their building instead of Gus Bradley.
Yeah, just send him. How about you just like buy him? Like, hey, how about we just give you like $2 million? How about that?
Yeah, and
we'll take on his contract and we'll give you an additional $2 million.
Maybe.
You're the Browns, clearly.
Yeah, but that's also they're the Browns. Yeah. They might be like, no, we really wanted Jim Schwartz. He had to be part of this. Like, all right, man. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Not the only coaching news in the NFL. We'll get to the rest. Let's get out to our guy, Mitch in New Jersey. What's up, Mitch?
How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Up?
Great. Well, I tell you, Milwaukee's going to have to do a trade. I guess like Lou Alcindor, he wanted to go to L.A. There weren't any beaches in Milwaukee. She just had to get some players. I don't think we have enough. But I wouldn't let Milwaukee any team I wouldn't let Milwaukee blackmail or hijack us. And just Giannis, I mean, does he want to play for the Dodgers? And you get a ring there next year. They made a good effort these past years in making moves. So you won one ring. Don't be such a baby. That you want to win it again. And with his Belichick, I mean, they have some criminals. I don't want to give his initials in the Hall of Fame, but his initials are OJ. He's in the Hall of Fame, but they couldn't let Belichick in the Hall of Fame. That's ridiculous. Anyway, it's overrated, his Hall of Fame. It's a popularity contest. Well, thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, Mitch.
Thanks, buddy.
You're the best. Stole my thunder on what we're going to talk about next.
Well, it's ridiculous.
It is. Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame on the first ballot's dumb.
Oh, it's dumb.
So dumb. We've jumped the shark. We've jumped the shark with Hall of Fames.
We have, but
Hall of Fame voters feel too much power. They have too much power.
I agree.
Barry Bonds is a gosh darn Hall of Famer, okay? He is. You can hate him. You can love him. Look, here's if Barry Bonds had been had George Kittle's personality. George Kittle, very good with media.
Yep.
Very friendly, on the record, off the record. Media doing a charity thing. He is autographing stuff and giving it to him. He is the man when it comes to media. If Barry Bonds acts like that, he's in the Hall of Fame. That's facts.
Yeah.
But you have media people who are like, no, he was mean to us. And people can say Spygate. They can say Deflategate, which is a hoax. You can, and I don't like Bill Belichick. I never wanted Bill Belichick and the Patriots to succeed. I don't care. I don't like, but what I care about is just these voting processes. Like Bill Belichick didn't get in because he was short and gruff with the media. That's why he's not in. And that bothers me.
Yeah. I think whether we like him or not as a person, his record, how many Super Bowl champions? Six.
Bill Belichick has as many Super Bowls as the team with the most Super Bowls.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that Jerry Jones is in the Hall of Fame, but Robert Kraft isn't.
Come on.
Like the whole thing is, I get it. Maybe you're holding some grudge against what's going to happen when Tom Brady becomes available. Are you not just going to put Tom Brady in the Hall of Fame too?
Yeah, he was part of Spygate and Deflategate.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
All the Patriots, who played in those games, who allegedly benefited from this cheating.
Yeah. I'm kind of here for it because I think it just it trumps up. And like, look, you finished almost every show here that we've done on the Insiders with drink water and be nice to people.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Bill Belichick. Like he might drink water. I don't know. I'm going to guess he doesn't drink water, but he's certainly not nice to people. And so it does matter at the end of the day, but he's a Hall of Famer. He's going to get in. So I guess that's the one thing I would point to. Like, I don't really care because he's going to get in, whether it's next year, whether it's the year after. But I do think that there has to be accountability for this. Like, this is a first ballot Hall of Fame dude.
Come on. Like, what?
Yeah.
I will note though, because I think this is an interesting fun fact that I like to put out there. Not the same, but just follow me. How many ballots do you think it took Joe DiMaggio to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame? Joe DiMaggio.
It should have taken one.
It took 3.
Oh my goodness.
This is dumb. That's why it's stupid.
Yeah.
There's Bill Belichick's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
That it took 2 ballots to get there doesn't change how good of a Hall of Famer he is. Nobody cares once you're in.
Mhm.
Nobody says, yeah, that guy's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, but it took him 3 tries. No. That doesn't matter. Once you're in the hall, you're in the hall. You get your gold jacket. You got your bust in Canton. You're there.
Mhm.
That's what matters. And Bill Belichick is going to be there someday. I'm bothered by the writers. I'm bothered by whatever this process is that makes people go, I have the power to stick it to Bill Belichick in some way here. And that sucks.
And it also feels like they grouped up to do it.
Yes.
Like they coordinated this as a strike against Bill Belichick. Because if it's just one guy, you don't want to be the one guy who doesn't vote for him and now you're like a pariah and need to have your vote taken from you.
But that's like there's one guy who didn't vote for Ichiro.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
like, well, you just can't be unanimous. Go to hell.
Yeah, you
Is he a Hall of Famer? Yes or no? Do your vote.
And like stats wise, like surefire first ballot Hall of Famer.
Without question.
Yeah.
Ugh. TC's on the line. We'll get to TC. We'll get back into the Kings. Has Maxime Raynaud hit a rookie wall? And what does that mean for him and the Kings? We'll talk about that in the second hour on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, Jesse, give me 1 second. I need to
Press buttons. Man, I would like to tell you yes, but Zach LaVine isn't stupid. Like, he's not. Yeah, I don't see any way that Zach LaVine opts out of his contract. The only way is if he knows he's got like a 3-year, $100 million waiting for him. And maybe there will be that deal out there. Secure. What's the beef with Doug and Mike? It's complicated. Interpersonal disagreements. Yeah. Mike was asked to take Doug on as a coach. And he said yes. And then, Mike brought in all of his people and they were a little cliquey. And then Doug is the last man standing. And I think that plays into it. It's complicated. Have you asked?
Hang on. Sorry. First day.
Are we back?
Yeah, we are. KKDO might not be.
Yeah, I put the board live and then.
No, I'm just kidding, Jennifer.
I'm looking at the
No,
charts.
that was a
now.
joke. Yeah.
I accidentally put the KKDO board in.
Yeah, John, it's way different. He's way meaner. He comes out. He hangs out less in the studio because he has like meetings and stuff like that. He says he sucks.
Yeah, Zach, I'll still be around. So you can ask your questions, whether they're fun or not. You can ask your questions.
think you know a guy, then becomes a boss.
See? Been saving the fun questions. Wait, there are fun questions? Who came in at that one point? Kyle?
What?
Who came in the door at that one point?
Oh, Mark.
Just like while we're on the air?
Promotions guy, yeah. I don't know what he wanted.
Shout out, Mark.
Lucky he
Big Mark guy.
Didn't get his beard caught in the door, sneaking back out. Wait, did you give me a fake trade?
Did
don't know
I?
what said. No, not you.
Oh.
No, I'm
I
like,
got 2 in the rundown. Here we go. Oh, great. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Let's take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Just a reminder, starting Monday, new lineup, Unsportsmanlike, 3 to 7 a.m. It's ESPN's morning show. It's fantastic. The Jump with myself, Kyle Madsen, and Jesse Tapia, 7 to 9 a.m. 9 to noon is the man, the myth, the legend, Rich Eisen. Noon to 2, The Jump Rewind. It'll be a replay of the morning show in case you're not up that early. We would totally understand. And then D-Lo and KC is in the afternoon drive from 2 to 6. Anything you missed from there, we'll have Run It Back 6 to 7. James Ham, our Kings Insider, will be joining D-Lo and KC regularly. He'll be joining the morning show when there's not a back-to-back. And the Locked On Kings podcast, available wherever you get your podcast, and, of course, on YouTube at Locked On Kings. Make sure you get the Sacramento Kings one, by the way.
yeah, because there is an LA Kings.
I subscribed and unsubscribed very quickly to an LA Kings podcast on accident.
I would not even know what to
James Ham going over his like top 5 Jonathan Quick moments or something.
You're just a big Andrzej Kopitar guy.
You two are speaking Swahili right now.
The two,
I have no idea.
That's the 2 LA Kings I've got. I think there's another one. There might be another one.
All I can remember is Luke Robitaille and Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, Wayne Gretzky, LA Kings legend. So that's the new lineup starting on Monday. Fired up to continue growing this station. All right, let's get out to our guy TC on the nope, not just the regular phone line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We've talked Kings trades. We've talked Giannis trades. We've talked Jim Schwartz and his availability as the 49ers defensive coordinator. I can't wait to see what TC wants to talk about. Go ahead, TC.
Hey, so I got a trade with the Spurs, right? But before we do that, we gonna cross over a little bit with the Niners. Give me a minute, Jeff. First, let me stop. What's up, Kyle and Hammer? What's up, bros? My bad.
TC,
What's happening?
You're the best. Go ahead.
Hey, so Jim Schwartz, bro, like that should be the number one move. If you want to win a championship and you all about it, Kyle, right? Genius with the John Lynch, go after Schwartz. Schwartz has Kyle's number anyway. Why not get him in the building and we can go win a Super Bowl, right? And then Kyle, that's another story for another day, Kyle. But that guy should be number one on that list right now. We should get breaking news. Breaking news, he's the next Niners defensive coordinator. If he's not, then I don't know what to tell you. This trade is crazy, but it makes sense. Really think about it, Ham. Kyle, give me a minute. Jesse, you too. So I got Spurs. I got Malik. Listen, I got Malik Monk. It's not going to be a fan favorite. Malik Monk and Nick Clifford. Both the first round pick next year. I think one of them is business anyway, but they can have ours and that pick back. So they get both our picks next year and both of our second round picks this year for Stephon Castle and Sohan. The reason I'm doing that trade, right? Not only are you getting young cats to move on with your generation, but also you get your future point guard and you get your future power forward if you want to go Sohan. I know you got to sign him, but what was he making? $7 million? You can get a 2 or 3, 4-year deal done with Sohan moving forward. You're killing not one bird, but 2 birds with 1 stone, if that makes sense.
Wait.
Why the Spurs do it?
Yeah, TC, who are the Kings sending again?
Malik Monk and Nick Clifford. Damn.
That wasn't me. That was him. Like that was all right.
Cold-blooded.
I don't think the Spurs are doing that one.
Okay,
They said, who
so
are they sending again? And he went, boom.
I'm just gonna. Okay, so
Yeah, good. No, please, you go.
Yeah, James, take the floor.
Please.
Clean this up.
De'Aaron Fox vetoes that trade
Why?
Oh,
Why? What happened?
because he doesn't.
Like
He's-
Nate Clifford?
He's not gonna green light a Malik Monk to the San Antonio Spurs trade.
I don't think the Spurs are gonna green light that trade for Stephon
Gonna
Castle.
say, what the
They're
hell?
not either. Well, he was saying 2 first-round picks and 2 seconds.
2 firsts. Well, their own first and the Kings first
Yeah.
for Malik Monk and Nate Clifford, along with 2 second-round picks this year. Yeah, the Spurs aren't doing that.
Now, hey,
There's questions about whether the Spurs would include Stephon Castle in a Giannis trade. Come on.
I will say this: there is enough. There's rumors there that Sohan wants out. I think I read yesterday that they are looking at that they have given his agent the green light to find him a potential new landing spot. I personally, if I'm the Kings, I'm calling on Sohan, and I'm seeing if I could do a Keon Ellis and Dario Saric with a second-round pick for Sohan. Sohan has not played that much this season. He's averaging 13 minutes a game. He's only played in 27 of their games, and I would definitely bring him in.
Yeah, production has declined sharply. Minutes have declined sharply. Games played has declined sharply. Was a full-time starter in 22-23. Started 53 of 56. Started 73 of 74. And then 23 of 54 and hasn't started a game this year.
Yeah, and he's 22 years old. So, like,
That's
again,
crazy.
in his 4th season, I would take him over Kuminga any day of the week because I don't think it's going to cost you much to extend him. And when you trade for him, you get his rookie scale. He's a restricted free agent.
Mhm.
So I'm all in on that because I think he's one of those underappreciated players that could have a really good impact on your franchise.
Yeah, and a player who at one point they were wondering if they could run the point for him.
Yeah.
Like he's a versatile player who I 22 years old. Yeah, man. If there's a way to go get him, then sure.
Yeah.
I'm not. I think the Stephon Castle thing. I think that would be a non-starter. I don't think the Spurs have any interest in dealing Stephon Castle.
And you know why? Because
good?
First of all, he's really good. But secondly, there's this guy named Giannis who might get traded. And it might take something like a Stephon Castle to get you Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Right.
You're not going to give him up in some deal to get Malik Monk.
Right.
And draft picks.
Correct.
They don't care about draft picks. They're the number 2 seed in the West.
Yep.
And they have a bunch of draft picks already.
Correct.
So, sorry, TC. I get it.
I like the Jeremy Sohan idea, though.
Yeah, go get
don't
Sohan
hate
right
that at
now.
all.
I'd go get Sohan right now. This is one of those moves where we've heard in the past, oh, this so-and-so is available. Yeah, go get him.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't have any reason not to.
Yeah.
If it's not going to be super expensive, and he's out of the rotation there.
Yeah, I mean, see if they'll take Devin Carter for him, and you give up a second-round pick. See if there's some where they get to at least kick the tires on Devin Carter for a year. Maybe that's a possibility. Again, I don't know.
Devin Carter being traded to a team that has Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper would be brutal.
Yeah. It
Here
would,
you go,
but,
man. Enjoy.
I mean, you're going to need a 4th, a 5th guard. I mean,
sure. Devin Vassell's there. That'd be
Yeah.
really funny. If
It
that's
would.
where he winds
It
up
would.
landing. Yeah, don't hate the Jeremy Sohan idea one bit. Has Maxime Raynaud hit the rookie wall? And then I have a question off of that. You're dialed into the Kings as much as anybody. So I would like to ask, because I think he has. It looks very much like Maxime Raynaud. The what's the word I'm looking for? Not production. What is it? Development arc. His development arc has dipped dramatically.
yeah, this happens with every rookie There,
Just
like
about.
so seldom is there a rookie who plays through his whole entire rookie season and doesn't have major dip in production for a short amount of time.
Yep.
Right now, we're looking at the last 7 games. Max Raynaud is shooting 33.3% from the field.
Mm-hmm.
And people are, oh, it's because of Domas. He's averaging 18.7 minutes per game.
Mhm.
Now, I will say this. Part of it might be the fact that about halfway through this stretch, he went to the bench and Domas stepped in the starting lineup. So all of a sudden, it's not Russell Westbrook throwing him passes. It's Dennis Schroeder or it's Malik Monk. So that's going to be like, that's a possibility that it's had a major impact just because they're not hitting him in the right spot. But even when they were home, you could see he started to come up short on the little jump hook and he started to get frustrated with himself.
Yep.
And you're like, what's going on here? I watched him play last night and I thought, oh my gosh, he looks exhausted. He's holding on by a thread. His hair's all over the place. You're like, the dude looks disheveled. And also he looks like it's gotten to him a little bit that he's not finding success.
Yeah.
Especially for a super, super, super high achieving, super smart kid
Mhm.
who has found nothing but success, even at Stanford, where he has a degree in mathematics and computer science.
Mhm.
We're talking about a brilliant human being who probably through much of his life has not had a lack of success in anything that he's done. All of a sudden he's feeling it.
Yeah.
And so it's tough, but at the same time, I'm also going to add in the other piece. I think Russell Westbrook has hit a veteran wall. And I didn't know that this was such a thing, but I'm watching
We're
him.
making this up.
Although no, because we have talked about Malik Monk hitting a veteran wall multiple times where he goes like a 4-week or a 3-week stretch where he can't hit anything. Russell Westbrook over the last week and a half has just been, I mean, it's bad. Like he's averaging 3.9 turnovers per game over his last like 9.
It's not great.
No, it's just like ugly. Like, what are you doing? Watching him play last night was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and it's the nature of the turnovers because that just comes with how Russell Westbrook plays a little bit. But in this setting, you would hope that there's okay, hang on, slow this thing down. It's really clear that nobody really knows what they're doing. So many of his turnovers are just generated out of chaos.
Yeah.
And trying to manufacture something out of nothing. And I think you would hope that your veteran Hall of Famer would adapt his game accordingly, and he just has not.
Yeah, it's weird how inserting Domantas Sabonis back in the lineup has had this weird ripple effect with multiple players.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guy has always been, if nothing else, really easy to play with.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are, he's a player who makes other players better, typically. And watching this team kind of just splinter, we were talking about it. I talked about it on the podcast last night. The Kings now, after last night, on this season, they have an 8-game losing streak. They have a 7-game losing streak. They have a 6-game losing streak. They have a 5-game losing streak. They have a 4-game losing streak. They have a 3-game losing streak. The only thing they don't have at this point is a 2-game losing streak. They have multiple 1-game losing streaks. But I have never covered. I've covered a horrible franchise for 16 years, who's had like 3 good seasons and realistically 2.5 good seasons in their entire 16 years that I've covered them. I've never seen a team that has this type of losing streaks like this. That is crazy.
Yeah, they haven't lost back-to-back games and then won. They either lose one or a bunch.
A bunch. Yeah.
Yikes, man.
Talk about letting go of the rope.
Yesterday sucked.
It did.
It was so fun. DeMar DeRozan, we talked about it. We talked about, the Garden. When, man, there's just something about it. And DeMar DeRozan goes in there. He's lighting it up. It's like, man, the Kings going to beat the Knicks twice this year. Oh, boy, that would be fun. And then the fourth quarter started, and they just quit. I shouldn't say they quit. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. It was as if they just went, all right, that's enough. Switch off.
72 to 72 after 3 quarters, and then you get bombed.
31-15 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Really, I'll tell you what it looked like. DeMar DeRozan backpacked an entire team for 36 minutes, and then the weight of the players around him got too much, and he could no longer backpack them at 36 years old.
Yeah. Well, and that's this is such a deeper, because with the Kings, we know it's not, you can't evaluate them the way you evaluate most basketball teams. That's just what happens every game. It feels like they reach some point where, hey, they let go of the rope, but also what they do is not sustainable, particularly offensively. DeMar DeRozan hitting a bunch of shots. Russell Westbrook going 6 of 8 from 3 is not an offense. That's just the guys made some shots. There's no, oh, shoot, the Knicks are on a 10-0 run. Okay, let's go to this set. Let's go to where we know we can get a bucket. It's, hey, DeMar, bailout? No, not this time. Oh, shoot. Okay. Russ, bailout? Oh, turnover. Oh, no.
I have a confession to make, but we can do it after the break.
That's a great tease on ESPN 1320 Sacramento sports leader.
No. Dalton Connect isn't good. I would do a Devin Carter for Dalton Connect swap. That's fine. But Keon is an asset. Dalton Connect is not.
That's it.
It's like the guy hasn't played well at all. And he got like an opportunity, but again, can't hit a 3 when he got the opportunity. Like I had some interest in him coming out of college, but at this point, it's tough. I would not take him. I think the guy that I'm really bummed out, and even this isn't that big of a deal, but that I think would have been such a good pick for the Kings was Tristan da Silva. 6'8" small forward.
No.
18th pick in the draft. You have 5 picks before they drafted Devin Carter. He's averaging 9 points and 3.4 rebounds and shooting 37.6 from 3. But, I think that he's a guy that probably has more game. What's the timetable for Keegan's return? Keegan was put out 3 to 4 weeks on January 6th. So we passed the 3-week mark yesterday. So we're in the window for reevaluation. He's with the team, and I just talked about this the other day. I wouldn't doubt, just because I think like in the next week things are going to happen. There's going to be trades. There's going to be chaos. Like, why not just keep Keegan out until after the All-Star break? Because it might be like 1 or 2 extra games. So that's where I'm at with Keegan. Yeah, I don't doubt this, but you're a professional basketball player. Like, move on. Like, your feelings got hurt. That was a long time ago. You have every opportunity to get back into the fold there, and he just hasn't had a good time.
The reason I think you could go do a Dalton Connect for Devin Carter move is the Leafs Connect plays a position where you can see the floor. Even if he's not good.
Yeah.
You could at least see.
Well, I feel the same way with Devin Carter. Like, there's a possibility he gets on the floor there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there'd also be an adjustment. Like, someone would have a conversation with him. Man, someone brought up Kevin Huerter, so I just went and looked at Kevin Huerter. 11 points per game. He's shooting 31.1% from 3.
Mike Brown killed his confidence.
Yeah, it's all Mike Brown's
because
fault.
He wasn't going to have him start a preseason game. That was it.
Because they allowed him to go to All-Star weekend. What do you question? Any word on MPJ?
Sounds like the Nets don't want to move him.
Well, yeah, but the Kings have never been one of the teams that are involved.
Oh, I thought that was just somebody asking if there was anything about MPJ.
Yeah, like
I know they liked him before the draft.
They did, and that was years ago. And then they got his medicals and said, "No, we wouldn't spend a second-round pick on him."
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
We were going to pull our office Super Bowl squares live on air, but now we're not.
Oh, okay.
Like, what, are people working or something?
Oh, that's weird.
People aren't waiting on us hand and foot to do bits. Ugh.
I didn't even fire up the computers because I didn't believe they were going to show up.
Ridiculous. I was going to have fun with that. But anyways.
Yeah.
James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle. You had something to say before the break. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching the game last night, and I was watching DeMar DeRozan.
The Kings game, yeah.
Yeah, the Kings game. Kings losing to the Knicks. What was it, 113 to what?
87?
No, it wasn't 113. It was 106, 87?
103, 87.
103, 87.
93.2 was the pace in that game. Anyways, go on.
Yeah, as I was watching, I just kept getting this feeling that, like, things got tough here in Sacramento this year. And it's ugly and it's horrible to watch, and it's not good basketball under any stretch of the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been tough on DeMar DeRozan over the past because I don't think his style fits the Kings, what the Kings wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what the Kings want anymore on the offensive end. And I will say, my goodness, what a pro. I've never questioned whether he's like a pro's pro, but when you're going out there and the rest of your team is just not playing at all. Defensively, they were really good last night, which is a weird thing, but they can't find any sort of offensive flow. They can't do anything good. But to have a guy out there who's 36 years old in his 17th NBA season and is looking at Father Time and square in the eyes and knowing that he does not have much time left in the league. And for him to go out there and be such a pro and put the ball in the bucket and give you someone you can count on, even amongst the chaos, is really, really like commendable. So like massive respect for DeMar DeRozan. Again, I've as a person, I like DeMar. I think he's a good dude. But as a basketball player, it's been so much of the ISO stuff that it's just painful to watch sometimes. But with this team not having any other options, and, again, Zach LaVine and Malik Monk and Keegan Murray are all out. And you see this dude just going out there, 34 points. Like, it's just crazy to watch. Yeah. And so just a big shout out to DeMar, because at the end of the day, like, this team, you think, oh, it couldn't get worse. If they didn't have DeMar DeRozan, it would be so much worse right now.
Way worse.
Like, you saw it last night. There are not enough scoring options on this team. You take away Malik Monk, you take away Zach LaVine, and it's like the only guy that can create for himself at this point is DeMar. And then whatever the heck we're watching from Russell Westbrook. And it's just like, I don't even know what to say. Like, half the time it's like ill-advised shots or just flat out turnover after turnover, live ball turnovers. And not even like crazy ones, just like, oh my gosh, he just gave the ball away. What just happened? It's wild to watch.
Russell Westbrook, 14 points, was the Kings' second leading scorer last night. He did 19 shots to get his 14 points.
6 of 19.
6 of 19. Domantas Sabonis, 5 of 10, 11 points. Those are the only Kings to reach double figures. And then there's DeMar, 13 of 26, 1 for 7 from 3. That's ugly, but 34 points.
Yeah. The hesitation 3. Thanks, Sacktown, Tony. Bring up the hesitation 3. I don't understand it. It's
2 of 9 from 3 for Westbrook last night.
Yeah, somebody needs to figure out how many times the hesitation 3 doesn't go.
The Kings made 5 3-pointers in an NBA game.
They shot less than 17%. 16.4, I think is what it was. Yeah, 5 of 30 from
Ridiculous. 3. I'm looking something up because I feel like this happens a lot. But it might just be happening recently. Okay, yeah. This is why you look up statistics before you make a point. Because I was going to make the point, like, man, it really seems like the Kings in the second half just let go of the rope. They just get steamrolled in these second halves. Defensively, they're brutal, but they actually give up fewer points in the second half than they do in the first half.
Hey, I thought, like, defensively, it was really cool to watch. And, like, I talked about this again last night, but the rookies, like, you watch, Nick Clifford gets another start. You can tell, like, he's a little awestruck by the moment because he's in Madison Square Garden for the first time. Well, I don't know if he played in college, but I'm going to guess he didn't, going to Colorado and Colorado State.
I think so.
So when you're watching him play, you're like, oh, man, this is a big moment. And he had some moments where you're like, okay, that's not going to fly. But defensively, I thought he was really good. He went in, grabbed a couple of rebounds early. I thought he was going to have a big rebound night, and then he finishes with 3. I'm like, what in the world? But then I watched Max Raynaud, and I'm like, oh, this moment is just way too big for where he's at today. Like, maybe 3 weeks ago, he would have walked in there and had a great game, but his confidence is a little shot right now. You can tell. And then I watched Dylan Cardwell just go out there and, like, I am Dylan Cardwell.
I don't think he could play on Mars. And he would just He'd be like, wow, we're on Mars. And Dylan would be like, oh, lefty layup.
I don't think he ever looks up and realizes like where he's at or gets starstruck or anything else. He just went out there and again, a kid who averaged 5 rebounds a game in college, grabs 10 rebounds, blocks 2 shots.
Makes you wonder what the hell they're doing down there at Auburn.
Yeah.
Figure it out, guys.
Yeah. They just love their defensive players.
I kind of wonder if it's better for Maxime Raynaud. We were talking about his confidence and that rookie wall. I wonder if it's better that he gets to sit now and doesn't have to start, gets to watch Sabonis operate, gets to watch how an opponent is operating, and then gets to go in and kind of ease his way into the game that way.
Mm-hmm.
And get to sit on the bench and talk to coaches and talk to veterans and try and kind of get his arms around the thing that is keeping him from kind of continuing his development arc.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it worse that, man, he started to hit the rookie wall right as Domas came back, and now Domas is back in the starting lineup, and it feels like a demotion, or it can feel like a demotion.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Domas came back, and hey, you're not playing great, so here, you're going to go to the bench. And it's because Sabonis is an all-star, all-NBA caliber player, and Maxime Raynaud is a rookie. That's how it works. But I do wonder if, hey, would it be better for him if he was still playing, if he's going to just play 30 minutes a night? Or is it better for him to sit and go, okay, let me take a breath, because he got thrust into action probably way quicker than he thought he would, or the team thought he would.
Yeah, anyone thought.
And now he gets to finally catch his breath as an NBA player? Or is it what I just said, where he's like, well, have 3 bad games and all of a sudden I'm on the bench? I kind of wonder what's going on internally there.
Yeah, I think Max is going to be fine. I just think this is part of the process. It's part of the process of being a rookie and becoming part of, the NBA family. I also think I could imagine that he was pretty bummed out that he didn't get invited to the Rising Stars Challenge, which, to be honest, is a huge snub. I agree. Hang on. That can't be why he's not playing well. I refuse to give him that. Well, yeah, but that can get in your head. But also that sucks. It feels like he's being punished for being on the Kings. Yep, I agree. 2 years in a row, not a single person at All-Star Weekend? Yeah, it's wild. Not a representative? Yeah. I get it. Like, I get it to an extent. But Maxime Raynaud's been really good. Yeah, I think so too. And he can't get a nod for the Rising Stars Challenge? Come on, man. Yeah, that didn't make any sense to me. And like, look, I think that there's going to be a game here, in the next couple of games that he just kind of has a breakout game again. And you're like, all right, he's back. Mm-hmm. He's totally fine. Again, if they go up against Philly tomorrow night, if Philly isn't going to run Embiid out there or Max is going to play when Embiid's off the court, I think you could see him have a really good game. Boston, like, could he go up against Luka Garza coming off the bench and have a really good game? Yeah, that's an easy one. The Wizards, yeah, could he beat up on Marvin Alex Bagley? Starr. Yeah, Marvin Bagley as their bench big. Mm-hmm. You just need one of these games for him to sort of get his confidence back and away he goes. But you also, if you're a player for this team, you need to start looking at ways to help Max get a couple of easy looks and kind of open the sink back up. Because even, I think, was it last night's game or the game on Sunday, he missed like 3 bunnies. Like, you can just see it's in his head. And that's okay. He'll be fine. I just, like, I don't want to dwell on it as if it's like this is like the beginning of the end. The league has adjusted to Max Raynaud. Career's over. He had a good run. I will say, though, it's really easy to key in on the Sacramento Kings if DeMar DeRozan is the only weapon, and you're watching Dennis Schroeder go 1 of 8 from the field, and you're watching Russell Westbrook go 6 of 19 from the field. It's like, you don't have to key in on anybody. You just play your man straight up, and that's where basketball becomes much more difficult. You don't even have to switch with this team. Yeah. Makes you wonder if teams are going to start Keon Ellis. They're going to have to key on Ellis. Makes you wonder. Hang on, there's a joke here. You're workshopping it. If he was on the court, teams, because he shoots the 3 so well, teams would have to key on Ellis. Is that it?
All right, that's fine. Moving on. James Ham there. I'm Kyle. We're the insiders. I have fake trades.
Let's hear it.
We love a fake trade on this program. Shout out to Will Z, writer for the Kings Sports Illustrated site. Wrote this one and sent it to me. He's like, hey, I know you like a fake trade, so here you go. Like a dog with a bone. I'm like, yeah. Kings get, unless it's what TC said earlier. Jokes. Anyways, the Kings receive in this fake trade proposed by our buddy Will Z. The Kings get Darius Garland. We're back in the Darius Garland business.
Oh, boy.
The Cavs in this deal get DeMar DeRozan,
okay,
Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and a top 14 protected, so lottery protected Kings 2029 first round pick. If that's what it takes to get Darius Garland, I'm in.
Yeah,
I feel the same way about Ja Morant.
Yeah, I'd be in.
Different, not apples to apples comparisons, but in terms of what you're getting with each player or what type of player they are. But if that's the cost to get a player like Darius Garland in your building, who might just be, again, we talk about any trade we're gonna discuss until Paolo Banchero becomes available, like that. that player's going to have some kind of warts. There's going to be something that you're like, and that's why they're being traded.
Yeah.
But can you get that player in your building and maybe see a leap from them in a different role or in a different system, whatever it is? And Darius Garland's a player I'd be willing to bet on, especially if that's going to be the price.
Yeah, I like Darius Garland. I mean, he is your standard, like, undersized point guard, 6'1". But this team, he just turned 26. This team needs a point guard so bad. It's ridiculous. And so I think you have to be cautious about how you're throwing around your picks when you're not a very good team, because by the time you get to 2029, Darius Garland might not be on the team anymore. And that's a tough thing to deal with if you're giving up a pick and you're going to be bad. And, so I would always be a little cautious there. But I worry a little bit about injuries with him. He's had a litany of injuries, like small stuff throughout his career. But he also, it just doesn't seem like he's fitting perfectly there. And I don't know that DeMar fits in perfect or anything else, but that's something I would at least listen to if I were the Kings.
Yeah, and Will Z, who's hanging out with us at youtube.com/ESPN1320, did note that there's cap relief involved here for Cleveland as well. So they're getting some cap relief with a player who may or may not fit what they're doing with Donovan Mitchell. If that's the price for Darius Garland, yeah, man. Like, do that. That's a career 38.6% three-point shooter. He's 19 points a night. He's 7 assists a night. Yeah, give me that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down.
I have another one. This one's insane. I have another fake trade.
Okay.
So my guy, Frankly Floyd. As far as I know, Frankly Floyd just hangs out on the Spot Track trade machine all day.
Yeah.
And drums them up. This is insane. I'm doing this one for the bit. 4-teamer.
4-team trade. Love it.
Lock in, everybody. Atlanta is going to get Domantas Sabonis and Keon Ellis. Atlanta is going to get... Hang on, where is it?
Atlanta gets Sabonis and Keon.
Atlanta gets Sabonis and Keon. Yeah, excuse me, sorry. San Antonio is going to get Vit Krejci and Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh.
The Kings are going to get... I'll leave the Kings for last. Milwaukee gets Dennis Schroeder, Dario Saric, De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, Jeremy Sohan, San Antonio's 2026 first, San Antonio's 2027 first via Atlanta, so Atlanta's 2027 first, the Spurs 2029 first, where they have a swap with Milwaukee.
Okay.
So Milwaukee's getting their 2029 pick back, and the 2031 swap rights with Milwaukee's picks, so Milwaukee again getting control of their 2031 pick back. The Kings in this deal, I'm so sorry, everybody, get Kristaps Porzingis, Zachary Risache, Kyle Kuzma, Cole Anthony, and the Spurs 2026 first round pick.
Well, the Spurs 2026
Hang on, I might have read
pick?
this wrong. Hang on.
is with Milwaukee.
I might have put it down in the wrong place. Pause.
Okay. Okay. Like, hey,
I don't.
I could simplify this trade for you.
Please.
Here's a simpler version of this trade. The Atlanta Hawks send Kristaps Porzingis, Zach Ricochet, and the Cavs first-round pick to the Sacramento Kings for Domantas Sabonis and Keon Ellis. Done.
Who does what?
Porzingis, Ricochet, and the Cavs first-round pick in this year's draft for Sabonis and Keon Ellis.
Yeah, do that.
Because that's much simpler.
I'm in there.
And I think...
And I don't think the Spurs in that entire deal, I wanted to read it because I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
But they're not doing De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, a million first. I don't think they're in the Giannis business like that right now.
No, I do think that they would have to give up Castle or Harper in
I
any
agree.
deal.
I agree.
They would have to give up a boatload of first-round picks.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't disagree. I don't think they would do that right now.
Yeah.
That's why I said I would wait till the summer if I'm Milwaukee, because maybe if the Spurs flame out spectacularly, maybe they'd be more willing to include all the things that that you just started listing. But if that's all, yeah, you can get a first-round pick from Cleveland with Ricochet and Porzingis.
Yeah, Porzingis, who's expiring.
$30 million expiring.
Yeah.
It's a lot of expiring money. Yeah, man, that is the dream.
Yeah.
First round picks, expiring contracts. Yeah. I would do that.
Yeah, Porzingis 30.7. Ricochet is actually this works totally. Is at 13 million this year, 13.8 million next year.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts you at 43 this year, going out almost 44.
Hell yeah.
That deal absolutely works financially. I don't even
call it in. Call it in.
Yeah.
Speaking of calling it in, we're gonna get D'Lo and KC in here for the handoff. They're gonna join us next on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. I have to go get my water. I'm also gonna throw.
Yeah, could you guys imagine a Wemby Giannis pairing? Especially if you're able to keep I think you can keep Castle or Harper in that trade. I don't know, like it would come down to which one they like better, which one the Bucks like better, But I do think that San Antonio makes just a ton of sense. And I also think San Antonio's been waiting for this moment, because they have all these expiring contracts. They have these or contracts that are movable. So yeah, you could do Vassell, the expiring contract of Harrison Barnes, the expiring contract of Kelly Olynyk, and you've already got the money match. Now, do you give up Harper or do you give up Castle? And I think they would probably prefer, San Antonio probably prefer to give up Harper, but his ceiling is so incredibly high. And then they have a ton of first-round picks. I don't think OKC is going to go after Giannis. I think they like the vibe of what they're doing. And I also think they're just like cocky enough to think that they can beat anybody. It doesn't matter where Giannis goes. Yeah, if I'm the Bucks, I'm asking for Castle, not for Harper. Man, Harper's not even 20 yet.
That's so crazy. Jeremy Sohan being only 22 is messing me up. Yeah.
No, if you're getting Giannis.
Were you listening to TC's trade earlier? Yeah, but it's for Malik Monk and Neat Clifford, though.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh.
There's Malik Monk, Neat Clifford, the Kings. The Kings 2027 first, The Spurs get their own 2027 first back and 2 second-round picks.
Bro, I hear you.
Jess, give me a minute. Jess, give me a minute.
Jesse in the back. Let me cook.
Bro, I already said it.
Kyle.
I already said it, bro.
Hammer.
If you don't want to be here, we're not doing that no more, bro. Don't be here.
What you got going on today?
I'm hosting the 3rd annual Chamber of Commerce
Oh, hell yeah.
Comedy Summit.
Sick. Really cool.
Honorees. Dusty Baker, one of the honorees.
Hey, oh,
Nice.
I did not realize he was managing a World Baseball Classic team. Can't wait. World Baseball Classic is going to be electric.
He absolutely cannot retire.
Yeah,
He's like,
they
I'm
just-
done.
They just keep
Nicaragua
dragging you
calls
back
her like,
in.
hey, we need a manager. He's like,
Man.
I'm back in.
Man. See what kind of
Does it mean I've got to go to Nicaragua? I don't know.
No, games are in Miami.
occasionally.
That's crazy.
I think he went to Nicaragua, came back, and came in here. No, he came in here before he went. He came in here, saw us, and then immediately left. All right, man. Well, safe travels.
Should we all get hats?
Nicaragua hats.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'm checking the roster right now.
Oh man. Damn, I feel like I know
Carlos
one or
Teller.
two of the players. No, I guess I don't. I thought I did.
There's a dude named Chase.
Nicaraguan.
If your name is Chase, all you can do is play baseball.
or volleyball.
Oh.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos. D'Lo's here. KC's here. Maybe it's not. Is it Paraguay?
What?
Because according to, sorry, let me fill everybody in.
Okay.
We're talking about the World Baseball Classic because
I love the World
Dusty
Baseball.
Baker of Baker Family Wines is managing a World Baseball Classic team.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not on the coaches roster for Nicaragua. Is it a
Weird. He is their
different
coach,
team?
though.
Is he a coach?
I've always heard it was the Nicaraguan.
Yes.
Maybe that's just their website mistake or something.
Manager of team.
He's
Oh,
definitely
it's the
leaving.
2026. That was the 2025 group.
Mm.
I just don't think it's updated yet. All right.
That's like
right.
kind of
Johnny B. Baker Jr.
Kind of reminds me of like Nolan Richardson when he coached the Mexican national team.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of when Tom Cruise starred in the movie The Mexican.
What? Wait a
No,
minute.
Brad
Tom
Pitt.
Cruise. Yeah, Tom Cruise was the last of the samurais.
Yes, correct.
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
it
that's
was.
it.
Yeah, that was
Brad Pitt was
the
the
Mexican.
the Mexican.
Yeah.
All right, man.
James Gandolfini,
Yeah.
Julia Roberts.
And shoot, who was Soul Man? C. Thomas Howell. C. Thomas Howell was Soul Man.
Does Al Pacino get put in this? Being Scarface?
Oh, that was.
Oh yeah, he was the
so-
original Razor Ramon.
Wait, he's not Cuban?
Al Pacino was the original Razor Ramon. Scarface was a white dude named Al.
Scarface was actually Italian.
One of the great lines of any movie. Say hello to my little friends.
Oh yeah.
Really
Yeah,
good.
it was
Yeah.
great movie. I mean, the bathtub scene. Well, the one where he's killing somebody in the bathtub.
Oh,
that's,
man.
that's a lot.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't say it's a great movie.
It's a classic.
It's a
movie.
classic, yeah.
It's a classic.
not
It is a
like-
classic.
Oh, man,
It's
it was
one of
not
those ones-
great.
It was one of those
It's
ones
good.
that I
It's
finally
not
watched.
great.
It's one of those ones that I finally was like, this
You know what?
This is it?
You know what ruined
this
it
the
for
movie?
me? When we were at KSFM, we'd run classic. The first run at KSFM, we'd run classics at that Arden Fair.
Mhm.
Not the one across,
UA
but the
joint?
actual. Yeah.
The Birdcage. Oh, no.
No.
No, no.
At Arden
Yeah.
Fair, but
Yeah.
we did Scarface. That in the theaters was a bitch. It was so long, and then scenes like that are like, oh.
Yeah, that was tough. That was
Like,
tough.
oh my God. It's 11:45. Will this movie just end? Get it. Take out the gun and die. God bless it. I don't think I've watched it since then.
Yeah,
It's like I don't need
no,
to watch
I'll
it.
never watch it
it's
again.
A little, nah, see, I if I'm scrolling late at night and I see Scarface's on, I will click on the movie.
Do you do that? We'll talk about the Giannis trade in a second. Now I'm fascinated. Do you channel surf?
Almost never.
So when you say you're scrolling and Scarface is on, you mean like if it's on a streaming platform, you'll start it.
Like I'll scroll on YouTube TV. Like I will,
but it's got
it
it.
rarely ever happens. There's always something else that I'm trying to watch, whether it's
Sure.
a show or a game.
Sure.
I'm almost never up at 12:30
Mhm.
and like, damn, I don't know what I want to watch. Let me see what's on the guide.
Can
I
you
do it from time to time though. They got a couple
Mhm.
of channels on YouTube TV that show like these 2010 early 2000 black sitcoms, and I'll get stuck on that every now and then. I watched like 4 episodes of The Game like 2 weeks ago. Really good show. You forget how good the game
No, the
was.
game was good.
The Game was a really good show. They did a
Game
good
was
job
good.
with that.
I'll tap in.
I'm going to explain to the kids one day. Yeah, we used to have to get up to turn the knob.
my God.
We used to have to turn the TV like at the TV.
Oh,
What
yeah.
about when
Really?
what about when? Oh, Jesse don't know about this.
Hell
What about
no.
when there was no guide? and
You had to
just
get the
would
Oh,
turn
yeah.
the channel, the channel.
Oh, how about the
channel,
TV
the
guide?
channel.
Like my grandparents got the TV guide forever.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the
Crossword.
UHF and the
Oh,
what
yeah.
is it? VHF? Do you even know what that means? No.
Or there's a ring behind the knob that you can find.
That's right. You
Bro,
got to
hand me the
fine-tune it.
remote, Grandpa.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey,
right.
if I had to get off the couch and
just
change
the
a channel,
antenna
I'd
ears.
never change a channel.
That's why they just
Like, all right,
would
we're
watch-
watching 60 minutes
That's
after
it.
football, I guess.
That's why them ratings are what they are.
My grandma had a black and
goodness.
white TV in her room, so when she babysat us, I would go watch black and white like shows. Like I've seen
Yeah, that was
every Andy
always-
Griffin, every Perry Mason.
That was
Big Bonanza
oh,
fan.
Matlock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I used to like, you guys be adults here. I used to like the Dick Van Dyke Show.
All right.
That was a really good
See,
show.
It's fine.
Be adults. Be adults.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a TV
Richard.
show.
Richard show. Richard
Yeah.
Van Dyke.
That was a really good show. It
Yeah.
kind of reminded
I
me.
think we did this once because then we looked something up and we saw Mary Tyler Moore was hot, and then
Oh,
we
yeah.
just went.
Oh,
down this-
dude.
we went,
Yeah.
we went down this like crazy rabbit hole of like the Eartha Kids and the Julie Newmar and all of these like baddies from the 50s.
You ever seen
Yeah.
Prime Betty White?
Oh, Prime. Yeah, Betty White was fine.
I've never heard that statement before in my life.
No.
I've never
Locked
heard
in,
that.
bro.
And it goes to, I have a theory.
She's
that I
nasty.
wanted-
We watched real quick. Sorry, in college we watched an episode of the Mary Tyler Moore Show for a class I was in, and Betty White walks on the screen, and everybody's just like, oh my god.
There she is. It's not a theory, it's a belief. And it's not across the board, but a lot of these shows mirror each other. I feel like,
Mm.
and they match it up to fit the audience or the culture they're trying to get to.
Mm.
I feel like the Dick Van Dyke Show was kind of copied by Martin. There's a
Mm.
lot
Oh
of
yeah,
components
yeah,
to
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah. I
interesting.
could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I can
I'm
absolutely.
not familiar
see
enough
that.
with the Dick Van Dyke Show to
Yeah,
know, but
I
that's,
can
that's an
absolutely
interesting
Different,
see
parallel.
like
that.
different audience, but it's the
Mhm.
same.
The same
premise.
setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And I always said Living Single was a black female version of the Golden Girls. That one's
Mm.
like to a T.
Well,
That
the
one
Golden
was
Girls was a female version of the Golden Girls.
Living Single is like to a T
Mhm.
of what the Golden Girls were, down to the characters, the
Yeah.
person.
And the guy who
Interesting.
created Friends said, "My biggest regret was passing on Living Single for NBC."
Mm.
So he just
made girlfriends.
stole it and made Friends.
Mm.
Oh, Friends. I'm thinking of
No, Friends,
thinking
the
of the-
NBC Friends. You're
thinking
thinking
of
of
Kramer.
Girlfriends.
but I'm thinking of Kramer. When
Oh,
you said that.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Seinfeld.
Or no, not Kramer. What's the guy who made Girlfriends? Kelsey
Grammer?
Kelsey Grammer made Girlfriends
Yeah.
with
No
Tracy
chance.
Ellis Ross.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah. Yeah. He
I had no idea.
The only episode of
I think
Girlfriends
I'm
I've
going
ever-
home. I'm a bit
only-
shaken.
The only,
Is that why Kelsey Grammer sat with Vivek Ranadive?
He was the executive producer for the popular sitcom Girlfriends.
the only episode of Girlfriends I've ever seen
am
is the one where she
floored.
drops the chili.
Okay, well done. Very good.
Look,
Very good.
Look, I watched
Very good.
more. That's enough.
Very
That's
good.
enough. That's enough.
Very good.
Nothing stranger than Kelsey Grammer
that is
sitting
bizarre.
courtside at Arco Arena.
No, well, I found it. Kelsey Grammer being executive producer on Girlfriends is the strangest goddamn thing I've ever heard.
That's how I never forgot it because I was like, "Are you for real?" Yeah.
It's like,
Fraser
what?
Crane?
And that whole time you're doing that, I'm like, what show is Kenny confusing Girlfriends with?
He's like, Fraser?
Fraser
No.
was- yeah. Not Friends. Friends.
It's
is-
funny
Yeah,
that you
just
went.
so
It's funny
Dame-
that you went Friends to Seinfeld. Oh, that's perfect.
Terrific. Kelsey Grammer is the man for that.
Yeah, there he is, right in the middle. Like, hey, there's Kelsey Grammer.
That's terrific.
Wearing a suit, everyone else like
Good for him.
more fashionable in the moment.
Good for
Relatable.
him.
Oh,
That's
good
great.
times. Kelsey Grammer goes to Knicks games. Didn't go to the one last night though.
Mm. Oh, Vivek wasn't there, so
Yeah.
Well, he could have gone and ducked out at the third quarter, not knowing what happened.
He could have gone and dapped up Doug.
Oh, there we go.
Apparently.
Tracy Morgan.
Tracy,
Almost everybody dapped up Doug yesterday.
Yeah.
That Tracy Morgan one looked like an accident too. Like, oh, Tracy
Yeah,
Morgan,
hey,
let me just dab him up real quick.
Like, oh, hey, guy from
that's
30 Rock.
That's a Tracy Morgan. I think.
Now,
just
now, hold
appears
on. Doug
places.
did play with the Knicks, so like, you
Yeah.
know, he Clyde and all.
Well, that's
those
why he
guys.
went over to Clyde. And Clyde's
Sure.
80. And he played for the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, in between the broadcasting stuff,
Yeah.
like, but yeah, it did the
I
Tracy Morgan run in did was like, oops, oh, hey, little fella.
I love the idea that Doug was just like, "Oh no, who do I? Clyde, Just go, broadcast booth. Let's go find
Now-
Clyde."
Mike's over there hugging everyone.
Everybody.
Including the guys who say we want this guy out of here.
I mean, he's hugging Michael Martinez. Like,
He tapped up the mic.
Including the guy that he wanted out of here.
You're
Who
right.
got all this started.
Yeah,
That
Domas
started
hugs.
He over there
smiles.
hugging DeMontis Sabonis. Like, what is happening
Malik
right now?
Monk, hug.
Now, I will say this about Doug going
That
to-
sweatsuit Malik had on was fire.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Oh,
Mm.
bad.
Well, the thing with Doug going to dap up Walt Clyde Frazier, he played for the Knicks.
Mhm.
He was on the bench for 55.
I don't know. Is that something he does all the time? Like every time he sees Walt Clyde,
I
gotta
think
see
so.
you. Okay.
I think so.
I just
he
ain't never seen him.
loves.
Yeah.
I never seen him. I mean, I've seen him in New York.
You
I ain't never
speak to
seen him
this
go
better.
there.
He loves Walt Clyde Frazier.
Well, yeah, but
And-
there's other people. Like I have a picture on my phone of Doug and Jerry West standing on the court. Like we were hanging out. Jerry West came out. Doug ran right over, brought him over, and then like I took a picture of the two of them. So there are people that Doug like goes. I mean, he played in the league for a long time, and he's been a part of the league for a long time.
And I imagine too that as an assistant, you used to be able to go talk to Clyde before the game.
Sure.
I imagine as a head coach,
Yeah.
you have more responsibilities where you can't just walk out before and
Yeah.
hey, how's it going, man?
Mhm.
So after
I'm
the
just
game,
asking the
whatever.
question. It's just asking the
Yeah, it's a little.
Doesn't
like,
mean it wasn't funny.
It was
it's a little
funny.
awkward.
It
The
does not
optics
mean
were
it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
Like I get
I
why
hope this
it's
lasts
not-
forever.
Seems like it's going to.
I know somebody like Knicks TV put out a clip of us in the media room when Mike got done with his press conference, like saying hello to everybody. And you go over and
Meaning it's saying hello to all the media members.
all
I
the
saw
media
that, yeah.
members. Yeah. And like, hey man, people are calling it, oh man, I never trust you guys again. It's like, man, covered Mike Brown for 2.5 years. Like we got coffee together. Like we have a relationship. I
Yeah.
still text Mike Brown.
Mhm.
Like they're like, you're working around these
Still
guys.
text
Like,
Dave Yeager.
yeah, Dave Yeager, Luke Walton. Yeah, like you're around these guys so much that like you develop a relationship and you talk real life stuff. It's not like it's just you're the coach and I'm a reporter and we never see each other.
Yeah.
And I mean,
You're around
You
each other
guys
a
are-
lot,
You guys are coworkers.
ostensibly.
in
If
a
I-
way,
in a-
If
Yeah,
I
yeah,
saw
yeah.
Sylvia
Well-
in the gas station I'm like, Sylvia, what's going? I talked to her. You know,
Yeah, but
'cause-
there's an inherently like adversarial relationship between team and reporter.
But there's not. Like
But
there
but
doesn't
there-
have to be.
No, but I think it gets painted that way a lot, particularly with coaches. Less so with Mike because Mike was so good with the media, but particularly with coaches who are like, don't want to talk to you, don't want to do this. Like if I don't have a good example, but yeah, you don't pretend like you don't know the person. It is different though than seeing like Sylvia, where we're like all working for the same company, working for the same team. But at the same time, Like Jim Harbaugh, kind of a weird guy, but if Jim Harbaugh and Matt Mayoko ran into each other at the airport, they're not going to act like they don't know each other.
Right.
Well, that and I've always compared coaches, like head coaches, like in a weird way, it's like getting a new boss. Because like for the first like month or two, you got to figure out like their system. And again, like we had the reporter the other day ask if Domantas Sabonis, clearly I think he was from Lithuania, was asking if Domantas Sabonis was going to start. And Doug's like, yeah, I'm not telling you that. And so those are things like every coach is different when it comes to that. Every coach is different, like how they want their practice run and like who, if they're going to talk first or if the players are going to talk first. Like there's like all of these little nuances to them. And your job is to build a relationship where you can get the best possible information from them. So you can give that information to the rest of the people out there that don't get the opportunity to talk to a coach. So I think that there is like this very, very strange type of relationship that you have to have with a head coach. And like when they're gone, it's usually in a bad way. And it usually goes down in flames, especially here in Sacramento. But that doesn't mean that you're not like, you still don't have a relationship with them. I mean,
yeah, you care about human beings.
Yeah. Me and Dave Yeager are a year apart in age. He's a year older than me. And he has two girls that are they're both a year older than my two boys. So his youngest is a year older. His oldest is a year older than my oldest. So like we had a lot in common to talk about. And Dave was he's the only head coach I've ever seen do this. He would come in the media room and sit and have dinner with us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you had all kinds of personal relationship questions and conversations with Dave. And he went through a lot when he was here that isn't reported on, that we had lots of conversations about. And so, yeah, you do build these relationships with the guys. And so when they come through, when Luke Walton came through, go out and sit in the stands with Luke for a few minutes and just, catch up, see how he's doing, see how his kids are doing, all that stuff. It's just part of the game.
I think some fans want us to talk like they do.
That's it.
Where it's like, F that guy, he's an idiot. They all need to be fired. They all need to be this. And it's like, yeah, like there's a time to be hard on a player. Like the De'Aaron Fox clip, like that wasn't what we do every day. That clip was sent to De'Aaron because that's the first time we did something like that. But there was a reason for it. When we talk about players a certain way, like there's a reason for it. It's not just because we're emotional about what happened last night or emotional about what's going on in this season. The Vivek Ranadive stuff that was years. No one has stalled out Vivek Ranadive more than we have. And it's like, no, he's not a complete idiot. He has done this. He has done this. He has done that. It turns out when it comes to running a basketball team, maybe he is. And laid out the reasons why. You have to be more measured, and that pisses people off. Like it angers people,
right?
Like inside the building, and you just have to be prepared to deal with that because it's a lot more than just, oh, you weren't nice to me.
This happens. I'm sure it happens with the Kings. I've seen it happen with the Kings. I know it happens with the 49ers, where reporters will ask the right questions. Why isn't player X starting? Why was this decision made to bench this player? Why doesn't this player play more? Et cetera, whatever it is. The question in fact, I've yet to have a scenario where I've not seen the question asked, but people will go, why don't people ever ask Doug about this? It's like they have.
Ask him all the time.
Ask him, but yeah, why doesn't Keon play more? Yeah, he's answered that question 47 times. Just because James or Matt or Jeremiah or whoever isn't going, Doug, what the hell is wrong with you? Yeah. Why does it keep just because you're not yelling at the guy or making a big deal out of it?
I don't even know that it's
contentious.
That. I think it might be because Doug's not responding because he sucks.
Right.
That's why.
Sure. Right.
Like they're not getting the answer that they want.
Right.
We're trying to trade him, James. Stop asking. We're trying to trade him.
Yeah.
They're not getting the answer they want, so they want guys to keep asking.
Right. Yeah. Hold his feet to the fire. Okay. For who?
All right.
You come do it,
man.
You do it.
People are just okay being disrespectful. That's what it comes down to.
Well, they're okay being disrespectful online.
Yeah, because you get them in that media room, they wouldn't say a word. They wouldn't ask a question. They wouldn't ask for the mic. They just sit there and be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm here.
Yeah, I'm 6 feet away from Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, go ahead and say what you want to say.
And if they talk like they do on Twitter while he's there, your ass can get removed. That's not what this is about. We're not here to be disrespectful to anybody.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you be professional.
Mhm.
You show a level of decorum, and like I said, personal respect to what's going on. You can disagree.
Mhm.
You can have questions, but you do it in a professional, respectful way.
Yeah.
And if you have a radio show or a TV show, you
Mhm.
can be critical, but
Mhm.
there's a way to go about it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I think we go by.
You are listening to The Handoff on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app.
It's the penultimate handoff.
The penultimate handoff.
I
Oh,
hate
that's
that
right.
word. That's so stupid.
It's the second to last handoff with everybody here.
Yeah.
There will be a handoff on Friday.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. It's
But
not
this
just
is
me.
the- this is the-
It's just me that's not here Friday. My bad.
Just you.
Selfish.
Sorry.
Sorry.
But yeah, so it's the second to last full handoff.
Yeah,
because we've got our new lineup starting on Monday, 7 to 9 a.m. The Jump with me and Jesse. Rich Eisen from 9 to noon. The man, the myth, the legend, Rich Eisen. And then noon to 2, The Jump Rewind, where we will be playing that show again. But available to go live if anything crazy happens. And 2 to 6, D-Lo and KC. Monday through Friday. I don't know why that was I was going to say every day, and then
you're gonna change your mind.
That sounds like Kyle has some information to tell us.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday,
On
3 times
KC.
a week.
On Sunday as well.
Allegedly.
Sunday 2 to 6.
And then James Ham, our Kings Insider. Of course, you can hear James Ham every day as well on the Locked On Kings podcast, wherever you get your podcast, and on YouTube. So James not going anywhere. Be on with D-Lo and KC multiple times a week. He'll be on the morning show multiple times a week. James Ham still very much the Kings Insider in Sacramento. Giannis Antetokounmpo wants a trade. He's the last person to find out.
He's not.
I
I
don't-
think he's just finally easing into reality. He's not one to jump into reality. He just wants to ease into it.
That's it. What was the? I want to find the exact wording on the Shams tweet here. Is ready for a new home. Like, brother, just say you want out. Like, he's trying to do this inherently bad thing.
That was as
in the best
carefully
way.
crafted of a tweet as I've ever seen.
Like at the deadline or after, he's just ready for a new home at some point. You know, by the deadline, maybe the off season. What?
He's been working on this
Not
like
asking for
2
a trade,
years
though.
now.
Yeah, right.
Like,
That's
it's
it.
ridiculous at this point. Like, the guy's not a villain, but it's like, all right, like, finally ask for what you want instead of
Yeah.
dragging everyone along.
That's it.
Well,
There's no good way to go about this.
You can't tell Sam Amick, I'm not going to say I want to be traded. I'm not going to do that. And then days later, after you get your ass kicked by somebody, how do you feel about being in Milwaukee the rest of the season? I'm just taking it day to day. What?
That's just crazy.
All right, man. Okay.
We sure it wasn't Doc Rivers post game yesterday. Yeah, Joel Embiid's the most talented player I've ever coached.
That was disrespectful.
That's crazy. Why would you say that?
I have no idea. When do you guys think Giannis truly was like, man, I gotta leave?
The day he lifted that Larry O'Brien trophy
3
in the
years
air.
ago.
He was like, I did it. I did it. I'm out.
He looked, he's like, oh no, Chris Middleton got old. That's when
It
was.
started-
Yeah.
He did, remember he did those GQ articles like, yeah, if we're not winning anymore, like, hey, you might have to trade me. Like, I'm not above it. Like, that's when it started. That's
What
when
was that,
he
about a year
realized it.
ago?
I think 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years.
He's been slow playing this the nice way.
Remember the podcast thing where he did the
I'm a winner
thing?
Yeah.
That was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And we're still here.
The whole thing about it is
Actually, it's 2 years ago.
I don't believe like he's been trying to get out of Milwaukee for as long as others do. I think Giannis, if everything was right, like if they had a good team
I
around
agree.
him, he'd want to stay in Milwaukee. I don't think he has a problem being with Milwaukee, but with the Dame stuff, I kind of sent around when Dame tore his Achilles up and his behavior after that elimination game against the Pacers. That was, I think, the moment where he's like, it's over here. It's over. No ill will towards Milwaukee, but it's over. Like, if I'm going to win, it's not going to be here no more.
Yeah.
And what was that, about a year and a half ago?
Dame wasn't. It was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. 2 seasons ago. 23,
Because he was hurt last year.
No, it was last.
23, 24.
He was hurt.
He got hurt in that
hurt
series.
last year.
It was last, and it was that.
Dame was on the
series.
team for the 23-24 Bucks.
Oh, that was the
postseason.
series. That's right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
And that's when Giannis started acting erratic after they got
Yeah,
eliminated.
yeah,
fighting
yeah.
the dad, fighting
Yeah.
Benedict Mathurin, and all
That
this
was-
other stuff.
Well,
was
to
la-
be
that
fair,
was
that
last
wasn't
season,
Giannis's fault.
That's what I'm saying.
Dame got there 2 years ago, though.
I think when Dame tore his Achilles,
Got it.
that's when
Okay,
he said,
got you. Okay.
"Oh, this is over."
When Mr. Haliburton challenged him to a fight, he was like, "I'm getting out of here."
Yeah, but it's been this. I think it's been percolating for a while.
Mhm.
Like that answer when the guy's like, "Hey, you failed this season," and he did the like, "Do you fail every year? You don't get a promotion." Like, no, it's not about fail.
No.
That to me felt like him trying to talk himself into Milwaukee because I think he wants to be there. I think he wanted to be.
I don't think
that
he wanted to
dude.
leave.
Yes, but credit to him, he stuck it out for this long. Going, all right, maybe cool, Miles Turner. All right, let's run this. Let's see. Like he's given them ample
See,
choices,
so that's-
and ample opportunities, and they just haven't. They haven't. I mean, like James just said, they haven't done anything right around him.
I feel like he was out before the Miles Turner thing. I feel like he was out.
That's when he was gone.
Yeah, I feel like he was out before they did all of that stuff. He just hadn't worked up the nerve to say it.
They probably
Yeah.
should have said something then.
Yeah,
He probably
that's it.
completely
Yeah, he's
agree.
made it
I
way
completely
worse.
Probably should have
agree.
been like,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
And then I always
idea.
draw the comp to Dwight Howard. This feels like Dwight's Orlando. Dwight's was way worse. Like there will never be anything worse than Dwight's.
Mhm.
But this is the closest I can remember because he's been tap dancing around this forever. Like the entire league, like maybe literally, maybe figuratively, I'm not sure, centers on this move.
Mm.
This is what everyone is watching and everyone is navigating around. And he just, day to day, we'll see. And now Sham says, no, he wants a new home at the trade deadline. Or this offseason.
He's ready for a new home at the trade deadline.
Or I mean, like for the last month, they've been talking to the Kings about whether they'll take on Zach LaVine's contract to try to again
Appease him.
extend this out, fix it somehow.
Mhm.
And there's no way to fix it. Like once
Nope.
your other players got old and you did not have a pipeline to bring in new players, and then you kept giving up first round picks to try to appease him, you just ran out of talent around him. You're
Mhm.
caught in the middle where you're just good enough to make the playoffs, but not good enough to get a good draft pick.
Yep.
It's like a really dark place to be in the NBA, and it's just really tough, especially as a city like Milwaukee, for you to draw these like super high end aging out veterans that can help you. It's nearly impossible when there's the Lakers or there's the Knicks, there's these other teams that are like better places to go live for
Mhm.
your last year or two in the league. So it's tough.
And I say this all the time. People look at Milwaukee and what happened there as something they did wrong. I don't think so. They had about a decade of borderline, like 5 to 6 years of championship level team, and then a decade of like kind of fringe. Like that is a great job. And some of the things that went down are kind of out of their control, whether it's Chris Middleton's knee just deteriorating, like that changed everything.
Mhm.
The Drew Holiday thing, I might be in the minority. I thought the Drew Holiday move was necessary. I thought that incarnation of the Bucks as a championship
ran
team
its
was
course.
done. The Celtics had
You're
got
saying
him.
the move to trade him
Yeah.
was
The
necessary.
Celtics
Mhm.
had got him,
Mhm.
and they needed more firepower to fight Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They tried Dame Lillard. That's about as big of a swing as you can take in that
Mhm.
situation. They tried, and it didn't work, and his Achilles ended up blowing up. And they never played in the playoffs healthy. Those two never. Giannis
Yeah.
was hurt one year.
Yeah.
They were hurt together. Then Dame
Mhm.
got hurt. So
Mhm.
it's I don't want to say it's bad luck. It's just it ran its course. Like
But
it
that's
happened. They had a decade of opportunity, and that's a good job.
But that's the price of wearing the crown. Like you're the best player in basketball. It's the
Mhm.
like what's the old Mark Jackson line? Steph Curry ruined the league. I think Michael Jordan did the same thing. Like people have convinced themselves when you're the best player,
Mhm.
it's 6, 7, 8 titles. That's how you do it. Kobe Bryant did the same thing. Shaquille
Mhm.
O'Neal to a certain degree. Those guys won 4 or 5. Tim Duncan, 5 titles. If you don't do that, well, then Steph has 4 titles. LeBron has 4 titles. Giannis has 1, and it's like, well, he was the best player in the league. Why does he only have 1 title? At some point,
only has 1 championship.
Maybe. I'm not positive. At some point, this is going to happen with Jokic. Where they're going to be like, okay, well, so we're going to get Jokic out of Denver? Maybe they feel like Jokic doesn't care and he just wants to get home to his horses and he doesn't talk about basketball the way
they do. It's just a different thing.
He just doesn't talk about basketball the way that everyone else does. But that's the price of being the best player or one of the 2 to 3 best players for the last 10 years.
Do we do that in sports, though, in general? Because we have this conversation all the time about Rodgers versus Mahomes. And the thing that James always goes, well, Mahomes got 3. I've never seen anybody play quarterback like Aaron Rodgers.
Mahomes is really close.
He is,
Mahomes
but Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron
Rodgers was sick. Like
it's for sure.
And some people be like, it's not a debate because 3-1.
But you're right. Like that's 100% accurate. We use a metric to skew everything. Like Jordan's metric literally skews every conversation we have about a professional basketball player. Like there are people who think you should be able to drag a team to the NBA finals because they think those Bulls teams were garbage. They were very much not garbage.
Correct.
But we've convinced ourselves that, oh, man, he didn't have 8 superstars with him. It's like, no, man, he didn't. He had a bunch of really good basketball players who played a role on a team exactly the way that their head coach put into play that centered on this particular player. And he had one of the greatest wingmen that ever lived.
Bro, Bobby Hansen, bro.
Bobby Hansen saved 92. He saved 92. Everybody saw it.
A legend.
Corner 3.
This entire conversation is why I think, and the regular season, quote unquote, doesn't matter. I know it matters to us and people listening to Sports Talk Radio at noon on January 28th, like they're locked into the regular season. But I think as a whole, the NBA's problem stems from this because nothing that happens in the regular season matters because but if you didn't win the title, nothing that happens in this season counts.
Oh, that's for sure. It's completely minimized James Harden's place in the NBA.
100%.
James Harden is one of the greatest to ever play his position without argument.
Yes.
But
do you trust him in a playoff series?
In all caps. But Joel Embiid's the same way. We talk about one of the 2-3 best players of the last decade. It's been Giannis, Joel, and Jokic. But Joel has he hadn't even been to a conference finals. Oh, he's always hurt. We looked at this the other day in the last, it was Friday. So the stat was on Friday, Joel's averaged like 29 points per game in the last, I think it was 15 games.
Golly.
I asked the question, is he back? And it was like,
That's
we get skewed by stuff like that, though.
Yeah.
Well, I think the playoffs play a huge factor in the way Joel is talked about. Just not quite the level of James Harden because James Harden's flameouts are spectacular. But the Sixers didn't advance, and it felt like at times the Sixers had good basketball teams.
Chris Paul runs into that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I hate it. I love the stakes that the playoffs hold for a reasonable conversation with reasonable people. It's not the end all be all. And what happens in the playoffs doesn't erase what I saw from James Harden or Chris Paul night after night after night. Those are 2 of the greatest players I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that Chris Paul didn't win an NBA championship doesn't take away his greatness for me. Doesn't take away the greatness of James Harden for me. And I hate that a lot of people minimize it to that. Like, well, the playoffs, they couldn't get it done. So, like I said, I love the weight because the playoffs should be special. It should be something that takes you to another level. Like, I get that, but it shouldn't wipe away what you've done in your career night in and night out because
I agree.
You didn't win a championship. Or even in James Harden's case, we make jokes about it, and it's a lot of truth to it, but just because he didn't perform well in a game 6 or 7 doesn't wipe away. Like, he's one of the greatest players I've ever seen. It's unbelievable.
Or 6 and 7.
He's the modern day Tracy McGrady. James Harden is. I mean, just couldn't get it done in the playoffs. Like his stats, everything. He's put up huge stats. The injuries wiped out Tracy McGrady late, but Like, again, Tracy McGrady couldn't advance a team at all. And you're like, what gives? It's like, well, what gives is just that there are great players in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Other teams have better players or have players that are equally as good or have two of those players. And I also think the conversation about fit versus just bringing in the best player, clearly you have to have a superstar if you're going to compete for a championship. But it's also the teams that build something sustainable. It's what we're seeing from OKC. It's what we saw from, the San Antonio Spurs forever, where even their superstars were like, okay, I'll take a little bit less. I'll take a little bit less because I believe in what we're doing. And I want to have a really good backup center. I want to have a really good backup power forward. It can't just be about the five of us going out there and winning. It's sort of the flaw of the Knicks. Like the Knicks just keep running this team out there that their bench isn't good enough. And so I think like fit and all that stuff, it just matters so much, even when it comes to great superstars.
Yeah.
Unless you're Bill Belichick, everything has been dumbed down to the amount of rings you win. With Bill, it doesn't seem to matter.
What do you mean? That he
won
8
Super Bowls didn't get him
didn't
get him into the Hall of Fame on the first go around.
That's insane. That's the dumbest thing ever.
It's crazy. Especially Robert Kraft isn't in the Hall of Fame either. If you're going to put owners in the Hall of Fame and act like they're part of, they're the one who pays all the money.
Wonder who pushed that through.
Well, he's still not in.
I literally opened the door for you.
Well,
got him on the line right now.
I was just letting James finish his thought.
You teed him up for the
And he
first
looked
time
at me
ever.
like I was crazy.
Now,
He couldn't believe it.
I was letting James finish his thought. All right, I was letting him finish his thought.
Left him too wide open from three.
But I'll tell you this. Owners absolutely deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. They do. And, when I was at Arkansas, Big Suey, we had a saying that said,
Jerry's speech was.
We had a saying that said, if you want the glory hole, you gotta go get it. And I went and got it.
Owners belong in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I love that, Jesse. Oh, you telegraphed that perfectly. Jesse wasn't even in there.
He looked real quick, made sure the ref wasn't looking.
Oh,
I believe he once called it a gusher, if I remember correctly.
Oh my God!
I think that was on the documentary.
Oh, Jerry.
Hey, that's a great. Hang on, Jerry. Before we get you off the call, and we really appreciate your time here. Is there if when you went into the Hall of Fame, did you celebrate in some kind of way, or maybe at a particular place?
Well, I know for sure I went to Morton's the night before and afterwards, and I just want to win a Super Bowl so bad.
Thanks, Jerry. That's ridiculous.
Poor guy was crying on his interview because he wants to win a Super Bowl. Poor guy.
He knows
on the radio.
It's the way the doc ended.
Yeah,
he's close to dying. This man desperately wants to win one more.
Like we talk. That's it. This is probably.
And I guess shout out to Jerry for just acknowledging death is imminent and working it into the documentary.
Well, that's it. Like, all right, we talk DeMar DeRozan. Man, DeMar DeRozan hasn't he wants a championship and he knows, but like that's just his basketball. His playing career is coming to a close. For Jerry, it's like.
It's a little bit more than you're playing.
There's a very real scenario that Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl and then just dies the next day.
Turns into dust on the
just
stage.
as happy as can be, just dies.
And what if this is so morbid? I'm so sorry, everybody. What if that unfortunate event takes place like mid-season and then they win it afterwards?
Damn.
Like the Padres owner who just kept going all in and all in and all in.
Oh,
and
that
didn't
dude,
make it.
salute to him.
Jimmy Johnson would think that's the funniest thing to ever happen.
Jimmy Johnson would come back to Fox.
Where did I see Jimmy? I saw Jimmy the other day. I was at the national championship.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
At first, I was like, they had him on screen, and before they had his name, I was like, who's that old man?
Yeah.
I was like, that's Jimmy Johnson. Now, he still looks good for his age, but he looks older. Like, Jimmy always looked
yes.
Since we're doing a full,
one of those guys who look the same for 30 years.
And he looked older on.
Let's lean into the ageism bit a little bit harder.
Love that.
We have to get Terry off of television.
Brother, for a couple years now.
Oh yeah, and I get it, and I keep wondering, like, is it like Terry's 80? 81?
I think so.
Like
I think
in
he's
it-
older than that. Jerry
is he?
Johnson, Jimmy Johnson is 82.
So
Terry Bradshaw's
wow.
77.
Oh, really?
Oh wow.
Yeah, the blonde bomber still kicking.
Okay, well, kicking is, I mean, yeah, I guess so. But it's gotten to the point where it's like, hey, man, maybe we film segments that don't actually air.
Or film segments that
Unplug
aren't
his
live.
controller.
Yeah.
Because I think the live thing just really.
Did you see the one from Sunday?
No.
So they just did a video package on the Patriots.
Okay.
And it's halftime. Terry comes back. They're doing the AFC Championship. They come back from the video package, and Terry starts talking about the first half of the game. There was nothing wrong with what he said about the football game and Sam Bradford and all of that, except it wasn't that segment. They were talking about the Patriots going, and so he does his full analytical breakdown of the first half of the game, and the set just falls quiet. And then Michael Strahan just starts laughing. And he goes, well, that's great, Terry, but we were talking about the Patriots.
He's just reading the script.
Well, just the wrong part of it. Just the wrong part of it.
Yeah, and I think Fox especially.
Also, Sam Darnold. Ironically, he called him Sam Bradford.
Oh, great. Well, Sam Bradford, the bag getter,
Ski mask Hall of
Famer.
Famer, yeah.
Yeah.
Then Fox seems like the organization, the sports organization that, and they're not going to push Terry out.
No, that's it. He's just Terry's going to be there as long as Terry
He's
wants.
literally
And
the
that's
founding father of
Yes.
And that's
this football
fine.
thing.
Like
Yeah.
like ESPN did it with Lee Corso, and it's fine.
Yep.
Like you just maybe
Just
maybe
change the role.
rework it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
I
they
like
did a
that.
good job with Lee when it got really bad.
Mhm.
To like he was a feature part more than a
Yeah.
like a host. He was like a feature,
Mhm.
which everybody looked forward to.
Mhm.
Yeah, you put him off to the side.
Yeah.
Have something very specific
like-
he's going to talk to you for 45 seconds and then go back
It
somewhere else.
birthed a really sweet relationship between him and Kirk Herbstreit. Like
Yeah.
Herbie was like the guy who was clearly like trying to help him through everything.
Right.
I don't know that Terry quite has that yet. Like Michael Strahan, I think Michael Strahan has been really good about picking up some of the drop passes from Terry Bradshaw. But like I think they have him doing, the highlight packages and stuff like that, because it is a way to stay sharp and stay. But there are times where it's
Yeah.
bit tough.
Lost a step. Can I tell a funny Jimmy Johnson story real quick?
Absolutely.
It's not that. It's not weird, but something Niners Cowboys is happening when I was at 95.7 the game. And Matt Nahigian comes in and goes, "Hey, here's a number for Jimmy Johnson. Call him. Let's get him on." Like, okay. Usually media guys are pretty good about at least saying, "Hey, you know what? I can't today."
Yeah.
So I call him. I'm super nervous. Answers, "Hello?" Like one of those like, who the hell is this? And what you do as a producer is you just steamroll through that. You identify yourself, the station you're with, what you want to talk to him about, and when you want to talk to him about it. You don't go, "Hey, do you have a minute?" Like, no, you just go. You just start talking. And so I go, "Hey, this is Kyle with 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. We're talking a lot about whatever we were talking about. Your name keeps coming up, and you're a legend, and we would love to have a few minutes. If you have a few minutes right now, we'd love to chat with you." He just goes, "I'm not doing that." Click. Not, "Hey, you know what? I don't have time today," or, "Hey, you know what? You have to book through Fox." Not like explainer. Just, "I'm not doing that." Gone.
Jimmy Johnson.
I cannot
Let me talk though.
I cannot stress this enough for the younger members of our audience who have ever thought about doing this for a living. If you're going to be a producer, your skin better be as thick as possible.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get if not, you're going to get your feelings hurt on a very regular basis.
What did Jimmy Johnson do on the dock when the guy was having an asthma attack? And he said, "Get the hell off the field. Get over there on the other field. We're trying to work over here." He's having an asthma attack because he's made him run for 3 straight hours.
We don't do asthma over here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Jimmy,
tough.
yeah.
There's nothing worse than calling a famous person and them being mean to you. Like they don't know they don't know who I am. They forget
Right.
about me immediately. But still, I'm like, oh,
And
I
that's how
wish-
you deal with it.
I wish
He's
you
not
had
saying
called-
it to Kyle Madsen. He's saying it to
yeah,
random
right.
person on
Yeah,
the phone.
I wish you had called James Worthy that day that you text him and have been like, hey, James, Kyle Madsen over here at ESPN 1320. We were just talking about that Wheaties commercial. They made an absolute bitch out of you. Would you join us to discuss that? Did you know that this was going to happen?
We have to figure out a way to get a hold of James Worthy. He read the text.
Well, I
Left
love
me
that
on
part
red.
too. Yeah, well, that's his version of I'm not going to do that.
We got to figure this out.
That's his version of I'm gonna just do this before I curse somebody
Hey,
out.
next time they play the Kings Lakers, I was be like, hey, would love to get your insights. Love to get the insights from a legend. Da, da, da. And then we can just hit them with that.
Hey, while you're here,
Sneak attack.
oh, season-ending knee surgery for Steven Adams.
Oh,
Or ankle, left ankle surgery. I
Damn.
love Steven Adams. He's
Me too.
He's legit one of
He's
my
just the
favorite
best.
basketball players.
He reminds me of God, I don't even have a good Haloti Nata. Just really good. Halodi's probably better than Steven Adams, proportionally, but just awesome forever, does the same thing forever, and not a superstar, doesn't get named. But when Haloti Nata was in the middle of the defensive line, damn, I'm gonna get a good performance out of that guy.
He's the rare road player that I seem to see every time I'm at one of his games, and it's always I might.
I might.
And he just keeps walking like, hey, man. And you see him in the most random parts of the arena.
Yeah.
Why are you over here by the media bathroom? What are you doing? Did you want one of the cookies too? Someone would have gotten them for you.
Yeah, you gotta
You
snap
know,
it.
I love Steven Adams. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a big
unique
loss,
dude.
though.
All right.
Big loss for them.
All right. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I got a
it
meeting.
is.
Not to brag.
Big wig. Oh, you do have a meeting.
I do.
You
I do have a
you
meeting.
do.
Well, a meeting and then
You have
Anyways,
a meeting about a meeting.
yeah.
That's when you know
That's
you've made it.
Dude, big time. I can't wait. Anyways, that's D'Lo and KC. They're coming up next for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Salute to Jesse Tapia helping us out today. We're the Insiders. Back tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people. Woo! All right, Chatty. I appreciate you guys.
Bye, friends.
Yeah, Danny and SF always used to try to get me to call people. Avoided that because of Kyle always said text only.
What's up, guys?
I say he's going to the Rockets. He's going to team up with KD. He's going to team up with Thompson. And they need him to take on the likes of Wemby.
Who's that?
They don't need him to take on Luka Doncic.
Your words are
Because
too-
Luka, he don't play no defense, and he not a winning player.
It's not country enough, man. Come on.
Oh, is this Perk?
Yeah.
Yeah, Perk. You're not playing on this team. Go home. Perk saying if you put Joe Mazzulla's brain in a bird, it would fly backwards is the most disrespectful thing of all time.
I feel like that was a line that Rock used.
Maybe. That's why the Celtics don't talk to him anymore.
Oh, I'm not even plugged in.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. We'll let them ride one more time here for the Wednesday, January 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside executive
What are you doing with
producer. Yes, indeed. We are so happy that you are here with us. We got quite a bit to talk about. Our man, Jay Gadon, CBS 13, going to be with us coming up at 1:47. James Ham of the Insiders and the new host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He'll be back with us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We welcome those watching the show on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. We welcome those listening on ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. And, of course, those listening on smart speaker streaming apps, all of that good stuff, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us. As we mentioned, a lot to dive into. Giannis Antetokounmpo, I guess. Sham's tweet didn't actually feel like anything, but you knew that there's a reason that he tweeted it because I feel like we have known this forever. Like, Giannis is open to playing somewhere else. He wants to play somewhere else. I think the main note in that is Milwaukee is listening to offers. And he used a word, I think it was on NBA Live because he tweeted this out, but I think it was the clip, not NBA Live, NBA Today. And I don't think Shams is using this word passively. He's saying that the Milwaukee Bucks are listening to aggressive trade offers. And that tweet from Shams felt like a weird combination of agent speak and protection and inside the walls of an organization as well. It felt like a combination of both. And obviously Shams is the top in the game, so his ability to do that is very likely. But the fact that he keeps coining this is aggressive offers from other basketball teams. I didn't think the likelihood of Giannis Antetokounmpo getting traded before next Thursday was very likely. Shams got me feeling a little bit different today. A little bit different.
Yeah, everything you're saying is spot on. I'd be surprised if it happened, though. Like, I think the move to make for everybody involved is for this to happen in the summer around the draft. I would say before the draft. Usually when people say the summer, they think after free agency.
Yeah.
I would say draft day.
Draft picks in play, yeah.
I want some 2026 draft compensation if I'm the Milwaukee Bucks. So I'm thinking it happens around then. But I mean, what you laid out is kind of spot on. The wording of the way Shams is talking.
The other side of that, or the flip side, I don't want to, and I feel like it hurts every time we say, flip side. Brings back painful memories.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
He's hurt.
Mhm.
Like, so if you're a team looking to compete this year, how aggressive can you be? Like, we're seeing speculation from these the NBA Today guys, and it's like, okay, Houston can do it. Like Houston can, they can make this move with the idea, like, all right, if Giannis is back in 6 weeks, we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a big deal. They just lost Steven Adams. They might want to think about something. This, because to me, Steven Adams is extremely important for what they do. I'm as we were talking about on the Insiders, for whatever weird reason, I'm a huge fan of Steven Adams. Like I think he is a terrific addition to any basketball team. You saw the Spurs up there. The Spurs are like, that's fine. Giannis come back in 6 weeks. Like, it's good. Like, not only is it good for this year, it's good for next year. You have to, it's like a very specific team. And then that's the other part of this. How many teams are actually involved in any conversation that has to do with Giannis Antetokounmpo? You can make aggressive offers. That's great. But like, how many teams is he that are making these aggressive offers are stay as aggressive once they have a conversation with Giannis Antetokounmpo's representation? And it's like, oh, you don't need to do that. He's not signing with you. He's not going to spend the next 5 years of his life there. If you want to do that, give you the Rich Paul. You can do that. He's going to show up and he's going to bust his ass for you. But then he's going to be a free agent. Yeah, you could do that. But I don't know how many franchises will take the Masai Ujiri Toronto Raptors Kawhi Leonard gamble there.
And
which wasn't much of a gamble because it was kind of a 1-for-1 swap. It's not like they lost draft compensation for years or anything like that.
True.
They were like, we've probably hit our peak with DeMar DeRozan. And at worst, we're going Bill Belichick and flipping, maybe a year too early rather than a year too late.
Yeah.
And it worked out for them brilliantly.
It worked out as perfect as you could hope it would.
Right.
The only thing would be with them, you're moving on from a guy in DeMar DeRozan, and it all worked out because they won a championship. But say they lost in the second, say the Sixers got them in the second round, you would have moved on from DeMar DeRozan for nothing.
No, sure. No.
That was
for sure.
kind of the gamble.
For sure. That was
when if
absolutely,
you would have traded them just in the open market,
sure,
you could have got something back.
No, you're right.
So,
yeah, you're right.
But they don't have to worry about that.
No, they don't
ever.
Because Masai Ujiri's phone is going to ring from now until eternity.
Yeah. The Giannis situation is interesting too because for a number of different reasons, but the way Giannis has gone about this trade situation or leaving Milwaukee tells me and everybody else that he is 100% aware and sensitive to the perception of him as a player, him as an all-star and all this other stuff. I wonder if when you talk about where's he going to go and who could be involved, is San Antonio and OKC on that list? The only reason I ask is because, number one, they probably have the most assets of anybody in the league and the ability to get it done. But the perception of him going to team up with Wemby or going to the world champions may be something that he don't want nothing to do with. He may be like, all right, I want out of here, but I don't want to look like I went ring chasing. I want to be the one that gets a team over the top, not teamed up with somebody. So, yeah, I know the Spurs and the Thunder have good assets and trade packages for you, but I don't let them know I'm not signing there.
Well, then my question to you, honestly, why are you leaving Milwaukee then?
Because he wants to get a little closer to championship status, and Milwaukee is going in the complete opposite direction. Like they're getting almost as far as you can get from having an opportunity to win a championship. The idea spots for what he may be looking at is the first two are New York and Houston. Houston is far enough removed from any type of finals appearance, let alone a championship, to make it look like, hey, he's the savior. He's the one that got us over the top. Obviously, the Knicks are self-explanatory. We've talked about that a number of different times. I hesitated because the Warriors being on that list, it still would probably be you're going to team up with Steph to get you a ring.
What about Miami? They've been thrown around a little bit today.
Miami,
People want more Kelly Ware, Maybe you get Tyler Hero as an expiring next year. I think so you flip him for a first, and I think Miami can trade first round picks as well.
Yeah,
add in whatever else.
I think Miami will fall into that category of being the savior. I think they would. Think about the Lakers. No, you wouldn't be looked at as the savior. But the Lakers is also a little bit of a different beast because that's the one place where like being the savior, LeBron showed like being the savior don't really matter. Like you enter royalty. It's like winning a championship with the Yankees. It's like
right. You're a footnote in an established history.
Yeah. And it's almost, how do I put it? It's almost for some people, it's almost important to be a footnote in that history.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, absolutely. I was a Los Angeles Laker.
Yeah. And I brought them a championship. It wasn't their first or nothing like that, but I'm one of royalty because I was it. So that's a little different than going to.
And it takes you have to win to make a dent in Laker Celtics lore. You have to win multiple. And it's tough for a Laker because you're in the shadow of the Kobe Bryant era. He is probably now, for multiple circumstances, the most beloved Laker in history. I think he's surpassed Magic in that regard. Again, some of them because of the tragic circumstances that we just had the anniversary of a couple of days ago. It's similar to what Boston. Like Boston won an NBA championship. They've been competitive for NBA titles for years now. I mean, I think we're at least approaching a decade, right?
Pretty much. Yeah, Tatum was talking on a podcast yesterday. If it was a Grizzly, he'd have a statue already, but Boston's different.
But that's right. When you win one.
No, he's right, too, by the way. Twitter was hating, but he's right. He'd have a statue of about 27 franchises right now.
He wouldn't have a statue today in
We'll leave
Memphis.
that alone. We'll leave it alone. Let's not. Dame, make your point.
Well, you actually kind of just did. It's different there.
Yeah.
You have to win more. You have to win more than one. And like I don't know, like with to the Jason Tatum example with the Memphis Grizzlies, Giannis did it in an organization that had Lou Alcindor on it. He did it, and he will be remembered for that forever. It's LeBron can win in Miami. He could win in Los Angeles. His Cleveland title is the defining moment. Steph won a unanimous MVP. He had that, phenomenal. He had that run in 2015. What him and KD 17. What he did in 2022 is his definitive moment with that franchise, and it's what should. I mean, his regular season, I think, of 2016 will be remembered forever. But when you talk about playoffs, what he did in 2022 that is definitive right there. I guess it all boils down to what Giannis is looking for. Is it, does he want that Jokic work-life balance? Does he want basketball lore? Does he want the ability to etch his name in history along the likes of, I mean, to me, I don't know. Does he feel like he needs more titles to be in the conversations with the Stephs and the LeBrons? Is that the only way you get in that conversation, is to have multiple titles? I don't know what he's looking for.
If to me, and this would go directly against the argument I just made about wanting to be a savior somewhere. If I'm Giannis, he could be saying, I don't need to be a savior nowhere. I was already a savior, like you talked about. Like if I go to OKC and win 3 titles, you can't tell me I had to go team up with somebody to win it. I did it on my own. So I don't care what you're talking about. I've already proven that I can do it on my own. Now, to your point about what's possibly important to him, most important, I'm trying to collect as many rings as possible because that's where the greats become iconic. That's what's going to help me get into top 10 all time potentially. I know we got Jokic here and all this other stuff, but if I got 3 titles, to his 1, and I'm got all these numbers and accolades and stuff like that, hey, you can't keep me out of the top 10 all the time. Could be a legacy play.
Yeah, I don't think he would turn down the OKCs or the Spurs just because, like, you can't use the KD argument against him because he's already got his one. We've seen it. We know what it looks like. Like, he's solidified. He's done it already, right or wrong. I mean, talking about Kevin Durant and all those things. But Giannis is like kind of like, yeah, he's already done it. So it's like, what are you going to say? Like, oh, he's ring chasing? Like, no, he already did it with the Bucks. Like, what can you tell him at that point?
Yeah. So I Giannis is a tough cat to read. I genuinely do think in his heart of hearts, he didn't want to leave Milwaukee. He just knew it was conflicted because I played for him. I played to win championships. And that time is come and gone here in Milwaukee. And I can either do like what some people think Steph is going to do and I'm just going to be
Ride it
here.
out.
Yeah, I'm just going to be here. Or at this moment, I can go try to win some more championships for a legacy play. Steph can also do that because Steph has 4 championships. Like if Steph had 1 championship in Golden State, he might be in the Giannis situation. Like, man, I need a couple more. You know what I mean? But he's got 4. He's a made man in this league and in the Bay Area. There's no need for him to leave.
Steph could go anywhere and it wouldn't matter. Like Steph could go win a title somewhere and it wouldn't matter. Like it wouldn't. Like what you brought up Chris Paul a second ago when we were talking to the insiders. Chris Paul winning a title means nothing to me anymore. I've said this. It means something to him, and in that case, good for him. I'd love for him to have it. But in terms of how I view Chris Paul as one of, if not the greatest pure point guard of this generation, that doesn't change. Jesse?
Has the way Giannis has gone about this turned him into a heel? I don't think him going to a team would make him a villain or the bad guy.
Yeah.
But I like the way he's kind of gone about it. Like, could he?
What do you think?
I don't think it's turned him into a heel. It's been more annoying than anything. I think that's more so what it is. Like, but I don't think you hate Giannis because
Austin Theory was annoying and he was a heel, right? Like the annoying guy can be a heel too.
True, very true.
But here's what I think though: it's a short-term heel turn. Like once let's say if he gets moved before the deadline, the dust settles. It'll pass. If his team winds up losing this year, he'll deal with some flack during the offseason, maybe at the start of next season, but eventually it's gonna go away. If they win this year, he could wind up being a full-on Hollywood Hogan. Because now it's like, oh, especially if it's the likes of San Antonio or Houston, because it's like, oh my God, great. And then he'll be one of those guys where you're hoping for his downfall.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to see him win.
Yeah. No, that's for sure. And
like people feel about the Celtics or how they feel about the Lakers.
And I think that'd be great for the league.
Yeah, villains aren't bad.
That'd be
They're
great
missing
for the
that.
league. You know, because the champions, nobody cares about them.
It's true.
It's
Guess
not.
he tried to tell everyone last year.
It's not wrong. Like, yeah, it's not wrong. Like,
It's not their fault. Like
they
just
went
who
through
they
a.
are, but yeah.
Can only throw so many bows on Oklahoma City.
They went 24-1, and no one cared. They lost 6 of 12. No one cared. You know, they had the 70-win thing. No one cared. It was like, cool, man. Like, what's Giannis doing? Jokic is hurt. Joel playing. Wait, are the Sixers back? Wait, why are the Bulls and Heat scoring 140 a night?
Is Michael Jordan talking tonight?
No. The emphatic answer to that question
was just you, pal.
That was no every time. You were watching airtime over and over and over again. So, yes, he was talking for you. But for the $40 million that NBC allegedly spent, no, he wasn't talking.
Well, you kind of mentioned it, too. Like,
Can you imagine if it was a 40-minute interview, too, with Mike Tirico? Like, that man got paid $1 million per minute of his time, and NBC wound up using 6.5 minutes of it.
You mentioned like OKC and stuff like people don't care. It's like, yeah, they just came off a title, and people were like, yeah, what would they look like with Giannis though?
Yeah, right. the basketball and maybe I think it's just basketball is built on individuals. Like the NFL is built off the shield. It's the Cowboys, it's the 49ers, it's the Steelers, it's the Packers. You know the Mahomeses and the Rodgers. You don't know guys like that outside of the quarterbacks very often. Fred Warner is one of the best players in football. No one cares. Like, it doesn't matter. Myles Garrett might be he is a top 5 defensive player of our lifetime. No one gives a crap.
Right.
They care about, they say the shield, the team. In basketball, it's different. The guys are the stars. They're in the commercials. They got the Gatorade spots. They got the Nike endorsements. They got, the Meta endorsements, all of those different things. And they are at the forefront of everything. So it's like, nah, it's cute. You guys want to do your little bro interviews together. I want to put someone I give a crap about on your team.
The only two teams that are like the NFL teams, I guess, is just the Lakers and Celtics at this point.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, right.
The Warriors have been like this face for the last decade or whatever. That just once Steph is gone, I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement. Like,
no, they're still, but they're
gone.
not now. Like, people tune into the Golden State Warriors, if they still do. I don't know the numbers, but it's to see Steph Curry. Like, because Steph Curry he's like the.
That's what I mean. He's made them the face for the last decade, but it's really Steph.
But it's Steph is like John Cena. Like, the kids, I think, adults too, but like people, they love Steph Curry, and they're gonna watch Steph Curry till he taps out to Gunther. Like, that's
rightfully so.
No, he shouldn't.
No.
He should. Well,
go out hitting.
Steph, go ahead and tap out to Gunther.
Well, go out hitting threes or something.
We don't need you winning the championship.
Steph's final game, he's losing to Alperen Sengun.
The Warriors are the modern day Bulls.
Sure. Yeah. Right.
I love the Bulls because
Michael
Michael Jordan was on the
yeah.
Bulls, but after he left, I was like, all right.
Didn't
what
think
the
about
Kings
him again until Derrick Rose got there.
Yeah, what are the Kings doing? Let me see okay, they got, that's cool. And I think that's where the Warriors are going to go. There's still a level.
Great timing, too, for Kings fans. Between Jordan's retirement and the ascension of Sacramento, that was beautiful timing.
Well, the first one, the one that got me was.
Tired of watching Walt Williams and.
The one that got me was their first decent season. They didn't make the playoffs. The one where they lost in the last game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That was Jordan's first year off. St. Jean. Yep, St. Jean. That was their first year off. That also coincided with they went purple and black.
His first year off.
Yeah.
Like 97.
Yeah. He came back. No.
No,
94.
not 97. Yeah. Sorry.
94. He came back the year they made the playoffs. And that was
that doesn't sound right. Like, it was 90. It was 98,
you're right,
wasn't
they
it?
played the Sonics in the championship, and the Sonics couldn't get out of the first round until they played the Kings.
Right.
And they took that all the way to the championship. So the year they missed on the last game of the season was the year he came back in the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But that helped. Like, if Jordan was around, I might not have been a Kings fan. I would have been a Kings supporter.
Why didn't you go to the Wizards?
Wow. What was that?
Why didn't you go to the Wizards?
Why would I do that? Like, Rip Hamilton was cool, but I wasn't really tripping off the Wizards like that. What are you talking about?
It's like the Men in Black light went off with you people.
I like Rip Hamilton. He's a good ball player.
The final shot.
Yeah, you know what? No, you love Jordan as much as you guys do. Why don't he was a Wizard. Cool. It's fine.
Jerry Stackhouse was cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was a good ball player. Brendan Hayward. I didn't really like Jared Jeffries at Indiana, but he went to Washington. And none of those guys would make me like the Wizards.
What about the guy who averaged 20 points per game when he was 40? Look, you can't decide whether you want to respond to that.
If that happened, that's super impressive. That's crazy.
His only Wizards highlight is him blocking that Bulls player off the glass.
Does he have any cartilage in his knees? It doesn't sound like he does.
How impressive would it be if you were older than that, averaging 24? You people are sick.
Oh man, bro. Look,
but that's a great example. That's a great comp. Like, that's what the Warriors are. And the Warriors, like, once Steph is gone, you don't have that reason to love or hate them anymore, because we know when Steph's gone, Draymond's going to be gone. Lord, he's not going to play basketball without him.
Game.
So right, and so
Draymond might just turn it into dust.
It's you need something. We talked about this with, I think it was Giannis a couple weeks ago, where maybe it was Trey Young, but like, the league loves this. Maybe it was Jonathan Kuminga. The league loves this soap opera stuff. Yeah. They love, like, ways to stay in the headlines. They're never going to have as many viewers as the NFL. They're absolutely not. But what can they do to stay in the news cycle year long. What can they do that the NFL doesn't? The NFL does not have this story.
No.
The NFL does not have these types of day-to-day conversations about the makeup of, like, their free agency period is different. Their trade deadlines are different. Like, it doesn't garner 4 hours of sports talk. It doesn't garner this type of reaction on television and on social media.
The NBA is topical every single day of the year.
Yeah.
Even during football season, the NFL isn't topical every single day. Like, you take like Tuesday and Wednesday off from the NFL.
Yeah, right.
Like,
yeah,
ain't
no,
really much to
literally.
talk
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for practice on Wednesday and coach to
Right,
talk. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah. I wonder, I know we got to go, but we talk about Lakers and Celtics. Do you think we'll ever see a team like that, a franchise that goes into that category?
I'll answer that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'll write it down so I don't forget.
Did you see First Take spoil Seth Rollins' return?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Seth Rollins was
Ryan
on
Clark.
First Take, and Ryan Clark was like, yeah, man, everything that you've endured, and now you guys are going to this, this higher place as far as notoriety and everything, and you've been there from the start, and now you're here making your return at the Royal Rumble this Saturday.
Oh! Who told Ryan Clark that?
And Seth is looking at him like,
Ryan, kayfabe, bro, kayfabe. Boy, was that today?
Yeah, this morning, I think.
They was working ESPN tough because didn't Brock FaceTime McAfee?
I didn't see that.
I got an alert, I
see
think,
that.
from one of the ESPN accounts where Brock said, or Brock FaceTimed McAfee and said he was going to be in the Royal Rumble.
This might be the worst wrestling has ever been.
And we got
Why? Hold on. One's because I'm watching the clip of Seth. Why is your boy
That's not
going on TV with hoodies every day?
That's not my boy.
Oh,
man.
what is
That's
he trying to
not
be
my
like,
boy.
mate?
Like, what is he doing? Like,
That's not my boy. Like, what are you doing that you can't get dressed anymore? What are you doing?
bro, it's goofy.
He looks sad.
I think he's worn out.
Well, stop carrying Trump's water, man, and you'll be fine.
He's got an Under Armour long sleeve under that, or what?
It looks like he has a turtleneck with a hoodie on.
That's exactly what it is. He's
That
got like
is
an Under Armour on
trash.
under his hoodie.
Bro,
How embarrassing.
are you doing the show in the cold?
Saw Molly went to go work with Max Kellerman. Oh yeah,
I hope his luggage got lost or something, because that's the only thing that'll
Might
make this
have.
make sense.
Did you check out Zuffa Boxing, Casey?
Look who's got a hoodie and a thing on. This is crazy.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, check out Super
Oh.
Boxing.
Yeah.
I didn't. I did watch Paramount Plus though on Saturday. I watched a little UFC.
UFC. I didn't see the UFC. I won't ever watch
Bro,
the boxing stuff.
I
don't think.
bugged out when I saw Todd Monken.
Oh, it's bad.
No, because I knew, only thing I knew, I'd never seen him before.
Yeah.
All I knew was he was with the Ravens. And then I saw him. I'm like, yo, what? I thought it was like some young guy who was with the Ravens. And I saw the dude was with Georgia like 5 years ago or whatever. And he's been a coach since forever. He's like 60.
That's good luck to Todd Monken.
I don't know
That's
how
bad.
old that picture they're showing in the bottom left-hand
no,
corner.
that
is not what
that's
that
from the
man looks
80s.
like. That is gaslighting right there. That is not what that man. They took that picture off of Tinder because that man does not look like that.
Now they pissed off Jim Schwartz and he wants out.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
come on
get
to- come on to
Jim-
San
yeah, get
Francisco.
Jim out
Schwartz
to
because
San
of that.
Francisco.
Now some guys on the defense might want out.
Yeah, come to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Philly's still looking for an offensive coordinator. I wonder why.
Get AJ. I'm leaning more towards like, yo, AJ. Get AJ here in San Francisco, man. Sometimes you gotta.
Eagles would make that move if you offered the right picks.
Sometimes you gotta take a Charles Haley. You know what I mean?
Wait, what do you mean? DJ's like that personality-wise?
I mean, that's what they try to paint him as.
Oh, I don't think he's that at all. Yeah, no. We're back.
I think.
You asked the question before the commercial break as we were, you know, the and we'll get to the Kings and the Knicks coming up here in just a few minutes, I guess. I don't think there's going to be much of a breakdown of that.
They lost again.
Nothing to break down, and there you have it. On to other news.
Yeah, they scored 15 in the fourth, and we'll see you next game.
Man,
Giannis, you know, the Shams Charania had this interestingly worded tweet about Giannis Antetokounmpo looking for a new home. Now or the during the off season, and then you know he went on NBA Today and he's talking about aggressive offers that the Milwaukee Bucks are mulling over. They are listening to trades for Giannis Antetokounmpo, and we talked about the star power that the league has and how valuable these stories are for NBA conversations. Something that the NFL doesn't have. Now I understand the NFL; they'll take their 100 million viewers. They'll take their 50 million viewers. They'll take their 30 million viewers for a regular season game. They'll do all of that. But one thing they don't have is this conversational component that happens on a regular basis with the NBA and its stars, because it's a star-driven league. It's a player-driven league rather than a team-driven league, or this is going to sound dumb, but I think you'll know what I mean. The NFL is a league-driven league. Like, it's about football. It's about those teams and so on. And you asked the question right before the break because, you know, we're talking about the Warriors, kind of comparing them to the Bulls and how, like, there's not a team, you know, to hate outside the Celtics and the Lakers. And you asked, will that ever change? And I don't think it will.
And we're just going off a franchise to hate?
Yeah.
Like one of the legacy franchises more so.
Like,
yeah, a legacy franchise.
It feels like 20, there's 30 teams, 29 franchises, 29 fan bases, root for the Lakers to lose. 29 fan bases root for the Celtics to lose. I don't think there's another franchise that everyone else is rooting against. And I don't know how you become that.
So,
because I'm sorry, you go back to the Celtics, like that was 11 years. And then, you know, you had the Red Auerbach component. You had some, you know, other components from the 60s that play into factor. And then, it comes back with Larry Bird. And strangely, some of those components from the 60s are back in the 80s. But then you have their counter. And that's part of what made the Lakers was the counter to the Celtics. And you have them going off to do what they do. But then you have these outlier stories like Chicago. The Chicago Bulls weren't able to establish themselves as a legacy franchise. The Golden State Warriors will not be able to establish themselves as a legacy franchise. I think the answer is no.
Are the Spurs? But nobody hates the Spurs. Nobody hates the they have the leg. They feel like they kind of fit the criteria, but like nobody roots against the Spurs.
So it's to me, it's not about the hate, so to speak. It's about creating generational fan bases. I think the Celtics and the Lakers are who they are because they have been able to accumulate and grow their fan bases for the better part of 70 years.
Sure.
You know, so it is literally my dad was a Laker fan, and not only was he a Laker fan from West and Chamberlain in the Magic, but I'm a Laker fan, and my favorite players are Kobe, Shaq, and all this other stuff. Now LeBron. And the Celtics had the Bird era. Then you go down to Paul Pierce, KG, all this other stuff.
Yeah, shout out to my dad, the Celtics fan from San Jose.
Right. And you hand that down from generations across the globe, across the globe, but across the country. Also coinciding with the fact that they're playing for championships. The Spurs kind of have that. If they have like that. Now, see, I don't know if people really even care about the Spurs that much. Like, I don't know if people care about Tim Duncan the way, and this is no disrespect to his game or anything, but you know how we talk about the feeling that a Russell Westbrook, like you passionately feel one way or another about Russell Westbrook. Like you either love him to death or you hate him. I don't know nobody feels that way about Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker. They felt that way about Magic. They felt that way about Kobe. They felt that way about Shaq. They felt that way about Larry Bird, KG, Paul Pierce, Tatum, all these other guys. They're accumulating that. Even Paul Pierce, like that's where the Celtics kind of lose it a little bit to the Lakers because they don't have those polarizing figures the way the Lakers do. But I still think you feel some type of way more so about Larry Bird, McHale, Robert Parrish than you do about the Spurs. Like, but they fit the criteria. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to carry that on. And now Wemby's here.
The Spurs have none of those guys. The Spurs have never had a player that made you feel one way or another, I guess, negatively.
I agree.
Like they've all just been, oh yeah, Tim Duncan's great, like awesome, maybe a little underrated all time and stuff, but like there's never been anyone on the Spurs like, oh yeah, I hate that guy.
They're the Thunder on steroids. Today's Thunder on steroids because they got 5 championships.
Well, not yet.
Yeah.
Like you could see that's the Thunder's path, or
Right.
maybe the Spurs in maybe not 99, but you know the whatever title they won after that, whatever their next title was. That okay, maybe that's what the Thunder are right now.
Even Wemby talks trash, like, oh wow, this guy's great.
The Spurs are talked about with like a universal level of respect, though. The organization is talked about with a universal level of respect. Like, so flip this, I guess, a little bit. What are the Patriots? Because aren't the Patriots, they might be an amplified version of the San Antonio Spurs because of where they are, but the Patriots, Belichick, Brady, absolutely damn near bar for bar mirrors the San Antonio Spurs.
They mirror them, but I think they're closer. Like people hate them, like you do the
Yeah.
Lakers or Celtics. I think if you're
But
gonna,
do they hate the Patriots, or that's
think
what I'm struggling to figure out
I
going
think-
into the Super Bowl? Do they hate the Patriots, or did they hate Brady and Bill Belichick, but more specifically Tom Brady?
I think this year made them hate the Patriots because they're back without Brady and Belichick. So now it's like, oh, these guys
It's
are
just
back
resentment.
again. Like yeah, like now it's just the Patriots.
See, I think I lean a little bit towards where Damien's talking about. I don't know if they're really tripping off the Patriots that much. I think they hated Belichick and Brady.
Can I hit you with a what if?
Mhm.
What to this kind of it starts to lean to what Jesse was saying. What if they won? Is there a like if you're a fan that watches, if you're a person who watches the Super Bowl and you're tuning in and it's the Patriots and the Seahawks, are you like, it's the Patriots again? Oh,
I think
Really?
most casuals are rooting for the Seahawks in this one because of that. Just because like you've seen the Patriots and they're kind of the evil empire.
Can I point out something as I think about this that also maybe lends itself to we'll never see the Lakers Celtics type level again? Perfect storm. The Lakers are on the West Coast. The Celtics are on the East Coast.
Mhm.
You have a perfect dynamic of, all right, people on the East Coast ain't really tripping about the Lakers, but everybody west of Texas hates the Lakers. So you got a whole half of the country that hates the Lakers because they got to go through them all the time, all this other stuff. Same thing on the East Coast. Not really tripping off the Lakers, but man, we hate the Celtics.
Mhm.
I don't know if that dynamic is there in the NFL that way.
The Cowboys.
The Cowboys
yeah.
are one, but I think a lot of people on the West Coast hate the Niners. I don't know if people on the East Coast care about the Niners. I think a lot of people on the East Coast hate the Eagles, for instance, but I don't know if people on the West Coast are really tripping off them.
So what about the Chiefs in this scenario?
They're the Warriors right now.
Yeah.
I think the Steelers would be the Spurs too.
Steelers are up there.
The Steelers are the Spurs.
And that's a good one because
'cause-
nobody hates the Steelers.
Yeah, it's just you respect what they do. They do it a certain way. There's a culture there. It's
Yeah.
like maybe you get
It's a
an
good
Aaron
call.
Rodgers and like, yeah, we'll root against him. But I
So
think
what is
realistically,
New
it's like,
England then?
They're
New
the
England's-
Celtics or Lakers. They're probably,
No, they're not there. I
I think they are.
I think they're
they've gotten
closer
there.
to the Warriors than the Spurs and the Celtics and Lakers.
Let New England win on the Super Bowl. I think they get there then.
If
I think it was Brady, Belichick specific.
But what if they're back again next year? Not necessarily in the Super Bowl. They're just in the AFC Championship again, or just they win.
What if they have really retooled and they're back to
they're just
being
back.
a second, a divisional round AFC Championship team every year?
It's Boston sports, Boston radio. I mean,
yeah, they
take that with a
suck.
grain of salt. Yeah, I
They're
don't love them
awful.
either. But they're playing the whole.
Can't
Oh
stand
yeah,
them.
people are hating the Patriots or whatever because they're
Bro,
back. That's kind of the angle.
Nobody
but
was even thinking about you this year.
I don't know that that's true.
I don't
think
know
that it's true.
I'll put it to you like this.
I would
And
ask
once again-
Jake when he joins us, but he's not going to give us an honest answer.
And once again, this is regional, but I haven't found. And there's different components into it, but I haven't found one person on Twitter, 49ers fans, that is like, oh man, but I hate the Patriots so much I don't want them to win.
Well, no, of course, because they're playing the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think that's what goes into it. Like if it was like, I don't know, like Niners don't really have any gripe with the Patriots, but I think it's more of a national thing. Like maybe you're not going to get every team to hate the Patriots, but like probably about 95% like do, I think.
Like if you went to a Super Bowl party with a mix of sports fans and non-sports fans, would they be like, man, the Patriots are here again? The Patriots are always playing in this game. Would they, or how have they been good so, or whatever? Like, would there be a conversation about the New England Patriots? And I'm not expecting you to answer. I'm just that's what makes me wonder. It's like when we do this with wrestling. Like, does your mom does grandma know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is, or does grandma know who Hulk Hogan is?
Right.
There's your answer.
Right.
So
I don't think the Patriots are on. I don't think they're anywhere close to Lakers Celtics level.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that, but
Maybe
I don't think they're the Warriors either.
Maybe they live in their own place because they're not
Maybe
the
so.
Spurs.
Yeah.
If I had to put them in a place, it'd be Lakers Celtics. But I see what Kenny's saying, and they're not the Warriors. Like they're more a legit franchise than the Warriors are, I guess, legacy wise.
And while the Spurs aren't the Lakers or the Celtics, they're not the Warriors,
Right.
or the Bulls.
Yeah. Maybe they live.
They're
in
the
their own
Patriots.
place.
Yeah, the Patriots.
Yeah,
the
maybe,
Patriots and Spurs live in their own
Yeah.
place. We'll come back. Patriots fan Jake Gadon joins us in about 30 minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
We'll probably bring it up with Jake next, but like that Bill Belichick stuff,
That's insane.
it's one of the most egregious things in the
Yeah,
history of the Hall of Fame. Where
It's
like you
insane.
probably need to get all the voters out and just kind of retool, I guess, how you do that process.
Yeah, it's pretty awful.
Because that's going to be the story for whoever's getting inducted this year. It's going to be the story next year.
Oh yeah,
And,
absolutely. They
For me, don't let no one else be a first ballot Hall of Fame coach either.
The fact that 10 voters did not vote for him is insane.
Was it 10 or was it at least 10?
At least 10.
Okay,
Sorry,
yeah.
at least 10. I'm sorry. At least actually it had to be more, right? He failed to get 40, so it means
Yeah,
at least
yeah,
11 didn't
yeah.
vote for him.
But I go, this is dumb. Like they lost picks, whatever. Like that already happened. That's not on the Hall of Fame to do anything, and
Yeah.
it wasn't right for them to do Torello was the way they did either.
Let me get my smoothie real quick because I see we got it's kind of a short break. Hang on one second, y'all. Don't go nowhere.
Michigan, I can't hate. Like, yeah, I guess. Like I know a couple Patriots fans that aren't from New England or whatever that are Patriots fans. Like if you stick with the Patriots, if you were the Patriots fan during Brady, through Mac Jones, Cam Newton, all those guys, and they're still a Patriots fan, that's fine. But if you threw on the Bucks jersey and all that stuff, like I don't know. You need to make the Hall of Fame voting a committee of guys, like I guess the best guys you could pick that are actually in the Hall of Fame now, and just have them decide on it rather than media.
There's also and yeah, you're right. We'll probably talk about this with Jake, but there's also this idea that he was such a dick to media members that they punished him, and it's like, man,
Get out. That's
you're
the
not.
thing.
You're
It's
not
not
important
about you.
enough.
We learned that in journalism school. It's not about you. The story's never about you. Like, I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt, but get over it. Nobody cares.
Mm-hmm. Strange sentence to say here in Sacramento, California, but there's a lot of Patriot stuff to talk about. So we'll talk to Jake Gadon coming up at 1:45 when our man from CBS 13 joins us. Because I do want to spend some time talking about the Bill Belichick stuff, that story that broke yesterday when we were talking to Trista Crick, because we've learned more since we learned Bill Belichick would not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. 15 points. That's how many the Sacramento Kings scored in the fourth quarter. They wind up losing to the New York Knicks 103 to 87. There is nothing to take away from this game. It was competitive for 3 quarters. It was competitive for over 3 quarters, actually. And it's just a 6 minute close, maybe it was close to 7 minute stretch from the New York Knicks to close out the fourth quarter into that game, and it's the tail of the season. They can compete, but at some point someone's going to turn it on, whatever team that they're playing, and that's what the New York Knicks did last night. And there's really just some strange numbers from this Sacramento Kings box score last night. This was a DeMar DeRozan heavy game. This was a Russell Westbrook heavy game. Those guys took 37 shots between them. They were terrible. Everybody was awful from 3-point range. It was not a pleasant sight at Madison Square Garden.
No, it's one of those, like you said, tailor-made games from the 2025, 2026 Sacramento Kings where they'll find a way to lose.
Yeah.
And
which is funny because your contingent out there at the Garden, your buddies in the New York Knicks group chat.
I mean, shout out to them, shout out Ricky, shout out Kevin, shout out Herb.
The group chat lit yesterday?
I'm not in the group chat.
I'm starting to think he's lying.
I'm not in the group chat.
I'm starting to think he's lying.
Once again, Kevin, Herb,
the Garden,
Ricky, put me in the group chat, man. What we doing?
I think the Garden felt the exact same way you felt. This is going to be another one of those games we lose. God, this is annoying. It's just they don't know much about the Sacramento Kings. They don't know that they were safe that whole time. But I think the Knicks fans felt exactly the way that Kings fans felt when that game was close in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, if I was a Knicks fan at the Garden or anywhere else, I'd be like, this game way too close for comfort. Like, what are we doing? It's the Kings. This team stinks. We letting DeMar DeRozan go off on us
again.
Don't even want to be here.
It's kind of the theme of their season.
Yeah,
not more so just like losing to a bad team or anything like that, but just things haven't been smooth for them at all.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. It got smooth once they took Karl Anthony Towns out of the lineup.
Wow.
They cooked after that.
I mean, everybody's entitled to a bad night.
That feel like we got it. Like it's not working. I'm sorry, Cat and the Knicks is not. It's not gonna work. Let's move on and figure that out.
That man had Russell Westbrook in the post. And Russ was talking trash to him.
like get him out of here.
Talking trash, like, no, man, you can't do it. Not like you can see him. Nah, man, come on, man, nah. And then he loses the ball, and Russ is like, nah.
We'll give you the
ball.
DeMarcus Cousins one where you're trying to back whatever, and it's not working. It's DeMarcus Cousins, but Russell Westbrook.
That cat jersey you got is wild, man. That cat jersey you got is wild.
I like Cat.
Cat
I know you do.
I like Cat.
Buying into some of the things that Mike Brown is teaching defensively, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. All right, Cat, you got it.
Hey, Cat, do you not want to get roughed up by a point guard on defense? No. All right.
Well, look, I'll say this. After Draymond Green damn near Bo Jackson's my leg in the middle of the game, I don't want my coach going to hug him.
Who's that?
Mike Brown telling Draymond, yeah, I've been waiting to do that all year. I'm glad you did.
Good job, Dre.
Yeah, but that relationship's not going to work.
But here's the thing: I don't think
Mike Brown relationship failing.
Well, I went Knicks and Cat, but
can't wait for Karl Anthony Towns and Mike Brown to hug when they're each at their next destination. Jesus Christ! Can you send Jesse the clip that you showed me?
Jesse, go to it's on my Twitter. I laughed at the clip.
Unblock him and go to the
Jesse
clip.
don't block me. Jesse be tapped in.
Yeah, I'm not like me and Kenny see a lot of the same tweets.
Oh.
We really tapped in on Jim Jones. I
Y'all
guess.
got the same
Give
algorithm.
Capo a little respect, man.
Yeah, no,
They're
that's
being a
crazy,
little
by the way.
disrespectful, man. Being a little disrespectful. He did add to that song, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, they had the Knicks
song y'all talking about?
Day and Night. Kid Cudi.
Oh, okay.
Jim jumped out the window, I think, saying he's responsible for Kid Cudi's career.
Oh, that.
Like, let's settle down. But you did add to that song, Jim. And they were trying to be like, no, he didn't. It was already hit either way. All right, don't do that.
I actually hate that song.
I hate the one without Jim Jones.
I hate that song. I hate them both.
No.
I do.
With Capo on the track, it just, like, okay. Yeah.
I have sad news for you. Both of you, I think. I care nothing about Jim Jones. Like, less.
Well, I'm saying me and Kenny got it.
I care nothing about that.
But MSG.
Oh, look at that. That is sweet. Look at that. Look, it's just a loving embrace between Sabonis and Mike Brown right there. That is so sweet. Look at this.
Smiles.
No, it gets better. Oh, look at there's cat. Move, cat. Move.
Cat's, hey, what's up?
No, watch this.
Cat gets there.
No, it gets better. It gets better. Hey, look, Coach, what's up, man?
Hey,
all right.
Big dog. You
You
good?
see it?
See
Yep.
you, boy.
Hey, Malik, what up, boy? Yep, no, you good? No, I got my ass out of here. No, it's good. It's good. Look, Keegan. Hey. Look at you. Look, Keegan look awkward just in natural interaction. Just
Doug Christie.
No, here's
Doug
Doug.
Christie's here.
Here's
Oh,
Doug.
the
Doug
other
gonna go
side
see
of the
Mike.
court.
Nope. There's Walt Clyde Frazier. Oh, paying his
Crazy.
respects. He's going to leave. Get me out of here. Oh, hey, little fella. Oh, hi, Tracy.
And this clip was hilarious, man. NBA hilarious. And the NBA is so funny. Doug went clear across. Nah, I'm gonna go say what's up to Walt.
After every game, coaches dap up, Doug. Nah, let me see what the other side. Let me see what Celebrity Row's doing right now.
I love that we were watching too, because Jesse and I were like, "Oh, NBC, y'all some hoes."
Yeah, boo.
They went. They had the camera on Mike. They had the camera on Doug, and then right when the buzzer goes off, let's show someone else.
MSG knew what time it was. Not only did they stay locked in on Mike, they said, "Hey, let's see where Doug is.
Let's follow this heat over here.
Look at you, this over here.
NBC
Doug is on the other
was
side of the court."
NBC was like Monday Night Raw when you're waiting for someone to return or whatever, and it's like, wait, no, why is the end credits showing up? And then the show's over. It's like, wait, what happened? No.
Terrible
Yeah,
work by
man.
NBC.
So yeah, I mean, Domas and Mike Brown, everything's all good. Now, I told you earlier, one part of me wants to be like, dog, we got an idea of what the story was. Like, why y'all behaving like this? We know what we know where everything started because of you two. Everything started.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the Beam team, it all started to go downhill because of you two. Why are you guys dapping it up? And then I had to check myself and be like, they don't have to hate each other. They don't have to hate each other.
But we did Vivek and Mike Brown a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Was this performative?
No. It wasn't performative because there's no telling what cameras are catching at that point. Right? The game's over. What Vivek did was performative because he knew where everything was. It was before the game. He knew what he was doing. He knew it was going to be caught and shown. After the game, like you can't do anything with that footage after the game.
I don't know if this doesn't make it performative, but where do the cameras go at the end of every game? To the scrum where everybody is congratulating to each other.
Well,
or that's the one that's not performative.
Well,
that's the random one going to Walt Frazier.
Or it goes to Deuce and Mo. Like the NBC just kind of like, oh yeah, there's no interview to do because they lost, so they just went to Deuce and Mo.
Yeah,
I think they can be cool, but it's also like, yeah, maybe I don't want Domantas Sabonis to be the center of my team if he's not a king or anything like that. Like,
no, that's not the problem. No. The problem is Domas is one of those guys who is very vocal about wanting Mike Brown out of here. So was Malik Monk. You're right. They don't have to hate each other, but don't come shake my hand. Stand on business. You don't want me as your coach, like, man, that's fine. I was there, 2 years for Mike Brown. I have no desire to come dap you up. I have no idea to show you. There's this this Doug and Mike Brown thing stems from this belief that Doug Christie helped push Mike out. If that's true, the other two dudes that you hugged were strong pieces to that as well.
That's true.
So what do we? Man, now I feel like one of the old heads. What are we hugging for?
Maybe Kenny's right though.
I'm in a better place. If I'll put it to you like this,
I'd be in a better place, Domas. If I could get this idiot cat move, if I could get this idiot off my team, I'd be great.
I'm sure this happens probably more times than not, where it's like, I'm sure like more times than not that people are buddy in the NBA. Like Jeff Teague tells stories on his podcast that we've never heard before. It's like, oh, we had no clue, but like people will dap up just for the cameras and things like that.
Here's what I'll say if I'm Mike Brown, and there's a certain level of zen, and I'm at peace with who I am. These guys didn't want me there. I got fired. If I was still unemployed, don't talk to me.
KC, you're right.
I'm in a better place.
You're 100% right. So why not acknowledge Doug?
That's the one. I don't know. Well, because I got real heat for Doug.
But why Doug versus the other two?
Doug
makes minimum wage. And this dude makes $100 or $200 million.
Yeah, you're right.
Whose voice is stronger with the owner? The dude who makes $200 million.
Mike might believe Doug's voice is stronger.
He might. You're right. He might.
Mike might believe this is the guy that was here that I was forced to take on for some reason.
Yep.
And
this reason, I was forced to take on for this reason.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't like he had my back when things were going down. I'll put it to you like this. Mike may feel, I'm not saying this, Mike may feel you were always only loyal to one person. And that one, talking about Doug Christie.
Mm-hmm.
And when things were going down, and I needed a lifeline, or I needed somebody to have my back, you weren't loyal to me. You never were loyal.
I didn't need a knife. You already had one in your hand.
If that's the case, though, doesn't Mike just completely avoid the handshake line altogether? Like Doug is the one who walked across the court
the other day.
Well,
yeah, but like this time around,
he was happy to shake everybody's hand after a win. I think that's is that 3 or 4 in a row for New York? They've won a couple here.
Maybe 3 in a row.
Maybe it's not that many, but
because it was the Nets, the Sixers, and I think maybe just this game.
You're right.
But I mean, you're right. Like I can absolutely understand. Like, nah, Domas, don't talk to me, or Malik, don't talk to me. But also, it's
you walk
easier.
by, give him the pat on the chest, just like don't even look at him. Just say, "All right, boy."
It's easier to be that way when you're where you're at right now, Mike Brown. I'm in New York. I got a chance to compete for a championship. I've leveled up.
That's sweet. Like, that's sweet. I'll also look at Mike a little funny in this. We beat your ass a week ago, and you went straight to the locker room. You didn't want to hug Domas then.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't want to hug Mike then. You didn't want to do it at the Golden One Center.
Mm.
And it's fine. Like, this isn't a criticism of Mike. It's not you guys handle business the way that you feel like you need to handle business. That's true for Domas, Malik, Doug, all of them. It's just when you know the story, like, it's like, what are y'all doing?
Right. That's why I laughed at it. That's why I just laughed at like, what the hell? What the hell? Now, look, and I'll say this in Doug's defense, too. Doug in Sacramento looked like he was ready to acknowledge Mike. And he goes over there and he looks, and Mike turns around and leaves. And Doug's like, oh, okay, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're going to do forever then. I'm going to go say hi to Walt Clyde Frazier every time. I'm going to say hi to Mike Breen. I'm going to go find Stephon Marbury. I'm going to say hi to him. Like, that's
I'm going to run into
forever.
Tracy Morgan on accident, and I'll acknowledge him. See if Tina Fey is here. Maybe Conan O'Brien. Go see one of those guys.
Right. Because Doug tried to be like, hey, like, we ain't got a handshake, but like we do with every other coach. Hand wave, good game. See you down the road. Mike wanted no part. Oh, okay. That's what we on. Well, that's what we on then.
Yeah, B916 said Mike hugged Vivek, and it's like, yeah, I guess there's just a way that you have to do stuff like that. I might have stuck my hand out. Like, I'll do this.
Mm.
Don't hug me. And whatever pep talk you're trying to give me, man, shut the hell up.
Mm.
I don't want to hear from you. Get your ass out of here.
Once again, though, it depends on if I got real venom for the person. If it's like, there's people that done me wrong in my past that at the time I was hot with. Like if I saw him, not that I fight him, but I'd have that cold energy towards him. If I see him today, I'd have moved on. I'd have moved on in life and done different things. If I see him today, hey, how you doing, man? You good? Good, man. Good to see you. Keep it moving.
Oh, you a better man than me. You're a better man than me. I might not be angry. I just ain't talking to you. I just go about my business. I don't need to speak to you. And I don't even know that I have anyone in my life like that. But no.
But that's what I'm saying. If I feel that way,
I just won't speak to you.
If I feel that way to them, yeah, that's how it be.
And don't be
But if I don't, like if I'm like, bro, my life to moved on, I'm good. If I see you,
good
we
for
can
you.
speak.
Good for you. Oh no, you can't speak to me.
But
you can. I take that back.
Still
I
have
take that back.
Energy.
I take that back.
Like you still
can.
have that feeling towards.
I take that back. You can speak to me, as long as the conversation starts with, "Man, sorry, I apologize. Here's what happened." If the conversation starts with that, you fine. Outside of that, no, man. You could walk by me. I could walk by you. We'd be just fine.
Yeah, but that's
and I have no energy. You using the word energy. I have no energy to you unless you try to speak to me. Then I have energy to you. I can exist and be very happy without ever speaking to you again. But if we're passing each other at the Golden One Center, oh, hey, D-Lo. No, man. I don't care if it was 10 years ago. You have something to say to me. If you don't say that now, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Don't hate me. Don't hug me because you see D-Lo and KC in a place.
Right.
Don't say hey to me or hug me because you know what we're doing over here. You start with one thing and one thing only. If that's not how you're going to do it, we're going to keep moving.
That's what I'm saying. You still have that venom towards that person. There's one person in my life.
So I'm going to die early. I hold on to too much.
There's one person in my life that I can think that I have that type of energy towards. Other than that, like, man, I got other things to do. To be holding that type of energy towards. And I think maybe that might be how Mike is. Like, I got other things to do in life to be holding on to that energy. You did what you did. I'm in a better place. I'm happy with where I'm at. By all means, have a good day. It's cool. That's what it is. That energy, that type of energy, I believe, that can eat at you from the inside if you let it. Even the person that I feel that way about, when I think about it or it comes across, I try to get rid of that because that'll make you miserable.
But does it? Like in the scenario that we're going over, like Mike's not thinking about Domantas Sabonis today. He's thinking about Boston or whatever's next for the New York Knicks. He's thinking about how he can get Cat out of here in the next 6-7 days.
Leave Cat alone. They needs to say sorry to Cat. Maybe they can rectify that relationship.
I mean, if you get to February 6th, it'd be in Mike's best interest to be like, hey, Cat, let's sit down and talk because we're going to have to figure this out together. But like Mike today may not be thinking about, I don't think Mike is thinking about Domantas Sabonis. You know, the weird thing with Michael Malone is it felt like he was always thinking about Sacramento. Like you talk about that energy eating you up, right? Clearly, Mike is in a Mike Brown is in a place where he can hug Domas, he can hug Malik, he can go through this performance with Vivek Ranadive at the Golden One Center, and he feels that that's just the way to be happy, to be at peace. Even if he, does it and, whispers to Tracy McGrady, I hate them MFers. Like, I hate all of them. I said Tracy McGrady, Tracy Morgan. And it would have been funnier if I had gotten it right the first time. And then just keeps it moving. He's not thinking about the Sacramento Kings today. The thing that made stuff with Michael Malone weird is he would bring the Sacramento Kings up on a random Tuesday when they hadn't played each other in 6 weeks.
Right.
And it was like, why are you talking about that? That's where it was like, yeah, maybe Mike's not healthy. Like, that's not okay. For me, like I'm thinking of one person in particular, and that man tried to keep D'Lo and KC out of Kings games That man did all he could after our show went on the air to try to undermine us. I'm not thinking about him when this conversation ends.
Right.
I'm not thinking about him again. But if we cross paths at the Golden One Center, do not try to shake my hand. Do not try to hug me and dap me and tell me you're so happy for our success. No. Apologize or get the F out of my face.
FOH.
That too.
And that's and look, there are people who, that energy that's the energy I have.
But I'm not thinking about him I'm not Michael Malone. Like, I'm not thinking about that in 5 weeks when I'm sitting at home watching How to Get Away with Murder.
Right. And how we got here, I can understand Mike
That's
Brown.
the show we're watching right now, just for the record. That's the show Katie and I are watching. Oh my God, that show is so great. Did you watch Scandal?
I did watch Scandal.
Okay, you got to watch How to Get Away with Murder. Have you watched it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, it's so great.
I love it. I've heard nothing but great things, so I got to watch it. New trailer for Paradise. You see that?
Yeah,
I
I'm trying to work that because Crystal's in nursing school. She's busy every day now working that. She's like, "Oh yeah, we'll watch it in May." I was like, "The hell we will."
Better be a good actor.
Have you? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh man, that's crazy. I didn't know that happened.
Have you ever watched the show but had to pretend like you didn't?
No, I'm usually pretty good. It's like, I'll wait for you, babe. But it's like, I like this show, so like she's like, I don't have to wait to watch Celtics Knicks with her. Like, it's fine. That's what I watch.
You gotta reset the Netflix so it doesn't show that it's been watched.
Oh my God. Or if you use the Apple TV, you have to remove like the next episode so it doesn't look like why? I thought we were on episode 5. Why does it say episode 8?
Episode.
Why did that bar go all the way down? They literally make it so you can't lie to your partner.
Yeah, they need to change that. You know, sometimes they're not ready to watch. I'm ready to watch.
You gotta have a burner Netflix account to be able to get your shows in.
Me and Jazz don't watch any shows together. She refuses to watch shows with me, so I don't ever have to worry about that. But I just don't to the video and what we were talking about. I just don't think Mike has that type of feelings for those guys.
Yeah,
like,
he might not.
Like, it's whatever, bro.
He might not. And I mean, he landed in a great spot with the New York Knicks. It's obviously a high, profile position. It's a very, very high pressure position, but he's a game out of the second seed. They're 28-18. He's only going to be judged, going back to a conversation that we had with the insiders, he's only going to be judged by what happens in the postseason. And Sacramento continues to flounder the same way that they have over the last, 20 years or whatever. They're 12-36. Everyone here is miserable. And, they're praying to get through this trade deadline with some positive news. And then it's full steam ahead to the lottery in May.
Man. Damn. I'm starting to really tap into
I was really hoping we would never have a lottery party. I was hoping we'd never have a lottery party. I think it's already scheduled.
It's gonna be lit.
I don't even know if the lottery's scheduled, is it?
All we know is it's in May. It's in May. It's always in May, right? And so whatever day in May, come hang out with D-Lo and KC. We'll be doing a live broadcast.
It used to be the game 2 of Eastern or Western Conference Finals, whatever ESPN had. But I felt like they did it a little earlier.
Yeah, I don't feel like it was in the conference finals this year.
Yeah, they did it. They did it a little earlier than last year. So, yeah, we're back. And we'll be here for a while.
Yeah, we'll be here for a while. You were saying you tapped into. Okay.
No, I thought
you started to say you tapped into
tapping into college basketball.
Yeah. So I hate this. I'm not tapped into college basketball. I've tapped into film of college, like lottery, and it's like, all right, man. It's fun, it's fun to watch, but again, it's film. I think with Synergy, you can get the highlights and the lowlights. Like you can get the good and the bad with it. It's what we used the Keegan draft.
Yeah.
Did not think we were going to be doing this again for a while, but here we are.
Also, go Blue. Big win last night. Took care of Nebraska. Yeah. Knocked down Nebraska from the ranks of the unbeaten. Yeah, we're going to be a problem. We're going to be a problem, baby.
Jesus Christ, dude. I want to show
Oh,
you
wait a
something.
minute.
No. Let me show you guys something real quick. We're going to step out. We're going to come back.
James is here.
No, look at this. Look at
Oh,
this.
come on,
Look
man.
at this guy.
Yeah,
Pat
look at
the
this guy.
Patriot.
Pat
Look
the
at- Come back.
You sure you don't hate the
2
Patriots,
weeks,
Casey?
man.
No,
2 weeks.
This is making
I don't
me.
like
This right here is making me hate the Patriots. We'll come back. Talk with our man Jake Gadon of CBS 13 here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. What's up, buddy?
Jake, what up, man?
What's up, fam? I'm outside my my barber shop. I got to get a cut. Should I do this while getting a cut? Is that too crazy, or should I wait? Should I wait for it?
Nah, that might be a little bit too.
That's what I'm thinking. We'll rock with this for like 15 minutes.
Are they gonna be in the barbershop talking about college girls? College girls. I wish they all be.
Is there a
those
quartet
college
in there?
Jake, did you make an appointment for your haircut?
Of course I did.
Oh. What time is your appointment?
2 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll get you out of here at 2 o'clock then.
You be chilling. No worries.
Yeah, look at Casey. There's one of them little barbershop poles in the background. Oh yeah. We go to different barbershops. We go to different barbershops, man.
Oh, 100% guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Right. They're getting Butch and who?
Butch and Barrel. It's a
That's an S. What is that? What does it say?
Oh, excuse me. Oh, you can't. I can't say the word.
Well,
why not? It looked like it. Oh man, we got everybody scared to talk.
It's all good.
He's the guy who owns this. He used to be the former owner of Bottled and Barlow on our street.
Oh yeah. What's my man's name again?
Anthony.
Yeah. I know Anthony.
Didn't they have some bad news?
Yeah, Bottled and Barlow closed.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Hey guys, I got positive news. Well, I guess it's positive. I think I might have said this. Remember, Jake, I don't know if I ever talked to you about this, but there was a location where the place where we get pizza closed down. You know, pizza when they come in, not Motorhead, but
Yep.
And they just had that place sitting there on Laguna Boulevard. It has now finally been filled. It's going to be a Sharif Jewelers.
Oh, okay. Very good.
I was hoping for somewhere to eat, but that's fine. I like Sharif Jewelers, so it's good.
There you go.
It's been vacated for like 5 years.
Shout out to Sharif.
Isn't there a Sharif Jewelers around the corner, like going to the mall?
It's right by the mall, yeah.
That one's new too. Like they built that place, so that's pretty
That's where tacos.
Bentitos.
Yeah, that's where they would post up with the truck out there. About 30 seconds, Jake. We'll be ready.
We'll be chilling, guys. I hate sitting. I just worked out. I got
You
pre-workout in me.
Are you covering the game?
Yeah, we're there all next week.
We'll be in San Francisco, but only for a day, and it's for something it's related to the Super Bowl, but it's not.
What day?
We got a dinner Thursday.
Okay, see you there.
Excellent. All right, we're coming back, Jake. Back with our man Jake Gadon. He is a man of Sacramento here as he's roaming the streets, getting ready to get his haircut at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Jake Gadon, of course, CBS 13. Jake, we actually do have a lot of different things we want to talk to you about, none of which really involve the Sacramento Kings, though I think you would have some great notes as we're about 8 days away from the trade deadline. Is that math right? Yeah, about 8 days away from the trade deadline. But I want to start with your New England Patriots. Your Patriots, they're headed to the Super Bowl, and we were trying to figure out. We were talking, basketball. We were talking about hated teams like the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers. Have the Patriots now headed into this second version of a Super Bowl contender? Have they solidified themselves as a team that people hate?
Okay, first off, it's the third edition of this because you got to remember Tom Brady's. It's two sections there. Okay, yes, Brady was there the whole entire time, but there was a lapse in a couple of years where they won championships. There was another generation there, so this is really the third iteration of the Patriots dynasty. And yeah,
Can I tell you something real quick? This is why we hate you. This is why people hate Patriots fans, is because of that stupid explanation that you just gave us.
It's the third iteration, and yes, that's the exact reason why they hate Patriots fans. At the end of the day, like the New England Patriots have turned this thing around faster than anybody thought they could, and that's why I think that irks the most people or most sports fans the most is that the fact that they're already back here and they had less than 5 years of suffering when there's like Cleveland Brown fans that haven't even seen this team scratch an AFC championship. So, yes, I think we're entering the territory of the most hated franchise in the NFL, up there with the Cowboys, up there with the Chiefs. It's comical that we're back here, and I let everybody know about it. So, welcome to Pat the Patriot Week here in Sacramento.
Pat the Patriot, will you stop it? I don't know. I could be completely wrong. I don't see a lot of venom for the Patriots this year.
To be clear, there is the Cowboys. There is a Grand Canyon level space between whoever's next. And I don't know who's next. I don't know if it's the Bears or the Packers, Patriots, who it is. Maybe the Eagles. I don't know who it is. But there is Dallas. There's the Grand Canyon. And then there's whoever you want to put after that.
I would put Philadelphia in that conversation. I would put Kansas City. I would put New England. I wouldn't put Green Bay or Chicago yet. Like both those teams, Chicago, of course, made it to the NFC divisional round game, but still, Green Bay, since the years of Aaron Rodgers, hasn't really been up there. They haven't found their footing yet. I would still say that those are probably the top 3, top 4 teams that are most hated in the NFL.
Here's a metric for you. How many fan bases do you think hate the Patriots on a different level? Because I don't think it's that many. Obviously, you got your division foes.
Do you think the Chiefs do?
No.
The Chiefs, no. I think the Chiefs are the hotness right now. I think they're the hotness. That's why today, yes, if we're doing rankings.
You don't think the Chiefs fan base hates the Patriots, though?
Oh, Chiefs fan base hates the Patriots.
I thought that's what you asked. I'm sorry.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think if you're thinking about fan bases, I think both New York teams, Jets, Giants. I think Miami Dolphin fan base doesn't like it. Buffalo doesn't like it. Maybe Philadelphia you can throw into there.
Is anyone outside of the Northeast?
That's what I'm saying, though. I don't think anybody outside of the Northeast really despises New England.
That's my point, though. They're not like that. Like the Niners, I'll say the Niners, for instance, and I don't think they're the top. Okay. But you've got your division. You've got the Raiders. You've got the Cowboys. You've got the Eagles. You're spanning some time. The Eagles is a little recent. I will say that it's a little recent. But it's
right with team that's
right. What about the Pack? The Packers might be a better fit than the Eagles, no?
Yeah.
Packers.
Because there's a long history.
Packers don't. Yeah, they don't get along with Niner fans. They.
I say name a team that Philadelphia Eagles fans like other than their own.
It's a great point.
Yeah, it's
a great point.
None. Yeah. They hate everyone. They hate their team a lot of times too. I think they hate this one.
You want to hear, I have a buddy in Philadelphia this week. It's been 2 weeks and they still can't figure out an offensive coordinator and they're freaking out in Philly. It's bro, there's not head coaches filled right now. Your offensive coordinator, it'll be taken care of. Don't you worry.
Are you of the, now I don't want to, you don't have to break kayfabe here, but there's a lot of people, I was talking to our man Paul Marshall at 98 Rock yesterday. He is just adamant that the Seahawks are going to beat their ass. I don't feel that way. I don't know that I don't know that I'm picking a winner in this at all. I'm just not leaning that way. What is your professional opinion? Not Pat the Patriot, but Jake Gadon of CBS 13, what do you think about this game and the Patriots' chances?
I just don't think it's a blowout like most people are predicting. I'm taking, thank you, Vegas, for the money if they're putting 5.5 out there. I still think this is a field goal game. I think this is a touchdown game. I don't think it's a 21-point blowout and it's over by the third quarter. This will be a tough game. The Patriots defense is playing their best so far this whole entire season, playing at the best part of the year, playing their best at the most important part of the year. And I think Drake May is due for a good game. Like, I really do. And he's 2 weeks to prepare for one team. I really think that is what people don't understand, that Drake has faced 3 top 5 defenses or top 8 defenses the past 3 weeks. He's won against all 3 of them, hasn't played well. I think if you give Josh McDaniels and him 2 weeks to prepare for a Seattle defense, I think it's going to be closer than you think. I can tell you that for me professionally, this game will come down to the trenches. Can the Seahawks defensive line get to the Patriots offensive line? And if they can do that, they win the game. They put pressure on Drake. If Drake has time in the pocket to be able to throw downfield and then use his legs when he needs to, this is going to be a closer game than you think.
I'll go a little further into the trenches with you. If the Patriots can't establish the run, which has been impossible against the Seahawks defense all year long, I think all year they haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher, and they might have a streak that extends to last year as well. But if that continues, it's going to be a long day, because if you can make any quarterback, but a young quarterback like Drake May, one-dimensional against the athletes and the type of defense that they have in Seattle, that's going to be a problem. If the Patriots are going to keep this close, their defense has to play one of the games of the season for them. If they're not like able to slow down or stop that Seahawks offense, it could get ugly. It could get ugly.
I also say the playing in the bad, poor conditions the past 2 weeks might have affected Drake May's stat line. Like, he didn't do anything in that second half against Denver this past week because of the snow, and that was the game plan. And then against C.J. Stroud, Stroud showed that if you force the ball, especially in snow, look how many turnovers you're going to have. And Drake, it was a turnover game, don't get me wrong. I think he had 3 fumbles, but still, I think it's all about who protects the ball more, and that's what it's really going to come down to.
You safe, bro?
Yeah,
you good?
Well,
You
I
out
don't know
there?
what happens when people talk to us. They're just in dangerous situations.
It's our street.
This is not fitting the stereotype very well at all. So bad. So bad. Jake, I know you got a 2 o'clock appointment. I just want to make sure I do want to touch on again, it's Patriots hour here with Elo and KC. I do want to touch on the Bill Belichick thing yesterday. That was as an egregious as a Hall of Fame snub that we've ever seen. Obviously, Barry Bonds is up there. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, those guys not being in the Baseball Hall of Fame is absurd. People have taken their stances as to why that's the case. Whatever, do your thing. But Bill Belichick, and then the reasoning behind it of, perhaps penance for Deflategate and Spygate and all of that is just, they just continued to devalue the Hall of Fame with things like this.
And that's where I land. I just sit there and say, okay, I think the Hall of Fame in Canton used to be this prized possession that, your bust is going to be there for the rest of your life, and only the best of the best get there. And now I'm just sitting there and saying, what did Bill have to do to become a first ballot Hall of Famer? Did he have to have a scotch-free resume? Did he have to win another Super Bowl to negate some of the things that he had in his career? That's where I'm sitting there, asking myself, Spygate, everyone was doing it. Bill's the one who got caught. Spade a spade there. Deflategate, I'm not a scientist, guys, so I could not tell you if that actually ended up being a thing or not, and just how much that really affected the game and how the outcome of the game specifically. But the amount of Super Bowl championships, the amount of AFC championships, the amount of divisional wins, overall wins, and doing it in a variety of different ways, yet having a standard for it, I'm blown away that they're going to dock him for things that, one, other teams and other coaches were doing, and two, should kind of be put to the side with the amount of Super Bowls he won. I don't understand the understanding. People have thrown things out there saying, well, Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft didn't want to go in on the same year. I call BS on that. This is one of the most egregious things I've seen in pro football in the past decade, I would say, and it taints a bad picture on the Pro Football Hall of Fame when it's supposed to be something that's celebrated and truly the tier or the top tier of any professional sports Hall of Fame when it comes to football, baseball, basketball. It should be one of the best.
I want you 100%. I think it's a joke that this is happening. I'm not this Bill Belichick supporter or a Patriots fan or anything else like that, but it is what it is. I mean, the guy's one of the most winningest coaches in the game. The Super Bowls speak for themselves. You can't take that away from him, regardless of what you want to talk about with Spygate or the Flakegate, which was a non-story from my opinion. Come on now, if we're not acknowledging that on the first ballot of the Hall of Fame, like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
That's the problem. That's the problem. But hey, he'll get in next year. I can guarantee you that. But it's just the fact that he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer will always be a knock on him heading for the rest of his football career. So,
Jake, go get to your appointment, man.
Hey, real quick, guys. Question for you. So next week, am I canceled because you guys moved to the drive time spot? Am I just completely cut out?
Absolutely not. We've got to work out a new time slot with you. That's our main goal, and we have multiple different options we can work with. But no, there is no canceling Jake Gadon.
Okay. The other thing is,
if Rihanna can't get you canceled, D'Lo and KC aren't going to get you canceled.
That's what I was going to say. Okay. The other thing is, like, Dave, you're a man of you're a scheduled man. How is this affecting your routine on a daily basis? Do we go to bed earlier, later? How does the pump happen differently? Do we take our green juices at a different time during the day?
I knew what you meant, but you just can't go throwing phrases around like that.
What's going
Jake.
on here?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Not much changes for me. I mean, we worked till 6 o'clock up until like 4 months ago, so that's not as big of a deal. It's actually not going to change anything for me. I'll just come to this studio a little bit later than I'm used to. I'll still be up at the same time. I'll still operate it. I'll have a little more time to do some things for myself before I come in, and I'll lose a little bit of time on the back end with the girls, which sucks. But overall, it's kind of business as usual for you, boy.
Well, congratulations to both of you. Congratulations to Jesse. All right. No more Dolphins talk in the morning, though. Yeah. Okay. No Dolphins talk in the morning. Not allowed. Okay. Just making sure
we're talking about Lewis should never play in the NFL again.
We're clear on that. We're absolutely clear on that. But hey, guys, see you next week in San Francisco. We'll be there the whole entire week for CBS 13. So we'll give you a call from Radio Row.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, my man.
Take care, Jake.
Thank you, brother. That's our man, Jake Gadon, going to get his haircut somewhere, I think, in a war zone or something.
Yeah, I mean, that was a manhunt.
I guess he's right outside Jason Jones's house.
That was not a, hey, pull over real quick. You ran a stop sign. No, they were there. I might have heard helicopters.
I feel like this stuff never happens to Whitey. Like, it just never. Like, but D'Lo and Casey, just sirens everywhere. Trista Crick in the middle of the park, sirens. Jason Jones sitting on his couch, sirens. Jake Gadon, middle of a manhunt out there.
Man.
Did Phil calls when he got pulled over once?
Well,
yeah. Well,
no.
who was in jail?
I think
from
Phil.
jail.
Yeah, Phil was in jail. Phil was. He
had
had to go.
Had to get his Buddy Hield takeoff or whatever it was. That was a good point. Jake apparently is, in fact, in the worst slums of Sacramento. Well done. Well done.
That was a good call, by the way, on the little candy cane barbershop thing by you guys. As far as a little thing they have in front or whatever.
Oh, yeah. The little.
I ain't seen one of those.
Nah, those. That's not at my shop.
Probably some pomade when you walk in.
That is not at my shop.
I'll never forget Sports Clips. One of their selling points. You can get a haircut and watch the game. What have you been doing? What kind of barbershops are you used to?
And I'm just envisioning someone going, "No way! I won't miss the baseball game, and I can get my hair cut. Hey, Jeff, give me the 4."
Damn.
Like, what the hell is this? What are you talking about? Why is this a selling point?
Come on, man. Grab a seat.
Oh, man. Shout out to my boy, Steve Jordan over at Barber's Dream. Shout out to my guy, Rampage the Barber, too, man. Those are my people.
Shout out Ricardo, man. Man, Tori, Darren, the whole crew. There was a report yesterday. We obviously got the news about Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. We read the whole report after we got off the air, and Bill Polian, like, God, I'm trying to figure out what this dude did right in football at this point. Bill Polian, the guy who urged Lamar Jackson to not be a quarterback in the NFL, the guy who doubled down after they went to the playoffs and didn't change his tone until he won an MVP, was allegedly a driving force behind Bill Belichick. Remember, Bill Polian served as the vice president of the Indianapolis Colts during those main rivalry years. Peyton Manning, as his quarterback, he served allegedly as the primary voice in an attempt to punish Bill Belichick for Spygate and for Deflategate. He denies it. He says that is not true. I know he's lying for one very simple reason. In the same conversation, now Bill Polian's 100 years old, so there's probably some validity to this. Again, he categorically denies being a voice that urged Bill Belichick or was urging voters to not allow Bill Belichick into the Hall of Fame his first go-around. But he could not remember if he voted for Bill Belichick or not.
Yeah, give me a break, dude. Like, get out of here.
What are you talking about, bro?
Sir, are lying.
What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Bill Polian sucks.
Pat McAfee said today that every Hall of Fame voter he's talked to has said they voted for Bill Belichick. Now, I'm sure he didn't talk to all of them, but he also was quick to follow that up with, according to the tweet at least, okay, clearly someone's lying.
I think Jimmy Johnson was saying the same.
Nobody wants to fess up to this because of the way it's been received. Florio, I don't want to say he hinted at it, but he actually posed the question. The NFL has put themselves, the Hall of Fame has put themselves in such a bad spot with this egregious snub of Bill Belichick that this is a report. This is not, the Hall of Fame class obviously hasn't been announced.
Right.
Do they change it before the Hall of Fame class gets announced and Bill Belichick is in fact named to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first opportunity to be named to the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Might want to. If you have an opportunity to fix it,
might want to. Yeah.
You might do it, because once if that is the case, like he didn't get enough votes or whatever, once that's out, there's nothing you could do about it. Right now, you're checking the temp, and you can check the temp and be like, "Oh, let's do what's best for business here," and send old guy to his door, knocking on his door, because this
I don't know what that all was all about, Bill.
I think this tarnishes the Hall of Fame.
I'm sorry. Hi, Jordan. Good to see you. It's Bill here. Hey, Bill, don't know what that was all about.
I think this tarnishes the Hall of Fame a bit, just given, like, he's the greatest coach of all time. He should be first ballot. And, like, I don't want to hear any other coach being first ballot after this. But also, it's like, does it take away from the guys who got voted in this year? And does it kind of give Bill Belichick a participation? Like, hey, we messed up, but hey, come on. Perfect.
No, that was absolutely perfect, because the biggest place, the one of the biggest, because Bill's obviously going to get into the Hall of Fame. The most egregious part of this is now Bill Belichick not getting in the Hall of Fame is the story. So is it Saturday or is it this Saturday or next Saturday?
I think it's next Saturday.
So when the names
the day before, or
right,
NFL
I think you're right,
or something like that.
When the names are announced, if Bill's name isn't called that day, that's the story. It doesn't matter whose name is called. His isn't, and that's the story. And you have taken away because they're going to be asked, hey, what do you think about Bill Belichick? Like, you have taken their moment away from them because you're trying to make a point, whether it was to a coach who didn't answer your question, or it was a coach who you thought was rude or short during press conferences, or you wanted to punish him for transgressions that you believe that he skated on.
If you also overturn
alleged
it
transgression,
throw him into the Hall of Fame anyways, you need to completely revamp the way you vote. You can't be like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna ignore the voters this year. It's like it's got to be all one and the same. It's either he stays out, or we're gonna insert him, bring him back into the Hall of Fame, and maybe we get a committee of Hall of Famers who vote on this, because these guys don't know how to stay out of their feelings when they do.
Bill Polian is 83 years old. God bless that man. He does not need to vote in this anymore.
Thing is, there's at least 11, 10 others though.
If you cannot remember who you voted for, and again, I don't believe him for a second.
Right.
If you cannot remember who you voted for, you can't do this anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Also, if you said Lamar Jackson should have been a running back after he led the Ravens to the playoffs, you can't vote on this anymore.
Oh, Bill Polian, every time he was, now help me remember this right. He constructed the Bills that went to 4 Super Bowls, right?
Yes.
Right.
But he was with the Colts during
right.
Manning's
That's right.
during
That's
Manning's
right.
run
But
during
there's
Manning's
something
run.
else that happened too.
Yeah, he was the Colts like vice president when Peyton was there, and it was Colts Patriots over and over and over.
They're getting
again.
real close to turning the Hall of Fames into All-Star games, where it's like Barry Bonds isn't in the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's baseball.
Well,
Like
baseball, but like we just had it with T.O. That was the first, and now it's Bill Belichick. Now it's not just one time it's happened. Now like these guys vote with their hearts. Like it's a kind of a joke right now.
I love what T.O. did. They kept T.O. out for 3 years. He said, "Cool, I'm not going, but thank you, I'm not going."
What's the who are the voters? Is it media members, past Hall of Fame inductees?
Yes and
Or-
yes.
okay.
Yeah, it's a collection of them. It's a collection of writers from the Pro Football Writers Association, I think is what it's called.
50-person selection committee consisting of 1 media representative from each NFL city, 2 each for NY, LA, 17 at-large delegates, and 1 representative from Pro Football Writers of America.
I see.
It's it always comes back to like, man, it's kind of gets to the age-old question of like, do these people that cover these sports and cover these players and coaches, do they even like the sport? Like,
oh yeah,
being in this, not necessarily because things that I've experienced from people, but just kind of being in the media game and just paying more attention to how they speak about these players and these coaches. It almost comes off like, man, do you even like the game of basketball?
I think
Do you even like football? Like all you do is talk bad about these players or nitpick at these players and these coaches and try to get these gotcha questions to, like, I'm not saying you have to be buddy or like best friends, but do you even like the sports that you cover and the people that you cover? Maybe you don't like the people, but respect the accomplishments, respect the sports, respect the profession.
Who said that the other day that we were talking about it? Someone said the other day, I don't think most of these people who cover the game actually like it.
I think it might have been Eddie.
Oh, maybe Eddie.
Might have been Eddie.
I thought it was like Draymond Green or something.
I don't
been
think
Draymond.
it's.
it was Eddie.
I don't think it's that. Like I think Bill Polian loves football and all that stuff, and these writers. We can leave the NBA out of this one real quick because the NBA is kind of weird, but the way they do things. But like the NFL, I think it's just more so. Guys had some power. Bill Belichick was not nice to us, and we were able to do something about it this time. Like I think this was just more pettiness, more than like. Yeah, there's no football reason why Bill Belichick should not be there right now in the Hall of Fame. There's no football reason. Mince me with Deflategate, Spygate. Like he's the greatest coach. Like there's no reason football wise he should not be in there. Whether you hate the game or you love it, like it doesn't matter. He's not in there because people were in their feelings. Like that's literally all it comes down to.
Oh, Lizzie brought up a good point. I think this came up when the lady that was nice to the Jaguars coach became an issue.
That's right.
yeah.
It was
Yeah.
Pat McAfee.
Mm.
That's right. Pat McAfee said it. Yeah. That's 100% what it was.
Mm. And he was, I think
Because
he's
she didn't
right.
tell was it Cohen, Liam
Yeah.
Cohen, that he sucks or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was people that I love and respect who were like, yeah, she was out of pocket. Like, I disagree. I just disagree.
Yeah. It's not that serious.
Right.
Like it's really not.
whole
yes,
you-
it is. This is what we do for a living. God damn it, pal.
The whole you can't be positive or whatever and still be objective or whatever. Like that's not true.
I mean, the
That's
fact
a
that
you thing.
the fact that you have like the what's the thing you always talk no cheering in the press box. The fact that you have like Stephen A. Smith getting a walk-in video at Madison Square Garden and the whole pregame show is devoted to him because he's a New York Knicks fan. The Jets getting, the number 1 or number 2 pick and every segment settles on Mike Greenberg because he's a Jets fan. And it's like you've kind of thrown all that out the window. That's all changed now.
What am I going to do as a fan? Oh, I don't know. James Ham cheered on that dunk. I can't really trust him anymore. Like, no, that's stupid.
Well, I don't know. James hugged Mike Brown.
Yeah, like, oh, there goes his credit. No,
can't trust anything these guys say.
Like, wow, James thought, like, insert reporter thought that was a really neat 3-point shot. Like, wow. Like, yeah, his credibility is in the gutter now. Like, no, like, miss me with these old school ass rules.
Yeah. I
hate
it.
And one thing that everyone also has to understand when it comes to this is, like, it's all a game. There's, like, all of it. Like, I'm going to use this as an example. It doesn't mean anything, but I'm going to use it as an example. So work with me, because we just mentioned Mike and him hugging like, if Mike Brown is here and he's talking to James is working that relationship with Mike, just as Mike is working that relationship with James. They may be very cordial. They may really like each other, but in the end, each of them is serving a purpose for the other one. And that's all this is. James is great at forging those relationships. When he says things like Zach LaVine doesn't want to be in Sacramento, he did not pull that comment out of a cloud. When he says that the Sacramento Kings are not in the business of Jakob Poeltl, it's not because Evan Sittery tweeted it. It's because someone with knowledge of the situation told him that's what this game is. It's forging relationships. But just like Mike forges relationships with media members, just like Scott Perry forges relationships with media members, it's the benefit of those same media members to forge relationships with those guys. I've taken a different route. I just blow up the bridges behind me. We'll come back.
Like Joker walking out of the hospital.
Speaking of media, man, I am going to die on a hill.
Oh.
Ramona Shelburne said something. She is catching heat for it. I think she might be telling the truth. We'll talk about that and how LeBron James pissed off everybody yesterday. That's next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, can you pull up the clip of Ty talking to LeBron about the Olympic team? That's hilarious. I want to play.
Yeah, and I still hadn't seen that, so I'd love to see that.
People are like, oh, yeah, Ty Haliburton was cool about not playing the Olympics. Yeah, he's not better than Jason Tatum.
We're back. The 13th round with your boy KC. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to the dope ones doing their thing with my people over at Jordan Brand, man. Big ups to them as well. And we got some bad news in boxing. No. We got good news coming this weekend because later on in the week, I'll talk about Teofimo, a.k.a. Teofimo Lopez, taking on Shakur Stevenson this Saturday at Madison Square Garden. That's not what's the bad news. The bad news is, the terrible news is, Tyson Fury is coming back. I thought we had gotten rid of this bum. Now, I say that in the sense of I'm not a fan of his. He's not a real bum as a boxer. He's one of the great heavyweights of all time, and I understand that and I respect that. But I wanted him out of the game because he did nothing but make the game unbearable while he was at the top of the heavyweight division. He's coming back to fight, and I don't want to say this guy's name wrong, but this Russian fighter, I'm not even going to say it wrong, but April 11th, he's going to be on Riyadh season, Turkey Ali. It's going to be in Saudi Arabia, and it's going to be on Netflix. And I just hate that he's coming back. I hate that he's going to try and fight Usyk. He might even try to fight Anthony Joshua, and he's going to bring his clown show to that promotion and all this other stuff. Tyson Fury was awful for the sport of boxing. Awful. And when he said he was retiring, I threw a parade. Yet here we are, less than a year later. He's back, and he's going to be trying to win another championship and bore us all to death and be disrespectful along the way. Bad news for boxing. Once again, I can't wait till this guy's gone again. That's the 13th round. Can't stand his ass. Scout. I beg to differ. Teach his own.
Fury was part of the worst boxing match I've ever watched in my life when he fought Klitschko.
Oh my gosh.
I remember I was so excited or whatever, and that was the most garbage fight I ever sat through in my life.
And his ass actually won the fight. That doesn't make it even worse. You were awful. And you won. Fury Wilder fights were really good. Even the one where Wilder got beat up. It was a really good fight.
Yeah,
well, he got beat up in the last two, but
those weren't moments, but they had like big fight feels going into it. Like I had people over and stuff for those ones.
yeah, man, it's on and popping. Saturday night, college basketball's had a hell of a week.
Pay that off, what you were just talking about during the commercial break right there.
What
during college basketball?
Oh, because during the commercial break, I was talking about that bum Tyson Fury returning.
They says, "Oh, you want us to talk boxing?"
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
But no, just as we were coming back from commercial,
we have to pay very close attention to college basketball now. I don't know if
we do.
We do not have to pay attention to Tyson Fury yet.
Never. College basketball has been popping this week.
It's been
They've
a great
had
week.
a hell of a week. It's right in the middle of it because we got a couple of big time games still left to go.
You said it the other day, like college basketball is here.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's heightened reasons around here why college basketball is here. But, man, it's been an amazing week.
Yeah, man. I've watched about four games in the last 2 days with the doubleheader with Louisville and Duke and Arizona and BYU on Monday. I was watching – I feel like I watched 2 games. Maybe it was just one. I watched Arkansas and Oklahoma last night. That was a good one. Man, that boy Tyrese HoF is a bad man. But they got – I forgot that maybe I just really like Coach Cal. Maybe that's the case.
Okay.
But they got this freshman backcourt of Tyrese HoF and Malik Brown. Malik Brown, I'm telling you right now, I haven't even looked at his mock draft, like where he going. I don't know. I'm assuming he's probably a second-round guy. Hey, that boy can go. He can go. If the Kings ended up with Malik Brown in some form or fashion, I don't know when that'll be, second round, something like, man, I'm telling you, this backcourt at Arkansas, it's not as good as Fox and Monk because that was special. That's one of my favorite backcourts of all time in college basketball. But it gives me those vibes. I got to see them play a little bit more together. I've only seen about 2 or 3 games of theirs, but I got to see them more. But HoF and Malik in that backcourt, man, they go. But they got that.
Kings fans, tap into all of this.
Yes, indeed. Tap in today. Houston plays TCU, I believe, tonight.
Okay.
Kingston Flemings. Love his game. Tap into that. Michigan played Nebraska. Nebraska was one of the final 3 undefeated teams in the nation. Michigan got that one. Go Blue, handle business. Number 3 team in the nation.
All right.
On Friday.
I didn't ask for any of that.
Well, no, we got to let them know. We're big in Ann Arbor. On Friday.
I thought we were big in Paris.
We are, and Australia. Friday, Michigan versus Michigan State. That game going to be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a crazy one. And then Saturday.
To be clear, I won't be watching, but that sounds great.
Need to be tapped in.
Well, I'm going to be busy.
Oh, okay.
I'm going. So the New Edition and Boys to Men kick off tonight. It kicks off tonight in Oakland. And it was funny. I was talking to Complex. They were having trouble selling some of the tickets because apparently the show, it doesn't have like a blocked off part for the stage. They call it in the round. It's in the round. And so no one was buying tickets behind the stage because like, I'm not going to sit there. And there's no videos on social media because the tour hasn't started yet. It starts tonight in Oakland. It hits Vegas on Friday. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how these 3 acts put this tour together.
That's going to be fire.
So I'm going to miss number 3 versus number 7 on Friday night.
Well, record it.
Definitely.
Then shout out to Secure in the back. I think I said Malik Brown. I'm thinking of Michael Brown when I say that. Malik Thomas is the guy that plays with Tyrese HoF at Arkansas. But that all leads up to Saturday. AJ DeBonsta taking on Darren Peterson in Kansas. Darren Peterson has been cleared to play on Saturday.
Okay.
So it's on and popping. I think that game's at Kansas. They had the poor kids sitting in Allen Field or Fog Fieldhouse or whatever it is, Fog Allen Fieldhouse, on like Monday morning at 6 a.m. trying to get tickets. Poor students. Sitting there.
Jesus.
So
well, good luck to them.
Yeah, college basketball. They've welcomed themselves onto the sports scene this week with what's going on. And
you might have burst onto the sports scene this week.
Shout out to Sac State. Big Stingers up. Rumor has it they have officially announced they're going to Nike. Now, we've kind of known that for a while.
They've kind of gone to Nike.
Yeah, they just went on their own. But it's looking to be official coming up. They're leaving Three Stripes, and they're going to be a Nike school. Let's go.
There you go.
I used to pray for times like this.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Well, you actually were playing for the Jumpman to be on the logo, but it is kind of the same thing.
I'll take
it's
that.
Fine.
I'll take
it's
Nike.
fine. You know what goes great with college basketball?
What's that?
Baker Family Wines. I know you're going to be seeing Dusty Baker tonight. You can celebrate all of Dusty's accomplishments. You could just hang out, drink some Baker Family Wine while watching college basketball, and of course, load up for the big game party or whatever you got going on over the course of the next week and some change. Kings fans, you might need some Baker Family Wines for the trade deadline. The way this thing is shaping out, you're going to need cases of it. Join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. Go to bakerfamilywines.com right now. You can head over to the tasting room in West Sacramento, right there on Industrial Boulevard. Big shout out to our man Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
Also, my bad about this because I just got a little confirmation about this like during the handoff. But shout out to our guy Chick. Saturday is Giants Fan Fest at Sutter Health Park. The Giants are doing their Fan Fest. I think it starts at noon or something like that. After the Fan Fest, they're doing something at Baker Family Wines. And Chick was like, "Hey, can you tell people to come through? Like, they can come. Anybody can come through. Baker Family Wines Saturday afternoon. They don't have a time because they don't have a set time. So when the Fan Fest is going to end.
Yeah,
but if you're already at Fan Fest, go to Baker Family Wine. You don't even have to go to Fan Fest. Just I would say around 2 or 3 on Saturday. They having a little quote unquote after party.
There you go
at Baker's Family Wine, man. So tap in with them, man. Dusty's supposed to be there. Wine tasting, all that good stuff, man.
Good stuff, man. I love that. Anytime you get an opportunity to spend some time with Dusty Baker, I strongly, strongly encourage you to do it. Real quick. I thought this was pretty dope. There's nowhere to like. Well, I'll save that. Do we have the clip of LeBron and Tyrese? They did their podcast together. This clip has kind of made the rounds. It's Tyrese Haliburton.
Whose podcast was this?
Isn't it LeBron's?
Okay.
I just don't think
because
I just don't think Steve Nash was
Mind
on
the
it.
game, right?
Yeah.
Steve the axe.
Well, no, I just don't think he was on this one. I don't think they booted him. I don't know. Why did LeBron and Rich do a podcast together?
Talking about the clip where Tyrese talking about where he realized he wasn't going to play?
Yeah. So this is Tyrese talking about his experience with the Olympic team, and it is so fantastic.
Like, what is he doing? But I saw you. I'm like, oh, I think he's seeing Steph set the back pick for the 3. Like, I'm like, that was the coldest moment in my basketball history. Like, to even be involved in that play. But I think there's just so many moments and so many things that I learned. And obviously, I didn't play a ton. And I have a great story. I've never told anybody this story before. So we're at the Olympics. We're in the back doing film before the Olympics start. And before it starts, it's like, all right, we're going to have the team meeting where we acknowledge that all 12 guys cannot play. And so Steve starts talking about everybody can't play. And Bron is talking about how, in the 04 Olympics, I didn't really play that much. And you got to put your pride aside that, it's about bigger than you. And Katie's over there, like, at the end of the day, with 12 All-Stars, everybody's good. We're just trying to win, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm listening. I'm like, yeah. And as we start film, I'm like, but who are they talking about? Like, who are these? And I'm looking around. I'm like, oh, he ain't talking about him. He ain't talking about him. I'm like, oh, they talking about me. I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh no, this is what it is. I was like, oh, I was sitting there. I'm watching film. I can't even pay attention to film. So I'm like, damn, it's over. It's over, man. Oh, I ain't get no PT out here. It's over.
I'm the one guy in the school project.
That's funny.
That is hilarious.
That is hella funny. Shout out to Ty for that.
Big
Shout
ups
out
to
to
Ty,
Ty for
man.
keeping his sense of humor. That oh no, it's me is comedy.
Tyrese Haliburton is one of the true down to earth regular guy superstars
Yeah.
in the league. Like he gets it in every form or fashion. And even like the things that I don't know if you got frustrated, but like when he first left and the frustrations that we had with him always bringing up Sacramento, there was a level of like realness to it. Like he was really hurt. He wasn't like, oh, I'm a big dog and I don't really care off that. He was like, damn, I'm kind of hurt by that. You can kind of hear it in some of the comments immediately after. I was the only one that wanted to be there and type stuff. But I love his realness. Like he's a real dude, man. He keeps it a stack at all times, man. And I appreciate that. And that was a hilarious story.
Yeah, so
That
good.
was hilarious.
So good.
He also said, I read the excerpt that he said he's gained 30 pounds.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he said he was 180 the day of game 7. And he said he's up to 210.
Is that a good thing?
It's got to be tough. No, like I don't think so.
Okay, yeah.
I think
I
it's
so.
healthy weight. Like I don't think it's.
Well, yeah, because I wasn't sure
I'm
if he was
not
talking
sitting
about
around
building
and
muscle
going-
and stuff or not. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he needs to be that big though.
30's a lot.
210 is big.
Yeah.
Like Ty wasn't scrawny. Like I thought Ty was fit. Like I didn't think he was scrawny, especially at his position. The way he moved, I thought he was fine.
I would have said 15 more pounds.
15, really?
15. 30's a lot to me.
30 is a
30's a lot.
30's a
15.
lot.
He could have used. I could see him with 15 more pounds, like feeling like the dude. You know, 30. I don't know what that even looks like for him.
I don't know. Another note from that podcast, LeBron James said again, I said this, he's going to piss off every old head that ever existed. He said it's harder to play 82 games now than it was in the 80s and 90s because of the pace and speed of play. So what we do today is a lot different than what they did, 30, 40 years ago. And I don't know. I've watched old basketball, and I tend to agree with him. I don't know. I mean, injuries certainly feel different than they did back then, but I didn't host a sports talk show when I was 8 and wasn't following the game the same way, in 88, 89, not even when I was 16 and it was 96, 97, like none of that. So I don't really have anything to base that off other than being a fan. I didn't have, Adrian Wojnarowski or Shams Charania tweeting or James Ham telling me every time something was wrong with my favorite basketball team. So I don't know how to compute injuries back then versus now. It just seems that they're much more in our face now than they used to be.
Yeah. I think he's right in that respect. I think the game is faster. It's super athletic. It's every possession matters and is dissected and broken down by not only the coaches, but the general public, and telling you what you did wrong and all this other stuff. And the game is fast, spread out, the threes, all the help side defense and rotating all this other stuff. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I think he's right in that aspect. But much like anytime these conversations come up, I think there's pros and cons on both sides. I think the game, while it is physical today, I think that's a little misnomer that it's not physical today. It's a physical game out there today, especially when you get into the postseason and stuff.
Especially when you get referees that don't know exactly what they're doing.
Well, that happens often. often.
Nightly.
It was very physical back then. It was, hey, we're going to give you this forearm shiver to the gut and no call. Just play up, get up. Steak dinner.
Playoff basketball every
Steak
night.
dinner.
Baby.
And I think that played a role in the game, the physicality of the game, and why it was difficult. I also think that the element of like science and, you know, where people are with the private jets and the luxury that these guys have that they didn't necessarily have at that time, there's a benefit to these guys today. You know what I mean? Like whether it's the shoe, whether it's the trainers, the scientific advancements, you know, to get people out there, how to prepare and take care of your body that they just didn't have back then. I think that's a plus for this generation. It makes it easier in that respect than in the 90s. So LeBron always trying to make something he do the hardest that's ever happened.
Like the championship he won.
And there was no fans or atmosphere or nothing, and they were just playing basketball in the 24-hour fitness gyms.
That's the most difficult title ever won. What's the problem?
Udonis Haslem said
he's got the two most difficult titles ever won.
He does. He beat the 73-9 Golden State Warriors.
Udonis Haslem said the Heat were eating and drinking the whole time, and LeBron said, "Yep, that's the toughest. That's the one."
Yeah.
Udonis Haslem was drunk on the bench.
I was going to
beat
say
his ass.
I was going to say Haslem probably left out something else that they were all doing in there too. He might have PG'd that thing down a little bit.
He thought they were showing up for a pickup game.
Would this player catch heat? I'm going to read you their games played.
Okay.
Over a 5-year stretch. 76, 6, 75, 60, 45. Would that player catch heat?
Yeah. The same again. Say this.
76,
yeah.
6, 75, 60, 45.
Yeah, I would think so.
This is Larry Bird. Larry Bird played between 77 and 82 games from the 79-80 season to the 85-86 season. Played 74, 76, 6, 75, 60, 45 to close out his career.
And I'd say the last two were, he had been in the league, what, like 11 years?
The last two, because he closed out at 13 years. So the last two were his 12th and 13th season. He was playing 38 minutes a game, though.
Jeez, goodness gracious.
This man,
38 minutes a night.
This man once averaged 40.6 minutes a night.
Oh, my goodness.
God bless it.
On some Converse.
Yeah, it's crazy.
On that
Holy
parquet
crap.
that was like concrete.
Man.
Yeah, that's that is a nightly.
Yeah, that is
minute
crazy.
total.
That's like DeMar DeRozan this year. Let's look at Magic. Irvin. Irvin was kind of 70 plus the whole way. 38 minutes a night is where he topped out.
38 minutes is PG too.
This is one of my favorite. Let me look.
Do you think it was more? It's more difficult to play 82 now.
Now, I mean,
as opposed to 80s
it
and 90s.
certainly seems like it. I mean, people frame this sometimes. This conversation becomes, oh, they don't want to play. They don't want to play. They don't want to play. Giannis has been hurt like 3 different times this season. Giannis is what, 30-ish. LeBron, I won't count him in the equation because he's 41. But like you have guys that, like, you had a Jokic injury this year. You like guys do get hurt. I think we really want to hang our hat on load management in these guys. They just don't want to play like they used to. Like, no, man, if there's a way to minimize popping their Achilles, yeah, I think they would like to do that. there's a way they can minimize tearing their ACL. Like I think we could do that. I don't know. Does anyone have the numbers on torn ACLs in the 80s or 90s? Because I have no clue. I really have no idea.
The one thing, and this would go towards like it being a little bit more difficult in the 90s, so to speak. You get a torn ACL in the 90s, it's over.
That's what it felt.
Over.
Yeah.
Today, like, oh, we'll see 37-year-old Jimmy Butler next January.
Mm-hmm.
What? So the advancements in science might be a benefit to these guys, and that's like worst case scenario, like a torn ACL or something. Like you could get a bone bruise now, and they know how to deal with that a little bit better. Oh, speaking of bone,
You saw that? Hey,
yo, that is crazy.
Yeah, hey, if you get a bone bruise, I'm not even gonna make fun of you because you know what? I hope you get better.
That is insane.
So Jesse, lay out.
So Gardner Minshew was believed to have torn his ACL in the last game he played with the Chiefs or whatever. Obviously, I think it was like week 17 or something like that.
Yeah.
And turns out ACL perfectly intact, just had a bone bruise.
And they just figured this out
That's
yesterday?
what I'm saying.
The tweet came out, this morning, I think.
Man, come on, man. Come on.
Maybe
that can't happen.
Hey guys,
that was
don't
almost
tell
a
anyone
month
yet.
ago.
Yeah, hey, don't tell anyone yet, guys. Let's just play it for a month and then tell them I got a bone bruise. Don't tell them that I got carted off for that. They're gonna treat me like Aiden O'Connell and D'Lo with KC.
Getting carted off for a bone bruise is hilarious.
Is it though? Because
wait a minute though. That is an angle I didn't think of.
Hey,
that he knew it was a bone bruise the whole time. He said, "Hey, say something."
I'd have to imagine you did an MRI pretty fast. It's like, it's not torn. You can walk out of here right now if you want.
Jonathan Kuminga has a bone bruise.
Oh yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, and he kicked a little girl out of her chair for it.
Yeah, he kicked the little girl out of her chair, and Gardner Minshew was getting carted off the field.
That's
telling Gardner, like you're fine. We actually need you to get out of here. Someone actually needs the MRI.
That's the angle I didn't think about it. See, I was looking at the team like, how do you let this happen? Maybe Gardner Minshew got back there. He's like, wait, what? It's not torn. It's just the bone bruise. You guys know I got carted off, right? Like you can't.
Yeah,
we got to say something else.
Gardner Minshew tries to be like this little cool tough guy or whatever. It's like, that's bad for the brand.
Yeah, no, whatever, Aiden. Whatever you say, Aiden.
Yeah, now that we bring it up, he had to have known. There's no way you're doing an MRI for a torn ACL a month later. It's like, oh no, you're actually fine. You can walk. Gardner, get out of the wheelchair. You're fine.
That was crazy when I seen that. I read it twice.
Jesse sent that, and I was so confused as to what I was reading.
I said, "What?" I need more.
Hey, modern day medicine.
I need more answer on this. I need more answers on this.
Only in 2026 can you go from a torn Achilles or ACL to a bone bruise.
Let's get
bone bruise ain't even like that serious.
Filthy McNasty.
It's not even
questions.
like
did Pat Mahomes really tear his?
It's not even like a partially torn meniscus or that like that. Like that. All right, that's some serious bone bruises. Like you get a bone bruise when you run into the corner of your bed.
Right. Or you kick a little girl out of her chair. I went down a rabbit hole looking at the basketball players based on the LeBron James comment. This is one of my favorites. AC Green played 83 games in the 96-97 season.
Who did he get traded to, Dallas?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He played 79 games his second season. He played 50 games when he was 35 years old in the 98-99 season. He played 82 or 83 games in the other 14 years of his career.
Damn.
They say he had a secret weapon.
Well, energy, man. Energy.
Apparently, that's the secret to not tearing your Achilles.
Let me pay off this Gardner Minshew thing real quick. They knew. They definitely knew.
What do you mean?
Schefter tweets it out that he, like a long time ago, it wasn't torn or whatever. Because Schefter tweets out, it turned out to be a bone bruise that didn't require any surgery. Minshew didn't suffer any long-term damage. So he's already back to full strength as he prepares for free agency. He's already back. What do you mean he's already back? Like he's been back then. Yeah, he's been healthy.
He was back the day after the season.
Bro was throwing passes the next day. And now we got the tweet this morning.
That is crazy.
Oh man.
Oh man. To your point about AC Green, though, poor guy fell off a cliff. He went from 83 to 70 to 55.
He went from he didn't. He went from 83 to 82 to 50. What I was saying is he played 79 his second season.
Oh, his second season.
He played 50 when he was 35 in the 98-99 season. He played 82 or 83 the other 14 years of his career.
Is Penny Hardaway the one they say if his injury happened now, he probably would have been able to play longer and better?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they damn near experimented on Penny Hardaway.
Was he the first microfracture? Yeah.
I think Chris might have been the second. Second
Yeah,
or third.
it
He
was
one of
still
the- one of the
still
early
sketchy
ones.
even when Amari Stoudemire got it.
I think they don't do it no more.
It's probably just called surgery now. It's like it's no big deal.
They had a procedure.
Real quick, most games played by a single player in an NBA season is what?
84.
88 games by Walt Bellamy in 1968-69. He was traded from the New York Knicks to the Detroit Pistons, and somehow the Pistons had played 6 fewer games at the time of the trade.
That's crazy.
It's like
Unbelievable.
Missing your bye week when you get traded in the NFL.
We'll come back.
Just getting traded multiple times and missing the bye week.
We'll
Wow.
come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Gardner Minshew just out here running sprints to get a new contract. We need a 3 o'clock for tomorrow. I have no idea where to go. At 3:15, I should say. Check Kareem stats. What are we looking at? Games played for Kareem. What are we looking at, Sacktown? Kareem. Oh, man. Kareem playing 74 games at 41, 80 games at 40. Man. Incredible. Averaging 44 minutes per game. Goodness gracious. He averaged 44 minutes per game in 1971-72, and that did not lead the league. Yeah. Yeah. Have we ever tried like Stein or anybody? Oh, yeah, I don't think I do either. Yeah, so Karen, we could reach out to do. I think Morgan's appearance fee is too expensive. We could reach out to Deuce. We haven't talked to Deuce in a long time. Certainly haven't done it together. Deuce, let's see what Deuce is doing. Hey, Deuce, you don't talk about this shitty basketball team enough. Come talk about them with us.
I think I got George Karl's number.
I've been there, done that. Been there, done that. All right, James Ham going to join us coming up here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk with Hammer about a variety of things, including some intel he has on Zach LaVine and his desires headed into the trade deadline. And of course, we'll talk to him about, he was the one who told us like the Sacramento Kings are not in the business of acquiring Jakob Poeltl from the Toronto Raptors. I want to mention one other thing because we were talking about LeBron James. Oh, so we were talking about games played. There's one thing about LeBron James I want to mention, but I thought this was pretty dope. Trayvon Henderson will play his 21st game of his rookie season when the Super Bowl gets here. He played 16 games as part of Ohio State's national championship season. That's 37 football games over the span of 2 years. That's pretty dope. That's obviously never happened before for a variety of different reasons. That's never happened before. But Trayvon Henderson playing his 21st game of his rookie season and 16th, having played 16 games as part of Ohio State's national championship season is pretty dope. Ramona Shelburne is catching some major heat today because she said on a radio show that obviously they're still talking about the fallout of this ESPN article with the Buss family, LeBron James and such, and Ramona having such close ties both to Jeannie Buss, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the city of Los Angeles. She said that LeBron James did not ask the Los Angeles Lakers to draft Bronny. And I don't remember I don't know if it was her co-host or the host of the show or what it was. I can't remember who his name is, not trying to be disrespectful. I genuinely don't remember who it is. But immediately reacted like, oh, come on. That's crap. Stop, Ramona. And Ramona doubled down and said he did not. Like, I know he did not ask them to draft the Los Angeles Lakers. And Kenny and we did the Los Angeles Lakers. He did not ask the Los Angeles Lakers to draft Bronny James. And Kenny and I were discussing this before the show. And I 100% believe Ramona Shelburne. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that LeBron James asked the Lakers to draft Bronny. He didn't have to. Rich Paul put the wheels in motion for all of this. I always go back to a line from Rich Paul about David Blatt. When David Blatt was fired as the top coach in the Eastern Conference, it was believed to be LeBron James influenced. And Rich Paul, doing an interview, went to the media, whatever, immediately said, yeah, they did not consult us. They did not consult LeBron James about firing David Blatt. They did this on their own. And I thought the same thing as I saw when I saw Ramona's quote. They didn't have to. They knew how he felt about David Blatt. They know how he would feel. They knew how he would feel about drafting LeBron James or Bronny James, excuse me. You didn't have to go ask him.
Yeah. And that means technically Ramona's 100% correct. And
that's it. She is right.
Literally,
she is right.
LeBron didn't say that. But we all know what time it is. And I don't know. She doesn't. Maybe she doesn't need to add that level of context to it when she's just stating, no, they didn't say anything. But there is context to that relationship, to that story. And that's there's no conversation that's needed. Yes, LeBron would like his son to be drafted to the Lakers. Now you could.
Yes, Bronny's agent, who shares, whose father is also a client, has also put the word out. Don't draft Bronny because he's either going to be drafted by the Lakers or we're going to sign somewhere as an undrafted free agent.
Or we can play semantics again. If Rich says it, yeah, LeBron didn't say it. LeBron didn't tell the Lakers.
Well, those are dangerous grounds to walk in 2026.
I know.
Because by all accounts, LeBron James loves Austin Reeves. Rich, on the other hand, has other ideas for Austin Reeves.
But that's the thing, though. Like, Rich could have told Jeannie and them, hey, man, draft Bronny.
Can you imagine? We was just talking about LeBron's comments about the game today versus the game in the 80s. Could you imagine David Falk going, man, I got an idea. The Bulls could get better if they traded Scottie Pippen for Greg Anthony.
Greg Anthony.
What?
Oh, man.
Those who aren't hip to that, David Falk is LeBron James's agent.
Yeah,
or Michael Jordan's agent. God, I'm struggling this block.
Yeah, but like I said, didn't have to be said. And then specifically, it didn't have to be said by LeBron James. Once again, in my theory, LeBron didn't say anything. Rich Paul might have said something.
Mm-hmm.
Rich Paul might have hinted at something.
Like, Rich Paul might have flat out said it.
That's true, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's his job, by the way. He's Bronny's represent. That's his job.
Mm-hmm.
It's his job to know where his client is going to land in the draft.
Right.
And if he can manipulate it, he can manipulate it.
Yeah. So, Ramona, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Yeah, just because your little buddy who you were talking to didn't get it, that's his fault. From Brian Windhurst. Warriors have the most attractive package to offer the Bucks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Walk me through this. Anybody?
Kuminga.
Okay. I just want to repeat. I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't hear me. I didn't say Malik Monk. Warriors have the most attractive package to offer the Bucks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Walk me through this.
It's Kuminga. It's Moses Moody.
Okay, got my attention.
It is every first round pick we can give you for the next 3 or 4 years.
So that's a diversion from previous stances.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. About not trading picks
right
moving forward. Okay.
I think Pods will be in that.
All right. All right, man.
Pods would be in that.
So
I still don't know where the money's at either. They might have to get another person in there.
Well, I can think of one.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's why. So the only thing I can think of here is the picks. And if you're the Bucks, you're banking on this not working.
Mm-hmm.
You're banking on it not lasting very long. And you're banking on Steph being done relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps if you're the Bucks, you're like, we look at Giannis. We look at this tweet from Shams Charania this morning, like, all right, Giannis, finally, let's get this over with. Where it could be the Bucks who are like, this dude is hurt again. All right, if he wants out of here, like, fine, we'll sell while he's hurt. Like, let's just get out of this. He's not serving anyone any good at this point. Let's just get out of this. Yeah. Maybe it was the Bucks who decided this morning they're ready to move on.
Could have been. To that
risky,
very much so.
But it absolutely could have been them.
To that Warriors have the best trade package available point. They could not give up any of that. They could trade Jimmy's contract and a bunch of picks. I don't think the Bucks would accept that.
Why
like,
not though?
I need one player. I need
Moses. Okay.
But I was gonna say, like, you could do that and not give up. In theory, you could do that and
you,
not
you,
give
you
up
could.
Kuminga, then use him for another trade.
Yeah, you could for Malik.
Yeah, you need a guard
or Dario Saric. Dennis Schroeder,
Devin.
take him back. You know what? Try this again with Dennis. It didn't work last year, but just try again. Nothing wrong with trying again.
Do you think Giannis gets traded by the deadline?
The aggressive offers. That's what Shams Charania said on NBA Today.
Mm-hmm.
That got my attention. That those aren't conversations. Those aren't the beginning. Aggressive offers got my attention. Sports Illustrated. I don't know. I don't know if that's your boy. It is your boy. No, that is your guy. Is Chris Mannix a boxing fan? It is your boy then.
All right. Well,
he's also a Boston guy though. So
yeah, that's Jesse's boy.
Okay.
Like,
how about
Bill
this?
Simmons?
It's y'all's guy.
Our good friend Chris Mannix.
Kuminga and Butler. He said Kuminga and Butler.
From the Bucks. Why would you do that? Like you get to expire.
You have you only have to you have Jimmy for you have Jimmy for half of next season.
Yeah.
He expires after that. You can see what you have with Jonathan Kuminga, and then you ride those picks. It has to be 4 though.
Would you rather have Kello wearing picks?
One more time.
Would you rather have Kello wearing picks? The Heat center.
I'm banking.
Insert other player from the Heat too, but that's kind of.
I'm banking on this failing badly in Golden State and it ending quickly. Miami might regroup in some way, shape, or form. Miami might be better.
So James mentioned a team earlier, and he mentioned a team. I'm like, I don't think he mentioned the right player. He was talking about Houston, and he said, I forgot. We can ask him when he comes on, but making a trade package that will leave the Rockets with Giannis, KD, Sengun, Thompson. I'm like, no disrespect to him, I might trade Sengun if that's what it came down to. I think he's obviously a great player or whatever, but if I can get Giannis, because at that point I don't want too many of those guys. Like, I really, really got no shooting at that point. I'll roll with Giannis at the 5, KD at the 3 and the 4, I'm in at the 3 and the 4. Give me a shooting guard somewhere else. I think they have a lot of picks too. I'm about to pull this up. I think they have a lot of picks and maybe a little bit more desirable picks than what the Warriors may have.
Why would they? Oh, from other teams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna see for sure.
Because their picks will not be.
They've got a looks like they got a Phoenix. They got 2 in 2027. Is this from Brooklyn? They got their own or a swap from Brooklyn in 2027.
Okay.
The Suns or the Rockets do. They got a Phoenix pick in 2027.
I really hope for the sake of the Brooklyn Nets that's wrong.
I
Oh my God.
Yeah.
A pick swap with Brooklyn next year?
That's I think I'm reading this right. Own or swap for Brooklyn. And they got a Phoenix pick.
Phoenix one is turning out to be, maybe that's just, is that this year or next year?
Next year. This year,
So 2027.
it looks like they have some type of protected pick.
That swap with Brooklyn is that could be a massive trade chip for Houston.
So but what you guys think about that? I would put Sengun in the deal if I needed to.
If I needed to?
Yeah.
I'd
If
do it.
Milwaukee was like,
if I
"Nah, let's
needed
do it for
to.
Sengun."
But why would Milwaukee want that?
Young center, young guy you could build around.
You think you could build quickly?
That's what
You're
they might
putting a
think,
lot
yeah.
of. You're probably putting a lot of pressure on your scout staff, your draft process. Like you want it to work. I mean, because we hear so much about timelines and all of those different things.
Who's a better prospect for you, Kuminga or Sengun?
Sengun.
Yeah,
Significantly.
If those were the two deals on the table, I think I'd go with Sengun.
But would you offer the same draft capital if it's Sengun versus if you're the Houston Rockets? Would you offer the same draft capital if you're including Sengun versus if you're not? Because to me, the Warriors, there's nothing appealing about that except you can see what you have with Jonathan Kuminga. You roll the Jimmy Butler money off the books next year, and then it's give me the draft picks because you guys are going to fail or Steph is going to retire at some point. And these are going to be huge draft picks.
Yeah, to your point, I wouldn't offer if I'm reading this correctly. I wouldn't offer that pick swap with Brooklyn if I'm not offering Sengun. Or excuse me, if I am offering Sengun,
you're not offering that. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to keep Sengun, I just not offer that.
What if that's the only thing you have to offer? Warriors, we're talking 3 to 4, right? What if with Houston it's Sengun and that one? There's probably some other way someone else you have to throw in to make money work the way it's supposed to. But you have that swap, and that's all of the draft capital you're giving up if you're Houston. You have those Phoenix picks, you have your picks. Again, Phoenix picks looks good.
I would try to take one more if I was Milwaukee.
Give you the 2 Phoenix picks, and you can't have this one.
You can you could take one of mine like 2030, 2031 or something like that.
But not that swap with Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm trying not to do that.
Would you walk away? Never enter a negotiation you're not willing to walk away from. Would you walk away from that? If they said, no, if you're Houston, like, no, we'll do this deal, but we want the Brooklyn swap.
In the back of my
everything
mind,
is perfect. We'll do, but everything is fine. But it has to be the Brooklyn swap.
in the back of my mind, I'm not married to that. That's not the end all be all. If I have to move on from that pick to get Giannis, then I'll do it. I'll try everything I can not to.
Mhm.
But if that becomes the moment where I either get Giannis or don't, I'm gonna go get Giannis. Yeah.
And then Houston now in the same conversation as OKC.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Houston might be there now
Mm-hmm.
as it stands.
Houston versus Spurs tonight on ESPN.
Man,
LeBron going
I'd
back
be-
to Cleveland tonight on ESPN.
might be a little bit different tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Come home, King. Come home, King. You're gonna hear some chants tonight. You are going to hear some chants tonight. That game starts as soon as this show is over, and I'm. Hey, look who's on TV! I forgot
Hey, there
this
they
show
go.
existed.
Yeah, Charles Barkley wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, well, all right, Charles, that's fine.
People were mad at that. People be hating on this show. It's a good show.
That's fine. I haven't
Good
seen it
show.
one time this year.
They were on all Saturday.
Everybody looks skinny. Like Shaq looks good. I like that green suit Shaq got on.
They
He got the
addressed
green on the
that
green.
too. They were like, yeah, everybody talking about the schedule. Like the schedule was already made. It's super backloaded. Like we're on a lot in the second half of the season, the whole playoffs, the whole finals. Like, yeah, we're gonna be on.
Yeah, everybody knew what this was. We saw it as soon as the schedule was
Right.
announced.
Well, yeah, it came out. He said it that way because Colin Cowherd said that Adam Silver forced ESPN to get them off the air because they talk about the players too much. And Kenny was like, the schedule was already made. All our stuff is
Charles said
backloaded."
that? Or Cowherd said
Cowherd
that?
said that.
I told y'all forever. Cowherd's an idiot.
Trying not to follow him. People were quoting him and stuff. So
Dummy.
When that came up, with that line, I heard something from Colin Cowherd. I said, what?
Why? Like, don't listen to Colin Cowherd. I wonder if James quit. I wonder if he's just like, man, I got a locked on. Oh, nope, there he is.
Real quick, you want to play the game we played yesterday?
Okay.
Get in price at the Q
Oh,
for Lakers Cavs tonight.
Lakers, Cavs tonight. Get in. I'm going 380.
380. Jesse, I don't know if he's listening. Jesse, you want to take a guess at the get in price for tonight at the Q as LeBron comes back to Cleveland?
What did I'm not
I went
gonna stand
380.
for 380. I'll go. It's Cleveland. I'll go 250.
Jesse Tapia.
Wow.
It's Cleveland. You think Cleveland's got 400?
It's $86.
Bro, stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
No,
First of all,
no,
first of all,
first of all, I'm right.
No.
I'm right.
No one wins.
No, I'm right.
If you're
I
$200
said it's
off, no
Cleveland.
one wins.
I was gonna say $1. $1. Price is right, you
Oh,
guys.
$86. That was
Wow.
surprising.
$86.
It was just $500 yesterday.
Well, you know
I
why?
got to get over from the steel mill. To
No.
the game.
Bro, you have to.
Oh, come
man.
on.
Ain't nobody from Cleveland listening to the jump, that's for sure. Listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app with our insider, James Ham here, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. And, of course, at least for a couple of more days, the Insiders. Hammer, you said as you walked out the door, the title of your next Locked On Kings podcast, how does this Giannis Antetokounmpo news affect the Sacramento Kings? Well, how does it?
So wait, you just want me to tell you everything I'm going to tell the Locked On people?
No, you got to sprinkle some things here and there.
Sprinkle me, man.
Yeah, like, look, I think the biggest thing that we learned today is that if Giannis is on the move, that changes everything around the league. Like, talk about a just throwing a bunch. I mean, this just gums up everything, like, for everyone. And I think like most teams are going to have to wait until this whole thing gets figured out. And so, like, look, I think, 2 weeks ago, there were plenty of conversations between the Kings and the Milwaukee Bucks. There were two separate deals that I know for a fact that were discussed. One was Zach LaVine going to Milwaukee. The other was a combo of Malik Monk and Keon Ellis going to Milwaukee. At this point, I think all of that is on hold because this team is going backwards as far as Milwaukee. They're going to take a huge step backwards. It sounds like here in the coming days, and if not by this offseason, and there's no reason to add a $47 million Zach LaVine. I also think that there's a ripple effect here, and that's going to be felt throughout the league. And I think it's going to put a lot of things on hold that may or may not have happened. The Warriors have been sitting here trying to push this Jonathan Kuminga for Andrew Wiggins deal through with the Miami Heat, and the Miami Heat just pulled the ripcord on that. There's absolutely no way that they're making a move until they know where Giannis is going. And, especially with a contract like Wiggins, you're going to need that contract to go get a player that makes as much money as Giannis Antetokounmpo. And so I think this is going to be a very weird couple of days leading up to the trade deadline. This could stymie almost everything. I still think for the Kings, trading Keon Ellis is still like an easy pull here for them. But what does it mean for the rest of the league, and how much is it going to slow everything down? And I think the answer is a lot.
So I know one of the things that was kind of rumored about, and I think you reported that it was some real smoke to it, was the Zach LaVine angle of it, of him possibly being looked at as somebody in Milwaukee they might want to pair up with one last hope for Giannis. If they're moving on, that means Zach LaVine probably isn't going anywhere, isn't even been discussed anywhere. Is that about accurate?
Well, I don't know if he's not being discussed anywhere. I mean, as of right now, it's been quiet, but that doesn't mean, anything. Like we've heard reporters come out and say like they're still waiting for a real contender in the Ja Morant sweepstakes. Like there hasn't been anyone that's truly stepped up and they've been able to confirm is somebody who's interested in Ja Morant. We haven't heard that with Zach. Then again, maybe they're just not reporting on Zach. So that's possible too. Look, Zach has a player option for next year at $49 million. I think he'll opt into that no matter what, just because it's so much money and he's not going to get that money on the open market. So this puts the Kings in a weird position because, you're talking about a guy who realistically doesn't want to be here in Sacramento, not at this point. I think again, I don't know that there's a way to turn any of this around because the Kings just don't play to his strengths at all. And they don't seem to care to play to his strengths. And he also isn't a great defender, which is something that gets under the skin of Doug Christie with all of the players who aren't great defenders. Like you have to show effort. I think Zach's been better on that end this year, and he's actually tried to get better. But that's still, he's never going to be a two-way player at all. And so for me, like, look, if Zach LaVine is traded, it's something that we're not seeing. And there's always a possibility that that's out there, or that a team looks at the Giannis situation and goes, you know what, we need to clear out some of these contracts to go make a chase for a guy like Giannis. Maybe going and getting Zach LaVine is the first step in like a two-part to get to Giannis. But I do think it's going to be very tough for the Kings to move Zach, especially in today's market with the aprons and everything else.
What about Domas? He makes almost as much money as Zach LaVine does, but he seems to be maybe a little bit more desired around the league than Zach LaVine does.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that Domas is a lot more desired at this point around the league. The Toronto thing, again, I'll continue to report this. The Kings have absolutely no interest in Jakob Poeltl. They also do not like the contract of Emmanuel Quickley. And, Quickley's $32.5 million this year and then 3 more at the same dollar amount. Jakob Poeltl's one of the worst contracts I've ever seen. I mean, he goes from $19.5 million to $19.5 next year, and then 27, 29, and 27. And here we are, a guy who will be 31 not too long. and he already has back issues, and he's under contract for 4 more years. The Kings aren't touching that contract with a 10-foot pole. And I don't think it matters how much if you were to throw draft capital or anything else, it's just a big number. And there's no reason for the Kings to take on a contract like that if you're giving up a player like Domantas Sabonis. So I do think that that Toronto's going to try to make a run at him, at Domas. And I don't know what that's going to look like, but certainly RJ Barrett would be the centerpiece of any deal there if something does happen. He's, a guy who just turned 26, 19 points a game, decent rebounder for his position, not a bad assist guy for his position, pretty good 3-point shooter. And he also was the 3rd overall pick in the 2019 draft when Scott Perry was a general manager of the New York Knicks.
One name that we haven't heard much about as far as rumor goes, and I think this will pick up in the next week or so, is DeMar DeRozan. Where do the Kings kind of stand on him? Are they looking to move him? Are they trying to move him? Because we talked about this the other day. I mean, if there are potential deals out there for DeMar DeRozan and the Kings and Scott Perry and are worried about getting absolute maximum value on it, like that feels like the wrong decision. Number one, you're going in a different direction. Number two, I'm not saying just take trash as far as the deal, like as far as your compensation in return, but this guy's towards the end of his career, man. If you can ship him somewhere where he can play some meaningful basketball, absolutely. Like, what are you hanging on to him for?
Yeah, and I think that can be addressed here after the trade deadline too. Like, look, if they can't find a new home for DeMar, you got a couple of options. You can sit down and say, hey, look, we tried to move you. And to be honest, we might have had an offer or two, but those offers were to put you in a place that you probably don't want to be. So, like, how about we talk about that $10 million guarantee for next season, and how much of that is DeMar willing to waive in order to leave? And so I do think that there are ways in which the Kings can, play a little bit of hardball here and allow him to go somewhere. I also think that, like, look, they're gonna try their best to find a spot for him. Whether that's gonna happen or not, I don't know. But just being completely honest, like, I know for a fact, without any question, that the Kings offered DeMar DeRozan to the Golden State Warriors in exchange for Jonathan Kuminga. Like, no questions asked. That actually happened. Top tier source that tells me to confirm that to me. And, again, the Warriors didn't bite. Now, the Warriors might have to look at something like that now, like, very much so, especially if, like, this Giannis situation, if they get shot down real quick in the Giannis, sweepstakes. And right now it sounds like they're offering Kuminga and Jimmy Butler and a bunch of picks, whatever picks they can cobble together. I just don't know how that competes with the other teams that are out there. So, like, the San Antonio Spurs, they have picks, they have expiring contracts. They can almost get, like, all the way there with expiring contracts for Giannis. They've got young players and all kinds of assets. So if I'm starting over, if I'm, again, the Bucks, I'm calling San Antonio, I'm calling Houston, who, again, like, Houston can put some stuff together here quick. And find a way to get Giannis in their building, whether it's picks and players, but a Jabari Smith contract, a Reed Shepherd contract, and you're almost there financially. And then they have draft compensation on top of it. So I think this could be a very active couple of days, but I also think, like, teams like Miami are still in the Giannis deal, teams like the Knicks. And so what does that mean for a possible Dennis Schroeder going to New York? It's not good, because they're not going to make any move until they figure out whether they're going to get in on the Giannis sweepstakes.
Do you think Giannis gets moved in the next 8 days?
I think sort of like the button's been pushed. I wouldn't be surprised, because I don't know that you're going to get a bunch more for him this offseason than you would right now. And, right now you're going to allow some team to have a longer, runway with Giannis. They would have this year's playoffs, especially if you're trading him to a bona fide playoff team that can sit here and wait out the 3 to 5 weeks that Giannis is at with the hamstring at this point. So again, if it's a team like the Knicks, could they make a move and move Cat for him and then try to, keep afloat until Giannis is healthy? Sure, they could. Mitchell Robinson has started for them a bunch of games over the history of his career, and I wouldn't be surprised he just slides right into the starting lineup and just holds down the spot until Giannis gets there. I think that there are other teams that are in similar situations. The biggest problem is when you go trade for a player like Giannis, is not only are you emptying out any draft capital that you have remaining at all, but on top of that, it's going to cost you a ton of depth. Like your roster is going to get gutted, and it's really tough to replace that mid-season. Like whether it's going through the trade market or going through the G League and trying to find some guys that fit there, or free agent market, the buyout market that'll come. But it's just going to be really, really difficult for a team to stay afloat while Giannis is out, and then, try to build something in the last, 10 games of the season, 15 games of the season with the hopes of making a run.
That is kind of the footnote to all of this, is Giannis is not playing, and he's out for some change here.
Yeah, 4 to 6 weeks, but that was from almost a week ago, right? Or at least like 5 days ago.
So that's a good amount of time.
Yes, and then
depending, and especially depending on what team, depending on what team you are, that you might not have that. Again, we talked about Houston. Houston's probably fine if they decide to do that deal, even if it's maybe a slightly souped up deal that we haven't like game plan for. San Antonio could probably afford to do that and be just fine. I don't know how many teams there are like that. And then trying to get him incorporated, if you're one of those two teams, for instance, trying to get him incorporated to make a run at the title it's quite the ask.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, you're talking about like a centerpiece, a guy that changes everything for your franchise. And I think there are a couple of teams like, look, there's a big difference. Like if you're New York, if you go into a conversation and you've got to give up Cat versus, hey, we don't want Cat, we want OG, we want Mikal Bridges instead. All of a sudden, there goes a ton of your depth. Again, if you get to some of these other teams, like I think, again, the Spurs are one of the most like prepared teams for something like this. They've got Devin Vassell's contract. They've got Keldon Johnson with like 2 years left on his deal. They've got Kelly Oubre as an expiring contract. They've got Harrison Barnes as an expiring contract. Like they could piece together those players very quickly. Now it's like, okay, what's the centerpiece that you want? Because none of those are centerpiece players. But do they want Stephon Castle? Do they want Dylan Harper? Do the Spurs know which of those two they might give up? How much draft capital? So I think there are ways that you can do this, especially with Giannis being out. But man, Giannis with De'Aaron Fox and Victor Wembanyama and a pieced together team, if you still have Castle or you still have Harper there, that puts you in the category of full-fledged contender right now. That's a team that, has beat up on the Oklahoma City Thunder and seems to have their kryptonite. And if I'm them, I'm pushing all my chips in, as long as, you're not going to have the same situation with Giannis not wanting to be there or whatever.
Castle and Harper are non-starters to me if I'm the Spurs.
Both of them are?
Both of them.
Okay, so I'll just ask you the question, Kenny. What if, that those guys are going to be really good down the road, but you can win a title this year and next year? You do it. And that's what the Giannis question is. Victor Wembanyama and Giannis Antetokounmpo. First of all, it's like the longest two names of all time playing side by side. But that's a championship duo, and you throw in Fox, or again, if you have to give up Fox in the deal, but you retain again, one of the other guys, you retain Castle and Harper as your new young backcourt. That's taken a step backwards. It is you're going to have to wait for those guys to be able to be the consistent player that Fox is now. So I definitely could see them pushing all their chips in and not including De'Aaron Fox, but one of those guards and maybe 3 or 4 first-round picks and then expiring contracts. And I think they can probably get it done.
Yeah, that's the move that I would do, is De'Aaron Fox in the trade. Castle and Harper, who, I mean, look, I think the guy's a super talent when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, super talented. I think those two are going to be better than De'Aaron Fox. I'm not passing up on him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pass up on that opportunity to pair them along with Wemby with that team. And if it means I miss out on Giannis today, this is the luxury of being the Spurs. I got the guy who's about to be the best player in the league. Right, he might be there next year. And I keep beating up on the world champs as is. So unless they're the ones getting them, nah, I'm not putting those two in the deal. But that's just me. I'm not putting those two in the deal.
Yeah, I get you, but I also know you're gonna have to wait for Harper to be there. I mean, it's probably gonna be 2 years. I mean, he's not even 20 yet. If you're thinking you're gonna be a championship contending team, you have to have good guard play. And again, I think De'Aaron Fox is just so further along in his development that you have a better chance of winning the next 2-3 years than you would with Harper. Now down the road, yeah, Dylan Harper could be an absolute superstar, and you're kicking yourself for not holding on to him. But are you really kicking yourself if you win a championship or two? I don't think so.
Not at all. I'm not making any move on the Spurs. I'm not in the Giannis sweepstakes.
I would be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the conversation. Yeah, I'm having the conversation. I'm not gonna die on potential.
Mm-hmm.
Like if potential isn't real, like we can talk about one. I don't know that there's a situation where I'm trading two.
No,
and both of them, and we'll outline the picks. I'm just not in the need to move desperately. The Warriors are desperate.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors will trade you any and everything from now until the end of time to get this deal done because they're desperate. And this is the Jimmy Butler for Giannis Antetokounmpo thing. This is why the Warriors think they can win a championship. Something falls in their lap over and over and over and over and over again, and they're able to get it done. Jimmy Butler, hey, this worked out great. Oh no, Jimmy's hurt. That's cool. We'll just trade his $50 million contract for Giannis Antetokounmpo, who loves being here.
Dog, Jimmy getting hurt helps them potentially.
Facts. Yes.
If Jimmy don't get hurt, this ain't even a conversation. But Jimmy's tears his ACL. It might be the best thing that happened for that franchise.
Yeah, but if you're the Bucks, why are first of all, Kuminga's not? They can't trade him to anybody at this point. They won't trade him to the Kings, and nobody else wants him. So why would you think that would be a sweet enough deal, especially when one of these other young star players might be available? Secondly, that team is always going to put money into it to try to win, so their draft picks aren't as good. The Spurs have other people's draft picks, not just their own. They have other people's draft picks. Man, I want that Kings pick swap in like 2031, whatever it is. Give me that. Give me a whole bunch of other stuff. But on top of that, it's going to be about, again, why would the Bucks consider paying $58 million to Jimmy Butler next year to not play when they could go to a team like the Spurs and, again, an expiring Kelly Oubre, an expiring contract of Keldon of Harrison Barnes at $19 million. Like, again, you can piece this together where the Bucks are free of everything next season and they can go out and do whatever it is they want to do to reset their roster and try to rebuild. So, like, look, I think that you're going to see right now teams who are aggressively sending in offers to the Bucks. They're listening to them, and that means that somebody's going to overpay. But then again, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what overpaying for one of the top 3 players in the league is. I don't. Like, he's that good. Like, there isn't a team in the league that wouldn't be better with Giannis Antetokounmpo on it.
Facts.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. We'll talk more with James Ham. And we'll talk more about this upcoming trade deadline involving the Sacramento Kings and all of the news around the NBA involving Giannis Antetokounmpo as well here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Clear. Clear.
Yeah, Soren Smith, you're right. Trading overpaying is trading 4 firsts for Desmond Bane, but also paying 4 firsts, giving 4 firsts and Stephon Castle or again Dylan Harper, and then maybe having to give up Devin Vassell. Like there are a lot of ways where you can overpay.
A lot of people think the Warriors got a shot, a real shot.
I'm sure the Warriors are telling everyone who will listen they have a shot.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I just don't know why, unless they're just willing to give up all of their draft assets.
Who's that?
The Warriors.
Yeah. Well, that and even still, I think other teams will beat them. Their other teams to offer will be better.
So, and you know what I think about that, Hammer, is if the Bucks went with the Warriors, they're expecting it all to fail, or they're expecting it to not last very long. Because we use Miami as an example. If Miami gets all of these picks, Miami might be able to retool faster. Like, even if it doesn't work, they might be able to get something to be 500, be in the play in something. The Warriors' fall off is probably going to be pretty dramatic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, even in that situation, you're talking about Steph and Giannis, and the rest of that roster is not good at all. I mean, it's just not.
Also, the other aspect, though, like you mentioned a number of different times, Dame, is if Giannis says, Houston can trade for me if they want, I'm not signing there.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But isn't he's under contract?
Yeah, but you'd be trading all that for a year and a
Yeah,
half.
be for a year. Yeah.
To be honest. And I think the Warriors, one thing we do know about the Warriors is that's one of the teams Giannis would go to and would sign with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Warriors?
Yeah.
For sure. For sure.
It's not on the lists that have been out there. I know all of them are weird and stuff, but like it's usually the Knicks. Like they had that. Remember they had that like that window where they gave the Knicks to go out and sign him, go out and trade for him, and the Knicks couldn't get a deal done. But I think it's going to be more Eastern Conference teams. And I'm not sure why, if you're Giannis, you'd want to go to the Golden State Warriors and watch the same exact thing happen to you that's happened in Milwaukee, where all the players around you got old.
Or, I mean, Steph is old. God forbid something happens to Steph. You're cooked.
Yeah.
You are absolutely cooked. It's the Jimmy Butler thing. Steph and Jimmy might have been pretty good. Jimmy got hurt. They're done. Giannis and Steph might be pretty good. What if Steph gets hurt? Then it's just Giannis there?
I mean, Giannis just went through that. Yeah.
Right.
I think we do have, this is interesting. Sacramento Kings. Malik Monk is questionable for tomorrow. Russell Westbrook is questionable with right foot soreness. Keegan Murray is out. So questionable for Malik.
Injury report, or is that someone?
Yeah. No, it's the injury report right now. Shout out to Jason Anderson who put it out there at some point.
Is he out there? No, Chris is out there. Chris took the train to Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think that okay.
All right, back here with our insider from the Insiders and the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man James Ham here. Back to the Kings, Hammer. You just took a look at the injury report there. Malik Monk listed as questionable again tomorrow. You mentioned Russell Westbrook now listed as questionable. I'm assuming, unless you just didn't get to it, is Zach LaVine now off the injury report?
Zach LaVine is not on the injury report at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's certainly a guy to watch over the next week. The Kings take on Philadelphia tomorrow. Yeah, it's interesting. No Devin Carter last night, by the way. I got that one wrong. I thought for sure we would see Devin Carter, and I thought we might see him for double-digit minutes. We did not. DNP CD.
I think that's what his jersey says now.
Oh, Devin.
You just
tough.
gave me an idea. Because you can personalize jerseys, can't you?
Yes, you can.
Stop. Everyone stop. One.
Everyone
stop. One. Not okay. Not okay. Two. We don't spend our money on that stuff.
That would be cold.
Dame talks about Devin Carter. I do Cleveland. But mine is a joke.
So is mine. Stop.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
I was only kidding. I kid. Hammer, it was kind of rough last night. That was a lot of DeMar DeRozan. That was a lot of Russell Westbrook. And if you would like to see those guys at the Golden One Center, we've got tickets for you right now. Wow, the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis.
How did he know?
Jesse's the pro. The Sacramento Kings take on Memphis coming up on February 4th. It's their first game back from this lengthy road trip, and it is the day before the trade deadline. Will Ja Morant be here and be on the bench for the Memphis Grizzlies? Who will be in a Sacramento Kings uniform? You can find out. Be calling number 13 at 916-909-1320, and we'll send you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis at the Golden One Center, courtesy of our friends over with the Sacramento Kings. Hammer, what I was saying was last night at the Garden, it was a lot of DeMar DeRozan and a lot of Russell Westbrook. 37 shots combined between those two. I think damn near 40 minutes for DeMar DeRozan and 33, 4, something like that for Russell Westbrook. I don't know what the question is, but man, that was a lot.
Yeah, it's possible that Russ hurt his ankle on his stop motion 3. Like, just to be honest with you, I don't know what's going on.
Cat in the post.
Yeah, that's true.
Successfully.
I should say it could have been shutting down Cat in the post.
Yeah, it could have been both. Yeah. Yeah, the thing too with Russ, man, it feels like he hit a veteran wall, which isn't really a thing, but it feels like it is a thing. And we talk about it with
James out here inventing stuff for the veterans.
We did it. We've talked about this with Malik. Malik goes through like a month every season where he can't shoot. You're like, bro, come on. You got to be in better shape. You got to be able to play through an entire 82 game season without having an entire month where you shoot 25% from 3. I think we've hit that wall with Russ. I think that at age 37 in his 18th NBA season, like the last week and a half has just been really tough to watch. He's averaging like 3.9 turnovers per game. He's had games where, he had 4 turnovers in 22 minutes, 6 turnovers. It's just like I know he doesn't mean to, but it feels like just like a lack of focus. He keeps running into areas where there's no way he's going to get out of it. And that's not even counting the shot selection. Going 6 of 19 in a game is tough, and at some point you got to try to feature somebody else, but this thing isn't working at all on the offensive end right now. And, I told Kyle earlier, like I've had kind of a weird awakening in this season as we've gotten deeper and deeper into it about just an appreciation for DeMar DeRozan. Like he doesn't play the style of basketball I like to watch. I don't think he fits the style of basketball that we saw the previous 3 years in Sacramento. But at this point, man, he is the only thing stopping the Kings from losing by 40 every single night. And it's really tough, but this is all you have. It's like if DeMar's not hitting, I don't know who is. And so I have gained a new respect for him and just the way that he's not only been a pro's pro and not, complained, but he's out there making the best of his situation. And that's what it feels like. It's like he's resigned himself to the fact that he's here. And that means that he's still getting paid for playing basketball. and he still wants to play basketball. He still wants to play 35 minutes a night. And so he's going to go out there and he's going to try to win. And I appreciate that because I think that there are players on this team that just aren't doing that at all. Or they're out there to get their own stats. And I think with DeMar, it's like, man, again, how do you go into a game where your leading scorer has 34, your second leading scorer has 14, and your next one has 11, and no one else has double figures? I mean, that's because you don't have Malik Monk, you don't have, Zach LaVine. That hurts. You don't have Keegan Murray. But at the same time, man, there's no ability for anyone else to step up at this point, especially when your guards are turning the ball over like the Kings are. Again, I know he doesn't mean to miss shots, but you went into a game and not only does Russell Westbrook shoot 6 of 19, but Dennis Schroeder goes like 1 of 8. Like, you're cooked. Game's over. And those two, like two games ago, combined for 11 of the team's 19 turnovers. Like, that's supposed to be veteran leadership leading you into each battle, trying to stabilize your roster, trying to help you get through some tough stretches. And I see one guy who's doing that, and his name is DeMar DeRozan.
Never thought I'd see the day. James. No, I'm giving you a hard time. But I mean,
it's called a baby face turn.
Yeah. But you're right. And that's part of the reason why. Now, look, this is professional basketball, and you got to do what's best for your franchise first and foremost, third and fourth as well. But second, third, and fourth as well. But it's part of the reason why, all right, man, if you do have a deal or a way to move DeMar DeRozan to a team where he can play for something meaningful, please do it. He's done his job here in Sacramento the best he can, even during the circumstances. What are you, and you mentioned other reasons or other ways that you can move on from him, like letting him go and stuff like that. But what are you having DeMar DeRozan here on this team on March 27th, trying to do the same thing for? Like, we should be seeing the final days as of DeMar DeRozan as a Sacramento King.
Yeah, I think so too. But I would also tell you that his contract is weird. And if we're reading the contract correctly, there's going to be value in that contract this summer. So he's a guy who has a non-guaranteed contract for next year. So typically when you sign a player of his ilk, it's either a player option or a team option, right? There's a third option, player option, team option, or non-guaranteed. And a non-guaranteed contract means that the Kings have until January 10th to guarantee the rest of the contract. And up until that point, he's guaranteed to make $10 million. And there's a break-even point, right, somewhere during the season where, DeMar DeRozan will hit the $10 million mark for his contract, because you get paid per game. Like the way they break down their salary is per month and all that stuff. So I don't think he would make it all the way at a $25.5 million contract. I don't think he'd make it all the way to January 10th. And still be under 10 million. But so that means that a team can trade for, so let's say the Kings hold on to DeMar and they get to July 6th and all the free agency stuff is all almost over, but now there's trades. And let's say you offer DeMar DeRozan to another team for another $25 million player. And that player is not bad, but that team is they're in salary cap hell and they need to find a way to save 10 or 20 million bucks. They can trade DeMar DeRozan to that team, and that team can waive him at any point. They can use him for a month and a half into the season and then waive him. They can waive him right away and only pay the 10 million. So I do think that, like, while, you want to be fair to the guy and get him to a place that he wants to go, there's also this little bit of thing that, that was supposed to be a $4 million buyout. And at the last second, it was leveraged and leveraged and leveraged until it was a $10 million buyout. And so, in these situations, you kind of reap what you sow. And again, if they get to February 6th and DeMar DeRozan's still on the roster and goes, hey, I really don't want to be here. Is there any way you can get me out of here? And the Kings say, yeah, there is a way. You can make that $10 million vanish for next season and we'll waive you now. That's something that I would at least consider if I'm the Kings.
I wonder how the buyout got from 4 million to 10 million. In any event, I think I'm a little confused about an offseason trade with DeMar DeRozan. So he's traded for the value of the guarantee and not for the value of
No, he's
the
traded
full.
for the value of his contract at $25 million, and then
And that team can still save.
that
if
team
they-
can waive
they-
him later. Yeah, because again, it's not an option. So typically you would have to pick up an option or
Yeah.
decline an option before you
Yeah.
trade him. That's not what's happening. Yeah, that's at least according to Spot Track, who has his
Right.
contract breakdown and says that his $10 million is not guaranteed. I mean, his contract for next year is guaranteed and becomes fully guaranteed after January 10th.
To go back to the idea of trading him this year, getting him someplace where they can compete, in all likelihood, given DeMar DeRozan's age and given the status of that contract that you just laid out in great detail there, Hammer, the likelihood of a team that's not good looking to acquire DeMar DeRozan is probably not very likely. Like it's someone who's like, hey, we need someone who can get us over the top. We need someone who can close games for us. We need someone who can shoot in the mid-range. We're lacking in this specific department, and DeMar DeRozan fills that.
Yeah, again, we heard, not only the Golden State Warriors rumor, but also earlier in the season, you guys remember we had the John Collins rumor with DeMar going to the Clippers. And so I don't know, again, John Collins, I think for a little while there started playing much better and maybe fit in better. But I also think that like that's a team that might be interested. I would say a team like the Lakers, they get again a little bit closer to the deadline here, and they're going to look at Rui Hachimura and say, "Man, are you going to stay healthy or are you not?" And would the Kings, do a swap where they take back, Rui and maybe a Dalton Connect or someone else in exchange for DeMar DeRozan. I also think the Kings would be like, hey, we're really looking for a second round pick. We don't need a first, but we'd really like at least 1 second, maybe 2 in a trade. So I think that there are ways in order to get something out of DeMar as far as a contract, but as far as in the trade. But I also like the Kings are looking for an expiring contract. They're not looking to take back extra money. And that's kind of where I would look at this too. Like if John Collins, if you're trading for John Collins, he's an expiring contract. He's 0 after this season, and boom, you don't have that $10 million that you owe somebody next season. So I think that there is some value in, again, the way DeMar's contract's structured, but also when you're out on the open market and you're trying to deal with the Kings, they're trying to get shorter contracts, not longer contracts, which is why, again, Jakob Poeltl, Emmanuel Quickly are kind of, non-starters for the Kings.
I laid out a couple of scenarios. We laid out a couple of scenarios yesterday where, James, believe it or not, we had the Kings ending up with 3 first-round picks.
We did it, James.
And 2 second-round picks. Shout out TC.
We cooked.
Who inspired it all. But the thought process was, if you could get a first-rounder from Toronto and it's a bonus trade, and then if the rumors are true about what people think Keon Ellis might go for, you can make yourself have a draft, go into the draft with 3 first-round picks, 2 first-rounders, and another thing that you could do with that is you could combine one of those first-rounders and maybe 1 second-rounder and move up in the draft.
Yeah, that's always going to depend on who's ahead of you and what they're looking for, clearly.
OKC, we assume the answer was OKC because they're looking for nothing, ever.
Yeah, well, OKC would like to defer some of their picks from this year.
Right.
What do they have, 3 first-rounders as of right now?
Mhm.
And the Clippers keep winning, so that pick keeps getting worse and worse. So,
that
not
story took a turn.
it
They
did.
looked OKC looked like they were about to land the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Now all of a sudden,
That's
Clippers winning the
it's a second
championship.
rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 22-24, right? Yeah.
Which
So,
is-
look,
which is insane given where
That's
they
how
started.
bad they were.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that there's going to be an opportunity for the Kings to move into the to get a second first round pick this year's draft. But then you don't always have to take back a pick for this year. like if you're doing another deal. So, like we heard rumor of a Domantas Sabonis to the Atlanta Hawks, and that was something like Kristaps Porzingis, Zachary Rissache, and the Cleveland pick, right? So I think if you're looking again at the Toronto deal, the worse contract you take back, the more they're going to give you in draft capital. But I'm not touching those two gigantic, ridiculous contracts. I'm not taking back $32 million for a guy who I like as a player, but Emmanuel Quickly is, top, like between 18 and 22 as far as like rated point guard in the NBA. I'm not paying that much money for that, and especially 3 more years of it. So the Kings are trying to straddle this really difficult line where you're trying to get draft capital, but without taking back long-term contracts. And you also don't have players that everyone is just salivating for. You have a couple of players that people would like. And a player like Keon Ellis that everyone in the league, or at least half of the league, according to Mark Stein, is interested in. And again, that's going to be an easy movable contract. But you're right, Kenny. There is a way to get, again, if you're going to do a deal for DeMar to help a team out, I want a 2nd round pick. There are ways in which they can improve.
Let's get creative.
I just want to remind everyone, all fan bases are like ours because the Raptors are trying to cook up a trade of R.J. Barrett, Jakob Poeltl, your boy Grady, in exchange for Domas, Keon, and Dennis. This feels like the TC of the North that put this trade together.
Did the TC of North Sacramento put that together? Because that's a win for the Kings, except for the Poeltl trade.
Yeah,
I'm not. Yeah,
those are all teams that the players we ain't gonna have here no more.
Well,
they got to give me some picks though.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And your boy Grady's here, so you can get a jersey.
I don't get jerseys no more.
You talking about Grady Sizemore?
Nope.
I don't
Grady
get little. I don't
Grady Jarrett.
Nope.
I don't get jerseys no more.
I think there's a NASCAR driver named Grady.
I don't get current jerseys anymore.
Kenny, what's his name?
Grady. You've been saying it the whole time.
You used to be cool, man.
You know what we didn't talk about today, James? I don't know if you guys talked about this on the Insiders. We didn't talk about the fight that happened at the end of the Pelicans OKC game. When they said they took not Lou Dort, he went after Lou Dort. Jeremiah Fears. Yeah. When they said he took they dragged him to the locker room. No, they dragged him all the way to the locker room. Like, I thought it was all off the floor. Okay, calm down. Nope. They got under the tunnel. The camera followed them. They got to the back. They dragged his ass all the way back to the locker room, pulled him into the locker room, and pulled the door shut. On the final play of the basketball game, of full-on, Joe Dumars is coming out of the stands to break this thing up. That was a mess.
Man, Jeremiah Fears ain't no punk, though.
Very clearly.
You hear Zion in the video trying to be a vet. Fears, come here, Fears.
Zion, shut up, man. Nobody want to hear from your ass.
What's your A6 on?
Shut up,
you were an A6.
You remember when we talked about, hey, should the Kings trade for Zion? Now it's like, nah, whatever.
You lose your Jordan deal and you start rocking Asics. Yeah, you're a laughing stock, man. I don't care if you do I don't care if you do a 360 dunk or not. Man, hey, what a mess, Zion Williams.
I was an Asics gel Kayano guy for a while. If you're running, there's some good running shoes, but for a basketball shoe, come on.
Like Asics, the cross trainers are going crazy right now. And them things like $170.
Asics
all
cross
shoes.
trainers?
New Balance is like $200.
Is
Yeah.
Zion draft pick or him as a player a bust?
Is what?
Zion as a player, draft pick, whatever you want to call it, a bust?
Yeah.
It's got to be, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Like
Bust
he was
into a bag of
supposed
shit.
to be next. What?
Nothing.
Oh,
That's a point for James.
Yeah.
he is. He absolutely is. Which is
I
so
know.
unfortunate.
Yeah, there's this huge fear around the league too that the second they trade him, he's going to be like healthy and phenomenal. And it's like, all right, I don't want to be that team that takes that gamble because I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Although at this point, I would probably listen to the John Morant stuff. I would say, hey, you're having trouble finding a taker up there, and you want to take Zach LaVine in a future lottery protected first. I'm in.
I feel like the answer from every basketball team when it starts with, do you want Zach LaVine, is no. There was no more. That was the end of my statement. Like, I don't think there's anything.
There wasn't a question there.
Like, I just don't. I don't think anyone's like, you know what, James? You know what, Scott? I hadn't thought about it. You're right.
Do you want Zach LaVine? No.
I do want to be perpetually frustrated by a player who has what appears to be an absolutely insane amount of skill, but just can't put it all together.
A skill and like his level of skill to his level of ambivalence is kind of equal. And you're like, all right, he's ambivalent. That's not great. Yeah, like I will say this a bunch of times. If Zach LaVine was making $30 million, he wouldn't be on the Kings. He would have already been traded. If he was making $25 million, he would have been gone faster. I do see a world in which he would go to the Lakers or the Clippers and be highly successful, just not at 49 million bucks. And that's the problem. Like when you're negotiating a contract and you want all the monies, like you have to live up to all the monies. And when you don't, then you end up in Sacramento, or you end up in, Chicago, or you end up wherever he's going to end up next. And, I hope that he's able to recover his career because, I think he's an incredibly gifted player. It's just, you got to go out there. Not every team is going to give you the ball and say, go ahead and score 27 every night. Like, I don't know why the Kings don't do that since they don't have any other real true scorers outside of DeMar, but it's still like, it's a tough watch.
I always thought him and DeMar don't have like a problem with it. They like each other as men and as people and even as teammates, but I don't think Zach LaVine enjoys playing with DeMar DeRozan.
I can tell you that's kind of the same exact thing with Fox and Haliburton. They really liked each other, but I think they both realized very quickly, ooh, this is not going to work. This is going to be very difficult. And I think it was more De'Aaron figuring it out first. And Haliburton was just a young player who was trying to figure out how to, be in the league and just kept getting better. And Fox is like, okay, well, he's getting better. I'm losing more and more and more of my usage rate and my assist percentage and all the other things. Tough.
Maybe this is unfair. And it echoes things we've talked about before. I think Tyrese has the ambition to be great. Like, he wants to be great. Mm-hmm. I think De'Aaron is fine being a good basketball player. I think De'Aaron is perfectly fine showing flashes of brilliance. I think De'Aaron wants to win and all of that stuff. I don't think he has the same desire to be great that Tyrese Haliburton has.
I agree with you 100%. And it's not a knock. It's just he's got that level that goes all the way up to here. He doesn't have that level that goes all the way up a little bit further.
Yeah. And he's not in defense of De'Aaron, who is fantastic. He's not unique in that standpoint. Ty is unique. I think there are a lot more players closer to De'Aaron Fox than they are to Tyrese Haliburton. But Jesse's making us in the show. So we appreciate you so much for being with us. Great stuff from James Ham. If you are not, for whatever reason, a subscriber to the Locked On Kings podcast yet, James has taken that massive ship over and they have set sail. So go hit the follow button, go hit the subscribe button, go do all of that stuff, both on your podcast platform and on YouTube. And make sure you are back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with James Ham, Kyle Matz, and the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
And we're clear, Hammer.
Sweet.
Bron.
I don't seem to have as many internet issues when I'm using this camera versus like the camera on my laptop for some reason. I don't know.
I think with you start changing like one little component that you're doing. Like when our first show first started, like My computer would die when I was using the camera. Like just all of these different things. You make one little change and it all works.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to switch to, because this has like a USB drive, and then everything you get still has US. I don't know. So I have to use adapters, but I found that if I try to use the camera and the microphone through the same adapter, it freaks out. If I split them up and use two separate adapters, I'm okay. Yeah, just weird. All of it's weird. So,
all right, guys, we're going to shut down. Thank you as always. We will see you tomorrow. I think it has to do with Kawhi Leonard. But I'm going to say no.